Kaiser walked to the Black Lake, and a thick fog enveloped him as Morgan's figure appeared before him. "Sister Morgan, long time no see." Kaiser greeted her with a smile. "Is there something urgent? You ran off to China by yourself, and Merlin and I couldn't see you at all in Gensikyo. Now that you're back, of course, I have to give you a good checkup." Morgan said righteously, "Merlin, come out quickly." The old wizard with a long beard walked out, looking exasperated, accompanied by Gawain, who had a joyful expression. "I feel like your trait has also reached mastery, quickly show me." Kaiser quickly explained, "I only managed to completely combine my magic and will by forcefully suppressing them with a magic array. Actually, it's not fully mature yet." "Why so much fuss?" Gawain waved his hand impatiently. "Magic array pressure is pressure, isn't life and death combat pressure? As long as you can reach this state, it won't be difficult to slowly refine it later. You boy, you owe a big favor." Kaiser demonstrated his mastered trait, then cast several magic spells, and finally explained the basic principles of the canonization into God spell to Merlin and Morgan. There was nothing to keep secret about these things. What was truly valuable were the several magic arrays old Chang had carved and operated, and Kaiser naturally knew better than to inquire about them. To his surprise, after listening, Merlin's expression suddenly became troubled, and Morgan's delicate brows furrowed. "What's wrong? Is there a problem with this spell?" "No problem, this method might really be able to create so-called canonized deities." Merlin mused for a moment before saying, "But the premise is not to consider the foundation of your power." Morgan pursed her lips. "Are you still growing in strength, but haven't yet crossed into the druid class?" Kaiser nodded. His druid level had been at Dabbard, mid-tier, from Ovade, novice, for several years now, but he still hadn't reached the druid class to become a true archdruid. Therefore, he still couldn't manipulate the sun's power or transform into aquatic animals. "Don't you find that strange?" Morgan retorted with a chuckle. "Don't archdruids all remain unmarried their entire lives? I thought it was because of that." "No, that's not right." Kaiser suddenly realized, "Sister Morgan, you are also an archdruid, but you." Under Morgan's dangerous gaze, Kaiser obediently shut his mouth. "To become an archdruid, you must gain the recognition of the populace. In other words, this step also requires absorbing the power of faith to help you break through." Merlin pointed out the conflict. "I also have a set of rituals for collecting the power of faith, which I originally planned to give you recently to help you break through. The idea is almost identical to this canonization into God spell. Do you think that after performing this set of spells, you will break through to Archdruid or become a canonized deity of Britain?" Kaiser sat on the ground, feeling helpless. The outcome was self-evident. A big problem had arisen. "Don't be discouraged, Kaiser." Morgan pulled him up and gently patted his head. "Go try it. What if it succeeds? And we archdruids aren't unable to contend with deities either." Merlin also comforted him. "Have you tried?" Kaiser looked at them with hopeful eyes. "I can still deal with a few lake fairies," Merlin said uncomfortably under Kaiser's gaze. "Merlin, I believed your nonsense." Kaiser sighed, but still cheered up. "I'll go try it first. Speaking of which, don't we druids have any rituals for becoming deities?" "Perhaps, but at least in my era, it was already lost." Merlin spread his hands. "I'll help you ask Kaiser, perhaps he'll have some news." Kaiser waved goodbye to the others and walked towards the castle, his mind heavy with worry. "What exactly are you two up to?" As soon as Kaiser left, Morgan started glaring at Merlin. "Last time, Kaiser set a trap for Kaiser to break, and I don't know what was confirmed, and you won't tell me." "Don't worry, Morgan." Merlin shook his head. "Although I can't say, Kaiser is indeed on the right path. You'd better keep a clear head, I'll be watching you." Morgan snorted coldly and turned to leave. Gryffindor and Slytherin were having care of magical creatures class outdoors, with Professor Prang, who was substituting for Hagrid, teaching. Kaiser passed by, and his appearance caused a stir among the little wizards. The Gryffindors excitedly jumped around, while fear was hidden in the eyes of the Slytherins. Kaiser waved casually at the crowd and headed directly to the astronomy tower. Dumbledore was enjoying the afternoon sun, while Scrimgeour stood by, nervously holding two documents. "Principal, how is your recovery?" Kaiser pushed open the small door, and Dumbledore smiled, shaking a potion bottle in his hand at him. "I'm like a leaky kettle," Dumbledore described. "No matter how hard I try to pour water in, it will gradually seep out. Kaiser felt a little guilty, but Dumbledore didn't mind. I am old, and it is already quite good to be able to suppress Lord Voldemort for a period in my final days. Alright, quickly begin your ritual. Dumbledore put down the potion jar in his hand and rose from the lounge chair. Scrimgeour handed the 2 letters of appointment he was holding to Kaiser. This time, never mind, I'll complete the ritual first. Kaiser took out the potion Old Chong had given him and used his finger to draw on the 2 letters of appointment. The potion quickly dried, leaving golden patterns. The already decorative letters of appointment became even more ornate, and Kaiser immediately injected magic into them. Both letters of appointment were blank documents, although they bore seals, the names and titles were left empty. Kaiser, after a long time, bit his finger and completed the writing with his blood, then released his grip. The 2 papers floated in mid-air, beginning to absorb magic on their own. At the same time, Kaiser could also feel powerful faith energy converging from all directions. However, this was all the people's faith in the nation itself, and none of it was directed at Kaiser personally. The letters of appointment became crystal clear, like jade, with the golden magic array patterns and characters slowly melting on them, finally transforming into 2 elegant Chinese characters. Imperial Edict. Kaiser felt a little like laughing, but at that moment, the characters and papers transformed into golden light and poured into his Bai Hui acupoint, making him shiver involuntarily. The warm power made him feel somewhat light-headed, as if some deficiency had been instantly filled. Dumbledore and Scrimgeour watched Kaiser, who was bathed in light, nervously. A moment later, all the strange phenomena disappeared. Kaiser stood in place with a wry smile. How was it? Scrimgeour asked impatiently. Kaiser shook his head in distress, then nodded. The entire anointing ceremony went smoothly, but I haven't become a living god yet, Kano said regretfully. I haven't obtained the divine fire or the divine office. Scrimgeour was anxious, but Dumbledore understood his meaning. Are you saying you can use divine power now? Kano nodded, raised his hand, and within the small area of his palm, natural forces like wind, fire, water, earth, sun, and moon all appeared in a more advanced form. I broke through to the druid class thanks to the anointing ceremony, and a large amount of faith power remained in my body, which can combine with my will and magic to form divine power. But I don't have a divine office and cannot replenish faith power, so these are just water without a source. The more I use, the less I have, Kano also said with some disappointment. The anointing ceremony cannot be performed again. Dumbledore sat back in his lounge chair and sighed. In this state, can you eliminate Lord Voldemort? Kano shook his head hesitantly. I don't think so, but next time I will go all out. Even if I can't destroy his physical body, I will severely wound him to buy us time. Principal, you and Lord Voldemort just fought again. How do you think my strength compares to his now? Dumbledore carefully sensed for a moment, then said, You are stronger than I am now. Compared to Lord Voldemort, you should be evenly matched. He has repeatedly consumed divine power, and his replenishment speed is not fast. And you are now full of divine energy, giving you an advantage in divine power reserves. But his magic knowledge is richer, he has been a god for a long time, and he has more experience in using divine power than you. Kano nodded. At that time, Lord Voldemort's use of several common spells and the development of subspells were truly superb. At least, he couldn't make spells split and then reassemble now. At most, he could make spells curve. So, we'll only know if we try. Dumbledore nodded, affirming Kano's idea, and the 2 fell silent. Seeing that both of them had stopped talking, Scrimgeour stood up to take his leave. After you-know-who and his group robbed the vault, they have been very active these past few days. I must go and oversee the Ministry of Magic. Did he himself appear again? Kano quickly asked. No, Dumbledore effectively consumed his power. For a short time, he should retract his head like a snake in a hole again. Dumbledore and Kano both nodded. Scrimgeour didn't care whether they saw him off or not and left Hogwarts decisively. You should continue to go to school. Being outwardly relaxed but inwardly vigilant can also mislead the enemy, Dumbledore instructed. There are many eyes at Hogwarts. Kano naturally had no objection. Although his combat power was already higher than anyone else in the school, the more he learned, the more his combat power could increase, and the greater his chances of winning. Also, this year is the O.W.L.S exam. I hope you still remember. Dumbledore reminded with a smile. Lord Voldemort is indeed the biggest threat, but this exam is also very important for your life. Only then did Kano remember that this exam was waiting for him this year. He himself didn't care. Even if he didn't take the exam, his assets were enough for him to live a peaceful life afterward. However, Dumbledore's considerations were clearly more comprehensive. Lord Voldemort's actions were unpredictable, they couldn't just wait every day. Moreover, if he didn't take the O.W.L.S., he couldn't choose N.E.W.T.S based on his grades, and ultimately wouldn't get a certificate, which would mean Hogwarts was studied for nothing. As the principal, Dumbledore naturally wouldn't allow Kano to drift. Kano could only nod in agreement, restarting his 5th year of student life. Returning to the common room, he was enthusiastically welcomed by the little wizards. Even some Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students came to the Gryffindor common room to participate in the welcome activities. After Kano fought Lord Voldemort last year, his already high prestige among the students soared like a rocket. Many little wizards whose families had been harmed by Lord Voldemort and Death Eaters even regarded him as a role model. The twins jumped onto the table and pulled open a banner they had prepared earlier, which displayed a dynamic image of Kano drawing his bow and arrow, attacking Lord Voldemort. Kano was pressed by countless hands into a carefully decorated soft chair, and a large group of boys and girls, linking arms, formed a circle around him, dancing a celebratory victory dance. Are they treating me like a bonfire? Although Kano had just undergone the anointing ceremony, he was not physically tired, but long hours of high-intensity training and traveling had accumulated too much mental fatigue. He kept secretly yawning. When people started to ignore him, he quickly slipped out of the crowd, picked up a bottle of apple juice, and took a sip. I also experienced this kind of treatment last year. Harry sat next to Kano and said with a smile, I thought facing Lord Voldemort was easier back then. Shall I send you over there now? No. Ginny appeared out of nowhere and subconsciously blurted out. Kano couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ginny's face turned crimson, she stomped her foot, and ran off, disappearing from sight. Harry's expression was also a bit unnatural, but Kano didn't plan to ask further. Have you understood the situation in the past few months? Kano took a breath and began to ask in the tone of a midterm assessment. According to you, Lord Voldemort is trying to spread fear. On the one hand, this can enhance his power, and on the other hand, it can attract more dark wizards and fence-sitters back into his camp. But the Ministry of Magic's interception has hampered his intentions. Although he has come up with new methods these past few days, which might solve the economic problem, many fence-sitters will no longer easily invest in him. Kano nodded in deep agreement. How much of this did you analyze yourself? And how much did Hermione analyze? Harry scratched his head sheepishly. It's about a 6-4 split. Hermione accounts for 60%, and the remaining 40% is what Hermione helped summarize after I inquired around. Don't be embarrassed. Since you fully trust Hermione, it is also a kind of wisdom to entrust work you are not good at to the right person. Kano praised Harry a couple of times, and Ron and Hermione, who had been afraid to speak, then ran over with beaming smiles and sat beside them. What, if I wasn't happy, were you going to leave Harry here to be scolded by me? Kano asked, amused. I'm not some leader, I'm just giving Harry some advice. Hermione stuck out her tongue. If you were unhappy, we would run over and get scolded with Harry. Your advice is now taken seriously even by Dumbledore and Scrimgeour, Ron interjected. My dad at home was lamenting that he thought you wouldn't have this kind of energy for another 5 years, but he underestimated you. Kano smiled indifferently and said nothing. Kano, what should we do next? Harry eagerly wanted some guidance from Kano. No need to rush, Kano stretched. For now, you just need to enjoy student life. The adults will naturally handle the interception. Dumbledore said you formed a defense association. After a brief rest, Lord Voldemort, having tasted success, began to change his strategy. The Death Eaters launched attacks everywhere, all targeting various underground vaults and banks in London. Initially, without Lord Voldemort leading them, the Death Eaters still chose to attack head-on. These fools were met with a hail of bullets from the notified security personnel, leaving several bodies behind. By the time the Ministry of Magic arrived, all the Death Eaters had fled. But soon, their methods evolved. Several staff members were controlled by the Imperio, unwittingly loading half a carriage of gold. Fortunately, The wizard intervened in time, otherwise, a major problem would have occurred. The Ministry of Magic had no choice but to deploy a large number of personnel to monitor the mental state of ordinary employees and protect their families, lest they be exploited and threatened by the Death Eaters. It is said that it's hard to learn good, but easy to learn bad, especially since the Death Eaters were already a group of utterly wicked villains. The Ministry of Magic was quickly exhausted by the endless new tricks these guys came up with, and the difference between the defensive and offensive sides was fully demonstrated. Although the Ministry of Magic tried its best to intercept and always arrived in time, a considerable number of gold bars were still stolen in the back and forth. In the minister's office at the Ministry of Magic, the Death Eaters have stolen a total of over 50 gold bars, amounting to more than £3 million, Percy rattled off the data to Kano. With too much numerical work these past 2 days, Percy had been much more subdued during this period, so Scrimgeour transferred him to the office specifically to calculate the stolen gold. Percy was fully convinced that he was finally going to escape the cold bench and soar. After a few days he discovered that he had to report his work to Kano, who hadn't even graduated yet. The Bank of England has not yet agreed to Gringot's proposal to repurchase gold bars with banknotes, so it's still difficult to calculate exactly how many galleons this gold is worth. Do you know the specific plan? Not yet. Percy shook his head helplessly. The person in charge at the Bank of England said these goblins are vampires, wanting to devour the next after finishing the last. Goblins have always been like this. Even if the Bank of England doesn't want this gold, the goblins can completely melt them down into galleons. No matter how you calculate it, they won't lose out. Kano sighed. It seemed he had overestimated the goblins' ability to endure. These guys were purely courting death now. Scrimgeour watched a document nearby, and after a moment of silence, he dismissed Percy. Gringotts must be sanctioned. Once Percy closed the door, Scrimgeour immediately said with certainty, Gringotts controls the entire wizarding world banking in Europe, with dozens of branches spread across the European continent, mainly within England, France, and Germany. Kano said with a headache, we can't just shut them all down or have the various ministries of magic take over. They don't even have enough financial talent. But the Gringotts headquarters in London has absolute control over its other branches. As long as we seize the source, Lord Voldemort will have nowhere to fence his stolen goods. Scrimgeour's mind was made up. The goblins are now convinced that we will not fall out with them at this time. But if we don't act against them, and allow Lord Voldemort's group to continue brazenly stealing Muggle gold and converting it into galleons, the conflict between Muggles and wizards will surely escalate into war. I lived through World War II. At this point, Scrimgeour shivered. What do you plan to do? Directly abolish the use of galleons? That will surely trigger a goblin rebellion. That won't work. If we push too hard, Gringotts will definitely join forces with Lord Voldemort. Scrimgeour had calmly considered it. Gringotts used to be obedient because wizards held absolute power. Now they are so rampant. On one hand, it's due to greed, and on the other hand, Lord Voldemort's power makes them believe they can profit by maneuvering between the two forces. I need to demonstrate overwhelming strength in front of them, but Lord Voldemort won't cooperate with me. Kano spread his hands. He also thought about using his limited divine power to directly crush Lord Voldemort, thus solving the problem once and for all. But Lord Voldemort had been elusive recently, not even frequenting Malfoy Manor, so Kano couldn't get a handle on him. Why should we look for Lord Voldemort? Scrimgeour showed a slight smile. The offensive and defensive stance should change. How so? Kano asked curiously. There are only a few people handling money on Lord Voldemort's side. Through our observation, the exchange of gold bars for galleons is primarily done by Lucius Malfoy. Every time he goes to Gringotts, it's in broad daylight. Kano seemed to understand Scrimgeour's meaning, and his smile turned malicious. You mean? Yes. There are some things I will pretend not to see, and you won't know who did it, right? If Lord Voldemort can't help but jump out himself, then that would be for the best. The two righteous individuals let out a sinister laugh together. It was a beautiful sunny weekend. Lord Voldemort handed the 60 gold bars recently plundered to Lucius, instructing him to take them to Gringotts to exchange for galleons. A magic contract had already been signed between the two sides, and Lord Voldemort was not worried that the goblins would play any more tricks. Lucius put the gold bars into a pocket enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, then apparat to the familiar nocturne alley, walking briskly towards Gringotts. About half of this gold would be swallowed by the goblins, and of the remaining 50%, 5% belonged to Lucius. This was indeed a lucrative position. Just as he was about to exit the alley, an iron fist, accompanied by a fierce wind, struck him in the face. Lucius immediately drew his wand and cast a silent stupefy. However, a shimmering silver mist appeared on the iron fist, completely ignoring the stupefy, and forcefully struck him in the abdomen. Lucius vomited with a gasp, then collapsed to the ground unconscious. Robbery? This was Malfoy's last thought. When he woke up, a person with the lower half of their face covered by a black cloth stood before him. But with just a look at those eyes, Lucius knew who he was. The hateful Canopus Black, a little wizard even the Dark Lord dared not underestimate. That silver mist that could resist spells, wasn't that his signature ability? What do you want? I am a law-abiding citizen. Lucius shouted. Haha, Lucius, you're quite a comedian. The masked man laughed exaggeratedly, clutching his stomach. I'm too lazy to say more to you, hand over the gold in your bag. You dream. Lucius roared, this gold does not belong to you. But it doesn't belong to Lord Voldemort either, the masked man laughed. It's fine if you don't hand it over, I won't do anything to you. Anyway, Lord Voldemort can perceive your approximate location and status through the dark mark, so I will send you out of the country with a port key, constantly advancing in a relay fashion. Do you think Lord Voldemort will believe you absconded with the funds? As the masked man spoke, he took out a silver candlestick and placed it on Lucius. Lucius's face turned pale. If Lord Voldemort thought he had absconded, his family would surely suffer a terrible fate. The silver candlestick began to shake violently in his arms, on the verge of activating. I agree, take it away, take it away. The masked man slapped the candlestick away and, with a smiling face, untied the pouch from Lucius's waist, letting him undo the enchantment himself. Relax, Lucius. You steal yours, I steal mine. What goes around, comes around. When Lucius was released, his face was bruised, his luxurious robes were torn, and he looked like a withered flower. Master, Black stole our gold. Lucius fell before Lord Voldemort. He said to tell you to come out and die early, or he would see who could rob faster. Actually, Kano hadn't beaten Lucius at all, but Lucius knew that if he went back like this, he would certainly not escape Lord Voldemort's punishment. It was better to make himself look more miserable, to appease Lord Voldemort. Lord Voldemort kicked Lucius in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Lucius let out two performative wails, secretly pleased. It seemed he wouldn't die today. All of it was stolen. Lord Voldemort's body surged with black mist in his anger. Didn't I tell you to take it in 2 parts? He forced me to take it all out, and if the amount wasn't enough, he was going to melt my galleons and remold them into gold bricks. Lucius's heart truly ached as he shouted this. He also said that if I didn't show up, he would go and rob other pureblood families on our side. To put it bluntly, Kano's current strategy was that no matter who robbed the vault, and no matter whose hands the gold bricks ended up in, he would specifically target the families who paid Lord Voldemort. If they could return the gold bricks, great. If not, they would have to compensate him with galleons. You do your robbing, I'll do mine, let's see who can't take it first. Lord Voldemort usually profited by breaking rules, but now facing the rogue combination of Kano and Scrimgeour, he was temporarily at a loss. Gringotts had no reaction. He nudged Lucius with his toe. Gringotts said they only handle gold exchange. Lucius shook his head. I can't go to the Ministry of Magic for an explanation, they're all in it together. Lord Voldemort's expression relaxed slightly. It seemed Gringotts was still maintaining its fence-sitter nature and hadn't outright stopped exchanging. If that was the case, then there was still a chance. Barty Crouch, who had recovered from his injuries, stepped forward. Master, we can have them hide and not show themselves, disperse the gold, and exchange it at other Gringotts branches in different regions. Even if his arm reaches further, he can't possibly grab every customer and check their spatial equipment. The several contributing family heads grew tense. This could indeed convert the stolen gold into galleons, but then they would all be targeted by Kano and become targets. But he said that if none of us show up, he will directly harm our industries, Lucius quickly added. But Lord Voldemort did not show mercy. He swept his cold gaze over the uneasy group and nodded. Do it this way. If you don't want to be caught by Black, then be honest and stay in your respective homes with your magic defenses up during this time. Wasn't that like being in jail by another name? Including Lucius, the several people made bitter faces and nodded. Dismissing everyone, Lord Voldemort sat in his chair, lost in thought. He couldn't just be a shrinking turtle like this. The divine power he had consumed during his last battle with Dumbledore was now almost replenished. Dumbledore, that old man, seemed unable to keep up with the current pace, becoming weaker and weaker, and was now no longer a concern. Instead, it was Black, that brat who had luckily won against him once when he hadn't fully recovered, and was now extremely arrogant. He couldn't let him be arrogant any longer. Lord Voldemort decided to set a trap for Kano, letting him step into it himself. Kano wanted to deal with Lord Voldemort, and Lord Voldemort likewise wanted to kill Kano. Lord Voldemort narrowed his eyes and began to calculate. First, a period of quiet, then a concentrated series of robberies. Kano, unable to find a target and now extremely inflated, would surely target the industry of some pure-blood family. And although his style of action was unconventional, his fundamental goal was still to recover losses for Muggles, so he would not purely destroy. The available targets for attack were limited. The old family estates had magic defenses, making battles both dangerous and arduous. Given this, he could only attack peripheral industries, such as a few limited potion plantations, or even directly attack those several dragon farms, killing dragons to pay off debts. At that time, I will personally meet him and kill him in front of the Death Eaters. Lord Voldemort chuckled darkly, his eyes darting, and he called for Snape. Severus, this is my plan. What do you think? Snape bowed respectfully. Master's consideration is thorough. Black will surely take the bait and meet a miserable end. Lord Voldemort nodded. Go, communicate with those family heads and set up all the port keys. Oh, and you can release some false information, which will also help identify the mole. Snape nodded and turned to leave. Lord Voldemort leaned back in his chair, relaxed. This was also a test for Snape himself. After such a long time, there was still no clue about the mole, and Lord Voldemort felt as if a thorn was in his back. Although Bella had not yet found any signs of Snape being the mole, Lord Voldemort believed it was necessary to test Snape often. It would be too ridiculous if he asked the mole to investigate the mole. Even Bella could not be fully trusted. The loyal Snape, after setting up the trap, immediately returned to Hogwarts. Kano had just finished robbing, handed over this batch of gold bricks to the Bank of England staff, and was sitting in the Hogwarts kitchen eating dinner. Snape walked into the kitchen and motioned for him to come out quickly. The two avoided the crowd and, half an hour later, arrived at the headmaster's office. Lord Voldemort has set a trap for you. Here are the specific arrangements. Snape pulled a wisp of silver memory from his temple, placed it in the pensieve, and let Kano see for himself. Also, the arrangements I told each core Death Eater are different. Snape orally listed several names. The Dark Lord wants me to continue identifying the mole. Kano smiled and nodded. In the plan Bella knows about, which plantation has the weakest defenses? Snape gave a cold smile. I knew what you were going to do, so in the plan I conveyed to her, the plantation with the weakest defenses is actually the one with the strongest defenses. You want to frame her, right? How can this be called framing? Kano stood up and stretched. Principal, how is your recovery? Dumbledore smiled. Not bad. What are your plans? Gringotts, that fence-sitter, is always a hidden danger. Perhaps you could visit them and talk, to give them a reminder. Dumbledore nodded. I have lived for many years and have a small reputation. That was not a small reputation, but the universally recognized, greatest white wizard of the age. If the wizarding world needs my strength, I will not shirk my duty. You only need to be present and show the goblins the live broadcast of my battle with Lord Voldemort, and that should make these greedy fellows sober up. I am that powerful, reckless little madman who acts without considering the consequences. Kano clarified his image in this play. I am that old man who considers the bigger picture and is soft-hearted. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. The two of them laughed in unison. Since Kano robbed Lucius and returned the recovered gold bricks to the Bank of England, Lord Voldemort and his associates temporarily quieted down. Did they want to celebrate Christmas? Kano didn't care. With Snape keeping an eye on things, he was happy to rest for a while. He had almost traveled around the world during this period. The Defense Association had officially started its activities even before Kano returned. Old Crouch, though serious and a bit extreme, strongly agreed with the idea of students arming themselves. He helped Harry apply for classrooms and borrowed many props that could be used for spell practice. He even made a list of commonly used spells and gave it to Harry to use as a teaching plan. During class time, not all students have the time and energy to master every spell. If you want to improve your spell casting, coming to this Defense Association for practice is a good choice. On the first day of official registration for the Defense Association, Old Crouch stood in the activity room and said this, strongly supporting Harry. Hermione and Ginny busily registered members, and soon, almost all 4th, 5th, and 6th year Little Wizards, as well as a small number of lower year and 7th year students, signed up. Of course, no one from Slytherin came. After all, their parents were the source of danger, so why would they worry about their own lack of strength and getting hurt in the future? But Harry and the other founders did not explicitly state that Slytherin students could not participate. After all, Dumbledore's opening speech emphasizing unity was still fresh in their minds, and there was no need to further divide the already fractured house relationships. I think there must be Slytherin students who want to come. Hermione said, pointing to the long registration list. They are just constrained by the Slytherin atmosphere and dare not come. Forget it, there's not a single good person in Slytherin. Ron interjected while writing his potion essay, if they do come, I'd welcome them to be spell targets on the opposite side. Ron, that's too much. They won't come anyway. Harry helplessly watched his two good friends quarrel again, but recently, he felt that the atmosphere between them during arguments seemed to be getting a bit strange. Why were they slowly starting to use their hands? Although the hits were light and clearly not forceful. I think Hermione is right. Slytherin isn't without half-blood wizards, but they can only cling to purebloods, acting as their followers. Even then, pureblood little wizards might not accept them. Kano lazily interjected. Kano's words greatly encouraged Hermione, though, should we encourage them to come to the Defense Association to participate in activities? Kano, do you think some Death Eaters might not be completely devoted to Lord Voldemort? Harry asked hesitantly. Kano nodded. Indeed, quite a few of them had no choice but to join the Death Eaters initially. These people often come from poor families and are assigned to Slytherin. From their student days, they depend on pureblood heirs, and after graduation, they have no prospects, so they can only continue to be their lackeys. Of course, later, these guys, to show loyalty to their master, were the most ruthless against ordinary people and can by no means be considered innocent. Kano made a summarizing gesture. The crux of the problem, to use the words of a former Slytherin principal, is improper house conduct. Harry sighed and said, then we should indeed try to bring some Slytherin students into the Defense Association, at least uniting those who can be united. Kano secretly chuckled. This was a magic weapon. Ron's suggestion is good, I think we can try it. The trio looked at Kano, who had a mischievous smile on his face, in surprise. Soon, the current president of the Defense Association, Harry Potter, announced that the next few lessons would gradually incorporate dueling training. Students who had not joined the Defense Association were welcome to observe and exchange ideas, and Canopus Black would serve as a guest, commenting on the performance of both sides. Mid-December, Saturday. The Defense Association began dueling training in the rented classroom. Today, there were more people than usual, and there was almost no standing room in the classroom. Among the crowd, many Slytherins were standing on tiptoes, watching. Kano sat in the center, with Harry and Cedric on either side. The first match was a demonstration, pitting the famous Harry against the exceptionally skilled Cedric. After they bowed to each other, they simultaneously cast spells. Cedric was a bit older, and his magical reserves and casting speed were slightly faster. Harry, having been trained by Kano for many years, had caught up on lessons during the holidays, and his mental fortitude was stronger. The two fought back and forth in the open space, spells flying everywhere. The protective shield Kano had set up rippled slightly. Harry's style was characterized by a head-on charge. While being reckless, due to his better physical condition, he often avoided Cedric's attacks by rolling without using spells. Once Harry got close enough, he began to constantly harass Cedric, advancing and retreating, making Cedric increasingly anxious. Cedric gradually became flustered, and his casting rhythm also suffered. Harry finally seized an opening, a direct expelliarmus flew out, and Cedric twisted his body sharply to dodge, then was caught by Harry, who had closed in, by his wand-holding hand. The little wizards applauded thunderously. Kano asked the two to summarize the battle themselves, and then Kano would offer his opinion. I still lack direct combat experience, Cedric said with a wry smile. No one wants that kind of experience, but it will be essential in the future. Kano shook his head, then suddenly shouted, Avada Kedavra. The students froze in terror, looking around. Several people screamed. Harry, on the other hand, rolled directly to the side, and with a transfiguration spell, he conjured a stone wall to shield himself. Kano raised his chin at a bewildered Harry. He will survive. Cedric nodded solemnly. Thank you, I'll remember that. The atmosphere relaxed again, then became even more enthusiastic. Finally, under Kano's subtle gaze, a Slytherin girl stepped forward. I want to participate in the dueling training. This black-haired girl seemed a bit scared. Kano even worried that her wand might accidentally poke her waist. Don't be nervous, you know the rules. Kano comforted her. Which student wants to practice with her? Luna enthusiastically stepped onto the field, performed a strange bow, and startled the girl into a daze. It's all right, relax, girl. Kano had to speak up to smooth things over, and everyone couldn't help but let out good-natured laughter. The battle ended quickly. Luna gracefully picked up her opponent's wand, which had been knocked away by an expelliarmus, and pulled her to Kano to await his comments. Looking into Luna's silver-gray eyes, Kano knew she must have understood his intention. Your fundamentals are good, you're just too nervous. Kano smiled. Look at Luna, she's practically enjoying this training. Go back and overcome it, try again next time. Next time. The Slytherin girl was a bit confused. Of course, come again next time. Kano replied with a smile. Luna nudged her with her shoulder, and she gave a somewhat dazed smile. That's enough for today. Lamorak, panting, disengaged from the fight and vanished into the morning mist. I didn't even use my divine power, why are you running? Kano shouted, I know you even found someone to accumulate status with before training me, and you still can't withstand my attacks. A coarse expletive came from the mist. I'm not doing this anymore. You wait for Lancelot. Kano scratched his head. The little unicorn let out a ridiculously uncharacteristic, spastic laugh, which Kano promptly smacked on its head. Mind your manners, or your parents will think I've corrupted their child. The little unicorn was in its adolescence, but showed no signs of rebellion. It snorted twice, returning to its elfin, serene demeanor. Just then, a signal arrow shot into the sky. Kano recognized it as the centaur tribe summoning him. Soon, he and the little unicorn arrived at the entrance of the centaur tribe. Abby, a centaur who had grown into a young woman, greeted them, looking somewhat flustered. Is there something urgent? Kano quickly asked. Hurry and come with me, Father and Firenze have already gone. Kano saw Ronan give him a wink from inside the tribe's gate, knowing that the elders had already arranged for guards to stay behind. They quickly reached the destination and found Hagrid, whom Kano hadn't seen in a long time, surrounded by a group of centaurs. There were several bleeding cuts on his face. Hagrid. Kano quickly ran into the circle and helped him up. How are you feeling? I'm fine, I'm fine. Hagrid swayed, and Kano quickly steadied him with force. Only because of Kano's good physical condition, anyone else would have been knocked to the ground. Although the centaurs surrounded Hagrid, they all had their backs to him, their bows and arrows pointed outwards, at a giant creature in the shadow of a hillside. Hagrid, what in the world are you doing? Bane's black tail impatiently swished. What is that thing? What new monstrosity have you brought back? That's not a monstrosity. Hagrid argued loudly, then, feeling guilty, lowered his voice. That's my brother. A giant? You brought a giant back to the Forbidden Forest. Even Firenze's voice became agitated. He will disturb everyone and give them no peace. But he's too short, if I send him back to the tribe, he'll die. Hagrid stubbornly shook his head, like a black-furred lion scratching an itch, and he's very gentle. The short giant seemed to hear some movement and stood up from the shadows with a yawn. Kano observed him carefully, realizing he was nearly 5 meters tall, with messy hair like Hagrid, a round head, and 2 prominent ears. If one ignored his rotten teeth, he looked quite amusing. Hagrid. He rubbed his eyes, happily called Hagrid's name, and stumbled towards him, like a dump truck full of sand and gravel. The centaurs scattered at Kano's signal. Kano himself did nothing, but watched the giant nervously. The giant suddenly braked, his large feet plowing 2 deep furrows in the ground, but he still slammed Hagrid hard, sending him flying. Hagrid, being strong, immediately got up and chattered with the giant. "Grop, good boy." Hagrid wiped his bleeding nose, pointing at the giant as he introduced him to everyone. The giant named Grop extended his palm in a friendly gesture to Kano. Kano didn't exert himself and was pushed to the ground. Grop immediately became interested and extended his hand again to Kano, who had just gotten up. Abby and the little unicorn both wanted to intervene, but Bane stopped them. This time, Kano gathered all his strength, grabbed Grop's hand, swung him over his head, and slammed him onto the ground. "Hagrid, in giant language, how do you say, 'I am the boss'?" Hagrid opened his mouth in confusion. Kano repeated it twice himself, then, dragging Grop's large head, looked into his small eyes and said it twice more. Grop seemed to understand something and stood submissively behind Hagrid. This way, at least it ensured that Grop wouldn't accidentally kill humans similar in size to Kano when he saw them. After all, a weak human could still throw him down when angry. Kano had Hagrid act as a translator, and with the help of the centaurs, drew a large enough area for Grop to move around in. If he crossed the line, he would be beaten. Kano then pulled up several thick old trees in front of Grop, making the strength-worshipping giant instantly become a fan. Of course, he didn't see Kano secretly putting these trees back into their original holes, and even subtly sending some magic to them, making them even greener. "That's finally sorted out." Kano sighed. "Did you report back to Dumbledore after you returned?" Not yet." Hagrid used a handkerchief to staunch his incessantly bleeding nose. "I'm going now." "Hagrid, I must warn you, if you bring any more of these chaotic creatures into the Forbidden Forest, you will completely lose the friendship of the centaur race." Firenze said sternly. "He's my brother, not chaotic. If we hadn't considered that, we would have started a war today." Bane angrily played the bad cop. "Thank Kano, otherwise this giant would rot in the Forbidden Forest sooner or later." Although Hagrid was angry, he knew he was in the wrong. Kano had helped deal with the previous Acromantula, and now Grop had also been temporarily tamed by Kano. He owed a considerable favor. Hagrid decided to make a batch of rock cakes and send them to Kano later. Completely unaware that Hagrid was preparing to murder him, the two arrived at the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was drinking steaming potion with Snape's help, looking increasingly like a truly centenarian old man. "Hagrid, you've had a difficult journey. How are things with the giants?" Hagrid shamefully rubbed his head. "We couldn't convince the giants not to participate in the war, but there aren't many giants left now anyway." Hagrid told them that at first, his and Madame Maxime's mission went smoothly. After arriving at the giant settlement, they successfully made the giant leader, Carcus, favorably disposed towards Dumbledore's side. But then the Death Eaters came. Because Lord Voldemort urgently needed help, and the giants didn't recognize Galleons, only liking magic creations, the Death Eaters brought out a large number of impressive, hard-to-monetize treasures, which completely swayed the giant leader. But they rejoiced too soon, because their excessive generosity directly ignited the giants' greedy nature. Hagrid shook his head. The giants first fought among themselves for the treasures, and then tried to capture several Death Eaters to extract all their treasures. Kano listened carefully. Because the Death Eaters brought more treasures, this battle was more intense than in the original story, almost wiping out the giants of this tribe. Carcus died, and the leader became Golgomath, but only 3 or 5 giants were left in the entire giant tribe. Hagrid's expression became very complex. It seemed that even if these few survivors sided with Lord Voldemort, it wouldn't be of much help. "You've worked hard, Hagrid." Dumbledore nodded. "Go and rest now." After Hagrid left, Dumbledore continued to converse with Kano. "The giants seem to be nothing to worry about now," Kano said, leaning back in his chair, somewhat relaxed. "What about the vampires?" Dumbledore smiled and nodded. "The vampires of Transylvania are not preparing to participate in the Wizarding War. Although Lord Voldemort also sent people to find them, they very clearly refused. Lord Voldemort was a good student, he couldn't possibly not know how vulnerable vampires were in front of wizards. It should be known that the profession of vampire hunter is even illegal now, just to protect those law-abiding vampires. But Lord Voldemort still sent people to contact them. it could be said he was grasping at straws. Besides these two creatures, only the werewolf's combat power is still decent, Kano said, stroking his chin. How are things with Lupin? After Lupin publicly revealed his werewolf identity and took up residence at St. Mungo's Hospital, the treatment of werewolves gradually began. At first, only some truly desperate werewolves came to St. Mungo's, accompanied by their families. They had heard and believed various street advertisements countless times, and had become numb to being deceived. If it weren't for Lupin's personal testimony this time, and the endorsement of St. Mungo's and Hogwarts, no one would have come at all. After injecting the inexpensive serum, Lupin held their hands and, on the night of the full moon, bathed in the moonlight outside the gates of St. Mungo's. That night, the werewolves who hadn't transformed cried with their families, hugging each other. Lupin didn't know how many times he had been hugged, countless hands tossed him into the air, and he felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Many werewolves, because they were constantly ostracized, had no choice but to rely on Greyback. Your serum saved them before they completely fell into darkness. Dumbledore, very pleased, took out a large stack of thank you letters and handed them to Kano. As you instructed, Lupin did not tell the werewolves who made the serum, so they could only thank you in this way. Kano looked at the various languages on the signatures of the envelopes and smiled, nodding. That's enough, honor is not important to me. So, all the werewolves who wanted to return to normal life have now received treatment. Kano's smile became somewhat cruel. The rest are scoundrels who enjoy eating people, right? In fact, Greyback's gang has already started spreading rumors. Green flames ignited in the fireplace, and Lupin, wearing a travel cloak, stepped out. His demeanor was still gentle, but the melancholy between his brows had dissipated a lot, his graying hair was neatly combed, and his clothes, though still simple, were no longer shabby. He said the serum is a creation of the devil, and that injecting it will lead to mind control, Lupin said, nodding to Kano and Dumbledore before sitting in a chair. They also said that the person who made the serum is an old monster, and that you were the one who spread lycanthropy. How creative, Kano laughed heartily. It seems these guys can't hold back anymore. Perhaps, Lupin said with a wry smile. I've tried my best to communicate with them, but it's really hard for people to understand each other. How could some people believe that lycanthropy is a gift from heaven, and that they will tear apart anyone who cures them? Lupin touched his cheek. The tearing pain of transformation was still very clear. You've worked hard, Dumbledore said with a smile. Have they confirmed they're joining forces with Lord Voldemort? Yes, as far as I know, Fenrir Greyback has been allowed to wear the Death Eater's black robes, but has not yet received the Dark Mark. This was normal. Lord Voldemort didn't even care about Muggle-born wizards, and werewolves were nothing more than beasts in his eyes. And the reward? Free reign to eat people. The three people in the room simultaneously showed expressions of disgust and anger. Originally, Lord Voldemort also planned to use the galleons obtained from robbing gold bars to hire another group of dark wizards abroad. However, you made them temporarily stop their actions, and last time, Crouch also almost rounded up all the cheaper dark wizards. Now, the remaining ones are powerful but shrewd individuals who are good at judging the situation. With you and me present, they won't take jobs without a hefty price. Lupin looked at Dumbledore curiously but did not ask about the source of this information. Kano knew full well that it must have come from Snape. At this moment, in Malfoy Manor, a pre-war mobilization was underway. Crouch stood before the Death Eaters, conveying Lord Voldemort's instructions. This time, the targets are still those Muggle vaults. After breaking through the outer defenses, let those controlled by Imperio move the gold bars. 3 to 5 pieces per person is enough. These controlled Muggles can all drive iron boxes. Let them blend into the crowd, drive away with the gold bars, and we'll go to their homes later to retrieve the gold bars, understand? A Death Eater raised his hand. What if the Ministry of Magic's orders come? Anyway, the Muggles are already controlled by Imperio and will act according to instructions until the magic is lifted, Crouch said impatiently. You just leave directly after breaking the defenses. Remote control is also fine. The Death Eaters expressed their agreement unevenly. Soon, Scrimgeour received warnings from the Aurors. 7 underground vaults and a dozen banks were simultaneously attacked. The attackers struck and left, but a large number of civilians began to flood the scene, chaotically robbing banknotes and gold bars. Stop them all. Scrimgeour also knew Kano and Dumbledore's plan, but as Minister of Magic, he couldn't just sit by and do nothing about the attacks. Soon, the losses were tallied. Approximately 70 gold bars were stolen in this round of attacks, and hundreds of civilians were manipulated or injured. I know this was bound to happen, and I trust your abilities, but can you speed things up a bit? Prime Minister Major was somewhat overwhelmed, but his tone when speaking to Scrimgeour was still calm. The recent attacks have been too disruptive, even with the Ministry of Magic's help. It's hard for me to conceal them, Prime Minister Major said seriously. If the situation continues to worsen, I might be impeached. Believe me, if I step down because of you, the next Prime Minister will definitely not have a good attitude towards you. Don't worry, Minister Major. Scrimgeour, as a politician, could also understand the current situation. Kano will be fully in charge of this matter, and I completely trust his abilities. The Prime Minister nodded. He was the one who helped recover the gold bars last time. If it weren't for knowing he's in charge again this time, how could those bankers be so calm? We trust him as much as you do. At this time, the highly trusted Kano was diligently writing a leave request. Dumbledore strolled into Gringotts, looking up and smiling at the goblin. Goblins indeed spared no effort to protect their wealth, but they were equally greedy when plundering the wealth of others. A nervous goblin stepped forward, respectfully inquiring about Dumbledore's purpose. Dumbledore exchanged a few quiet words with him, then was led upstairs to the manager's office. Welcome, Mr. Dumbledore. Your presence truly honors this place. The old goblin stood up and shook Dumbledore's hand lightly. Hello, Mr. Asuli. Dumbledore sat down in a luxurious chair. Before Dumbledore could speak, Manager Asuli spoke first. If you are here today to stop Gringotts from exchanging galleons for the gold provided by the Death Eaters, then please save your breath. On the contrary. Dumbledore took out a crystal ball and placed it on the table. Today I only brought my ears, not my mouth. The crystal ball projected an image, and Kano's handsome face appeared on the screen. How's the signal? Kano waved his hand theatrically. Ah, I almost forgot. Then he pulled out a black face mask and put it on. Is this the Rosier family's plantation? Asuli recognized Kano's location from the surrounding images. What is he going to do? I said it first, if the Death Eaters steal gold, I'll steal from them. Kano couldn't hear Asuli's question, but he still muttered to himself, oh dear, I hope my bag is big enough. Kano raised his wand, and violent silver magic surged out, washing over the plantation like a tsunami. 5 or 6 powerful defensive magic spells were triggered simultaneously, shrieked, and then shattered at the same time. He hummed a tune from GTA and sauntered through the gate. Inside, black slaves in shackles were toiling in the fields, mechanically tending to the herbs. Hearing footsteps, they looked up blankly, watching Kano walk in. Kano scratched his head. He truly hadn't expected that in this day and age, the Death Eaters would still be so aristocratic. Everyone, get out of here. Kano waved his wand, and hundreds of spells flew out simultaneously, shattering the handcuffs and leg irons on the black slaves. The black slaves scattered and fled, while Kano himself bent down and happily began harvesting the mature herbs. The explosive sound of hundreds of people operating simultaneously came from beside him, and a powerful, evil will appeared in Kano's perception. Then, anti-apparition charms were set up, and several dragons appeared in the sky, controlled by the Death Eaters. Kano did not look up, but continued to pick and choose herbs. The 100 or so Death Eaters present and Lord Voldemort himself remained silent, and the plantation was eerily quiet. Everyone's here. Kano tied up the mouth of his bag with satisfaction and smiled at Lord Voldemort. Quite a big scene. Canopus, I admit I underestimated you last time. Lord Voldemort said hoarsely, but I am not as weak now as I was when I first resurrected. You have no chance of winning, why sacrifice yourself for Dumbledore? Kano burst out laughing. Opposing you means sacrificing myself for Dumbledore? Tom, is your brain filled with dragon dung? Lord Voldemort angrily raised his wand, and Kano also flicked his wand, still muttering. See, you still get angry when I speak. You know I won't say anything nice, so why come here to be insulted? Isn't that just asking for it? Avada Kedavra. A killing curse even more terrifying than last time surged out, and everyone's faces turned a ghastly green. Kano stomped his foot, and the ground of the plantation suddenly rose, a small hill blocking Lord Voldemort's killing curse. Tom, try to stay alive, I'm serious. Kano channeled his divine power, and half the sky suddenly darkened, with dark clouds covering the sun and rolling thunder. In the other half of the sky, the sun's rays were scorching, and even the air seemed to ripple from the heat. The ground cracked inch by inch, and viscous magma climbed up through the fissures in the earth. Hurricanes formed out of thin air, surrounding all enemies. Attacks from 3 directions, sky, ground, and wind wall, descended simultaneously. The miscellaneous Death Eaters on the outermost periphery, unaware of Kano's power, all used transfiguration to protect themselves. After the hurricane passed, only dozens of clean, white skeletons remained. The core Death Eaters quickly approached Lord Voldemort for shelter. Lord Voldemort had originally intended to mock Kano for wasting magic, but then flames, lightning, and scorching sunlight rays fell simultaneously, and his divine power defense was instantly pierced like a sheet of paper. In just one breath, Lord Voldemort felt himself being roasted crisp. One of his arms and both legs were directly vaporized by the sunlight, lightning crackled over his mangled body, and half of him twitched constantly. If Lord Voldemort had been more cautious, he wouldn't have been so miserable. But he always believed that Kano had not achieved godhood and could at most wear down his divine power with his abilities, but could not kill him. Kano exploited this underestimation. This attack drained 1/3 of Kano's divine power, which was the maximum strength he could muster in a single strike. Kano suppressed his physical discomfort, and 2 lightning bolts, imbued with divine power, struck down again. Lord Voldemort let out a horrific howl. Several Death Eaters instantly exploded into a bloody mist, swallowed by Lord Voldemort like a giant whale sucking in water. His mangled body immediately grew new limbs, and viscous, oil-like black divine power poured out from around him, barely blocking Kano's divine lightning. Still shaken, Lord Voldemort saw Kano's body shimmering with light, and silver-white rays emanating from his eyes. He immediately unleashed a killing curse to counter it, and the scorching energy splashed like molten steel at the point of contact. "Retreat! Retreat!" Snape, uncharacteristically, shouted loudly. The terrified Death Eaters awoke as if from a dream, quickly beginning to dismantle the anti-apparition charms they had set up. Lord Voldemort felt a wave of weakness. The divine power he had accumulated during this period was almost depleted. Kano was not feeling well either, with only about 1/3 of his divine power left. Even if he used it all, he might not be able to stop Lord Voldemort from escaping. But the more critical the moment, the less he could show hesitation. Hadn't Lord Voldemort's grey face been squeezed until it turned white? Kano exerted his full power, and Lord Voldemort, unable to sustain it, knelt on the ground. The confrontation between the silver rays and the killing curse began to lose balance, and the point of conflict rapidly rushed towards Lord Voldemort and the Death Eaters. "Go, Master, go." Snape grabbed Lord Voldemort's shoulder forcefully. At the critical moment, the anti-apparition charms were finally broken, and the Death Eaters immediately fled, leaving nothing behind. "Master! Master!" Bella wailed as Rodolphus dragged her away via apparition, and they vanished. Only Snape pulled Lord Voldemort, interrupting his spell duel. "Sectum Sempra! Sectum Sempra! Sectum Sempra!" 3 consecutive spells briefly blocked Kano's attack, and Lord Voldemort took the opportunity to start spinning in place. Snape was enveloped by the silver rays, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Lord Voldemort extended a hand during his spin, gripping Snape's shoulder tightly, and vanished with him into the air. The projection ended, and Dumbledore interlaced his fingers, looking at Asuli. He remained silent. "Gringotts will remain neutral," Asuli said with difficulty, while Dumbledore remained silent. "We will no longer exchange Muggle gold ingots of unknown origin." Half an hour ago, Asuli didn't want Dumbledore to speak. Now, Asuli wanted to kneel and beg Dumbledore to speak. Finally, facing Dumbledore's calm gaze, Asuli's legs went soft, and he slipped from his chair. "We will not take the opportunity to acquire the Death Eaters' properties, nor will we purchase the magic items they sell." Asuli slumped to the ground, his thin body curled into a ball. "We can only do this much. We cannot freeze the Death Eaters' vaults. Doing so would completely destroy Gringotts' prestige and destabilize the wizarding world's financial system. You don't want that, do you?" Dumbledore stood up, looking down at Asuli, who was clutching the hem of his robe with his slender fingers, and said softly, "I must admit, Gringotts is very important. We certainly don't want to destroy the reputation Gringotts has built over hundreds of years. Before I came, Kano asked me to deliver a message to you. A lightning-sharp glint erupted in Dumbledore's blue eyes. He said, if Gringotts thinks it's so important, then I'll let them know it's not that important after all. I advised him not to get too agitated. But you must understand, Asuli. I am also a wizard, and while I advocate for peaceful coexistence with other races, that doesn't mean I will allow some ambitious individuals to suck the blood of wizards and still try to carve their flesh. Dumbledore pulled his robe hem from Asuli's grasp and walked out of the luxurious office. Asuli collapsed to the ground, finally understanding the helpless yet profound look the previous director had given him when he took over as head. Without absolute power, money and status are nothing more than castles in the air. If Lord Voldemort hadn't appeared, even Scrimgeour with a team of Aurors could have suppressed Gringotts. Unfortunately, Asuli had been too complacent recently, enjoying the brief good times of being a fence-sitter, and had forgotten the most fundamental thing. Thinking of Kano, wrapped in various kinds of magic, with silver light escaping from the corners of his eyes at the end of the scene, Asuli couldn't help but tremble. He hoped Dumbledore would live another 100 years and definitely stop this harbinger of death. A group of Death Eaters fled back to Malfoy Manor, only to realize they had left their master behind. Fortunately, a few seconds later, a disheveled Lord Voldemort appeared among them, carrying a charred Snape. "Get out all the potions. Get them out," he roared, his bloodshot eyes sweeping over the cowering Death Eaters. Bella rushed forward to check Lord Voldemort's condition, and Lord Voldemort couldn't help but show a hint of disgust. However, he still retained his sanity, knowing that Bella had been dragged away by her husband, and in that situation, leaving quickly was the right thing to do. But human hearts are not rational. The truly loyal servant, Snape, was awkwardly carried into a room. Lucius's wife, Narcissa, was called to give Snape a simple examination. He has severe burns, and his magic is extremely chaotic. He must be sent to St. Mungo's immediately, or he will surely die. What are you waiting for? Lord Voldemort roared, and immediately a few Death Eaters with no criminal records took him away. The core Death Eaters knelt in a circle, and Lord Voldemort sat weakly in a high-backed chair. He couldn't have become so strong in such a short time, Lord Voldemort muttered with lingering fear. He must have used some method with huge side effects. More than one Death Eater secretly thought that the boy looked quite relaxed. He didn't seem like he had used any sinister methods. But no one dared to voice this, so they just kept their heads down and remained silent. "Lucius, you go and connect with the people at Gringotts and exchange the gold for galleons as soon as possible," Lord Voldemort instructed. "Snape, never mind, Rodolphus, once the galleons arrive, you take them to contact foreign mercenary wizards and sign magic contracts with them before they get the news." The two received their assignments, stood up, bowed, and left. Lord Voldemort thought in silence for a while, then had Crouch step forward. "Barty, you go and collect these things for me." Lord Voldemort handed him a piece of paper. "No need for secrecy, but be quick." Crouch immediately burned it after reading it, nodded, and also left the room. Now, only Bella remained kneeling on the ground. "Bella, you are my most trusted subordinate. I need you to do something for me." Bella was eager for an opportunity to show her loyalty to Lord Voldemort. The search for the mole had been fruitless for some time, and her performance just now wasn't good, which made her even more desperate to prove herself. Lord Voldemort took out a dozen magic photographs from his pocket and handed them to Bella. Bella looked at the photos in confusion, then raised her head to look at her master, puzzled. "Some time ago, an old monster in the wizarding world developed a potion called the Progeny Potion," Lord Voldemort said slowly. "Many pureblood families have new heirs because of it. This is also why they are so short on money lately." A cruel glint appeared in Bella's eyes. "Kill them all, let these." Even Lord Voldemort was startled. If Bella really did that, he, Lord Voldemort, would truly be abandoned by everyone. Of course, he didn't show it. After all, for fanatics like Bella, if you don't act crazier than them, you can't control them. "No rush, first go and capture them, do not harm them for now." Lord Voldemort calmly spoke to cool Bella down, and then she also left the room. Lord Voldemort finally couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of black blood with a scorching aura. The black blood, no longer suppressed, burned into a white fireball in the air, making Lord Voldemort's face in the dark room even paler. "What's wrong with that boy?" Lord Voldemort finally caught his breath, recalling Kano's every move, still shaken. Snape had told him that Black had disappeared for a while, going to Durmstrang to retrieve the antidote for the snake spring poison. But he had used divine power when refining the snake spring poison. Where did this antidote come from? Did Black have an extraordinary encounter at Durmstrang, like an Egyptian pharaoh, becoming a god under the patronage of some Norse deity? But he didn't feel quite right. The battle was so intense, yet no faith power seemed to flow into him. It was precisely because of this that Lord Voldemort was convinced Kano had used some underhanded trick. Regardless, I must seek new power. I hope Crouch can find those things soon so I can try again. I also need Snape to check on Black in a few days to see if any problems have arisen. Thinking of this, Lord Voldemort angrily tapped his head. Snape was an unquestionably loyal servant. He hoped he would pull through this time. But Bella's performance this time greatly disappointed him. Sending her to do such a hateful job just now was also a test. According to the records provided by Snape, among the defense plans Bella knew, Rosier Manor had the fewest defensive magic spells, but in reality, it was the most heavily defended location. Black's performance this time was devastating. The defensive magic caused him no trouble at all. Therefore, Lord Voldemort couldn't confirm whether he had fallen into a trap due to the mole's incorrect intelligence or had simply been unlucky in choosing the wrong target. Bella. Kano lay on a bed in the school hospital, staring blankly at the ceiling. The trio stood by his bedside, practically bowing. "I'm just a little tired, you don't need to be so serious." Kano reluctantly came back to his senses and waved for the three to sit down and talk. "The Daily Prophet has published it. You defeated Lord Voldemort again." Harry excitedly pulled out a newspaper. The accompanying picture showed Lord Voldemort's limbs melting from Kano's attack. Kano smiled and nodded, acknowledging it. Gringotts had originally thought that since it was no longer on the fence, it would pretend nothing had happened. But Scrimgeour, full of suppressed anger, couldn't possibly let them off the hook. After getting Kano's permission, he extracted the saved footage and gave it to the Daily Prophet for publication. Several pictures, combined with the editor's text, vividly depicted the battle that night. Kano's status was once again elevated, subtly surpassing Dumbledore and showing a tendency to become the foremost white wizard of his generation. Gringotts' role in it was also exposed by unnamed sources, and the goblins' faces were thoroughly ground into the dirt and twisted a couple of times. "Is Lord Voldemort dead?" Harry asked eagerly. "I tried, but I can't kill him right now." Kano was also helpless. He had used all his strength that day, even feeling uncharacteristically exhausted after the battle, which was why he ended up in the school hospital. On one hand, dealing with Lord Voldemort with full power was truly tiring, and on the other hand, cooperating with Snape in the act was also not easy. He had long since agreed with Snape that if he could kill Lord Voldemort directly, it would naturally be a permanent solution, but if he couldn't kill him, Snape would need to find an opportunity to gain more of Lord Voldemort's trust. Unexpectedly, Snape took a direct hit to the face with the ray. If Kano hadn't urgently pulled back his power, he would have been directly vaporized. As the group chatted, Lucius sat in a Gringotts reception room, his face pale. "What? Why aren't you exchanging gold anymore?" Lucius, losing his composure, overturned the coffee table in front of him. "There is no why. Gringotts never needs to explain its actions." The cold-faced goblin impatiently waved his hand, and two burly goblin guards immediately surrounded Lucius and escorted him out. Lucius didn't resist. He dazedly returned to Lord Voldemort and recounted what had happened. By the time he recovered, a small mountain of gold bricks stained with purplish-red blood had been piled in front of him. Beside him were several pure-blood families' heads who had contributed money with him. Lucius's performance had already made these shrewd individuals understand Gringotts' attitude. So, what was Lord Voldemort doing with these gold bricks? "As you've probably guessed, our cause has encountered some difficulties," Lord Voldemort said calmly, "but we will not fail. We need more money to hire more helpers. Take these gold bricks first and exchange them for some galleons from your family vaults." The several family heads looked at each other, their expressions changing. Previously, when they put out money, it was an investment in Lord Voldemort, expecting to earn hundreds or thousands of times back through his prestige, just like during the last Wizarding War. This time, they were constantly spending money. Lord Voldemort's prestige was repeatedly setbacks, and the avenues for making money were completely blocked. Perhaps in their youth, they truly wanted to support Lord Voldemort in establishing a new order, but now they all had long beards. Who was still that naive? Once we win, there will naturally be rewards. Lord Voldemort also knew that his actions had broken a certain unwritten rule. If Lord Voldemort lost, these gold bricks would be worthless in the magical world, a pure loss. Lord Voldemort's actions were tantamount to an empty-handed swindle, turning cooperation into unilateral coercion, and the investors who had been attracted by future profits began to stir. But when had Lord Voldemort ever feared his Death Eaters? He stretched, and Bella brought out a tightly bound black man, clearly a slave who hadn't escaped from near the plantation at the time. Lord Voldemort seemingly casually touched his arm, and the dark mark appeared on the black man. The several family heads craned their necks, a premonition of ill fortune in their hearts. The next second, the black man was drained of all his blood, and a mist of blood poured into Lord Voldemort's body through his mouth and nose. Lord Voldemort sighed comfortably, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally sweeping over the Death Eaters kneeling on the ground. Everything had been chaotic on the battlefield at the time. Even if they saw it, they wouldn't dare to confirm it. But now, Lord Voldemort was eating people in front of them, and he specifically demonstrated the effect of the dark mark, which made them tremble. They finally remembered that the fellow in front of them was not the opponent they had faced at the negotiating table all these years, but the Dark Lord who ate people whole. "All right, you can all leave. Rodolphus is about to go abroad, you can discuss it with him," Lord Voldemort said lightly, satisfied as he absorbed the uncontrollable fear emanating from them. "Master, the children have all been brought here." Bella reported this to Lord Voldemort, who smiled and nodded. The several people leaving the room felt a tightening in their chests, exchanging terrified glances, then all ran to the fireplace. Powder was thrown in, and they frantically called out their respective destinations. Avery rushed out of the fireplace, taking 3 steps in 2, and arrived at the bedroom door. Soft sobs came from inside. He opened the door, his wife was crying, clutching a piece of children's clothing. Avery silently walked forward, embraced his wife, and looked at the empty children's room, a raging anger burning in his heart. Their family had difficulty having children, they had been married for many years without a child. The fertility potion that appeared 4 years ago had fulfilled their dream, and Mrs. Avery gave birth to a very cute little boy. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in Death Eater matters anymore, but also for the sake of his child, he had to answer Lord Voldemort's summons, considering it paying for peace. Unfortunately, now everything was for naught. His child was taken, and he was deeply mired. Avery felt disheartened. "They took our son." Mrs. Avery looked at her husband with tear-filled eyes. "Can we really not escape their control?" Avery thought of Lord Voldemort's live-eating performance today and then of the dark mark he couldn't remove despite all his efforts, and he nodded painfully. Lord Voldemort wanted both money and lives. "Should we go beg Dumbledore? We can give him our family fortune, as long as we can get my son back." His wife's words startled Avery, and fear of Lord Voldemort seized his heart. But then, he remembered Lord Voldemort's disheveled appearance today. Try Canopus Black, maybe he could have a way. Meanwhile, Lucius sat in his dining room, looking at a restless Narcissa, and sighed. He unfolded a letter and began to write a family letter to Malfoy in code. Cano lay in the school hospital for 2 days, then happily continued to attend classes. Everything seemed unchanged, but students who weren't very familiar with Cano now looked at him with awe. Until Christmas, Lord Voldemort's group remained quiet. Cano now had less than a quarter of his divine power left in his body, so even a direct assault on Malfoy Manor wouldn't be enough to kill him. Cano could only continue to search for a method of deification suitable for him. News from Merlin indicated that Kaiser also did not have any ritual magic for a druid to become a god. Speaking of which, druids themselves have a divine system, but they are all manifestations of nature, without the clear stories of the process of becoming a god found in other mythologies. They are born that way. Cano was at Hogwarts, Morgan was in Gensokyo, and the two of them acted separately, constantly poring over records related to deities. Harry arrived at the library, ready to attend the DA meeting with Cano. He approached Cano and found him holding a book from the restricted section, Medieval Bloody Sacrifice Rituals, frowning as he read it. "What are you looking at?" Harry whispered, "It's almost time, let's go to the Defense Association." Cano looked up at the time. "Let's talk on the way." That book records some bloody druid sacrifices. this content never appeared in the system I studied, Kano explained to Harry as they left the library. Bloody, aren't you able to wave almost all ritual offerings? Harry, who was familiar with Kano's abilities, asked curiously. White oxen and such, if they're waved, at worst, I'll use my own blood as a substitute. Kano shook his head helplessly. The bloody rituals I'm talking about aren't minor skirmishes, these rituals require human sacrifice, understand? Harry shivered. For example, the triple murder ritual I just read about: first, eat bread with mistletoe seeds, then tie the hands and feet and slit the throat or smash the head, and finally throw them into the water. Kano rubbed his arms, feeling very uncomfortable. The purpose of such triple murder was to prevent the victim from resting in peace, or rather, due to the victim's special nature, people hoped he would remain in the mortal world in a half-dead state, always on call. The subjects of the rituals were usually people of higher status, and the murdered individuals were often willing. But these records were left by the Romans. In books like Commentaries on the Gallic War, the Celts were depicted as barbaric, even cracking bones and sucking marrow during sacrifices. Kano pointed to his head. I never learned any of this, so I doubt the authenticity of these rituals. Harry nodded. Such slandering was quite normal. No one could expect conquerors to have a good opinion of the primitive religions of the conquered. Kano sighed. His sister Morgan hadn't found anything useful either. Lancelot would appear tomorrow, and Kano planned to ask this man, who had reached the pinnacle of the knight's path, a few more things. There was no progress on druid deification for now. Would the knight's path work? Kano and Harry walked through a corridor when a sudden whooshing sound came from behind them. Harry immediately pressed against the wall and raised his wand. Kano turned and caught the flying object. A paper airplane? Kano unfolded the paper airplane. It contained an incomprehensible letter, but the recipient's column clearly stated Kano's name. Interesting. Kano smiled, putting away the letter. I think something very surprising will happen today. Harry scratched his head in confusion. I know a few Slytherins recently joined the Defense Association. I can't imagine what else strange could happen. It wasn't until they arrived at the meeting place that Harry finally understood Kano's words. Draco Malfoy, without his cronies, came to the Defense Association alone, standing in the middle of the room, with the members staring at him like a monkey. What do you want? Harry said coldly, walking up to him. I don't think you need to defend against any threats. Malfoy's face flushed, seemingly very reluctant to be there. But he still spoke stiffly. I want to fight you, Potter. Harry repeated in surprise, fight me. Malfoy's face turned liver-colored, but he still nodded. A burst of laughter erupted from people of various houses in the room. The few Slytherins present struggled to hold it in. Harry's strength had long been unquestionable after multiple gatherings. He learned various offensive spells with ease and mastered them with practice, coupled with excellent physical fitness and the reflexes of a seeker, making him almost unbeatable within the school. Draco? Just a boastful rich young master. Malfoy, if you don't want to fight me, there's no need for us to have this match. Harry stood opposite Draco and said this, but Draco just shook his head. Serpensortia. A black snake shot out from Draco's wand tip and was accurately hit by Harry's Diffindo before it even landed, exploding into a cloud of black smoke. After that, it was a one-sided crushing. Harry quickly disarmed Malfoy with Expelliarmus, and Kano, as always, offered his commentary. All right, take your wand back and go rest. After Kano finished his commentary, everyone began to pair up and practice. Kano walked to a corner and openly pulled out the note Malfoy had discreetly slipped him earlier. Inside was a cipher key. Kano subtly looked around. No one noticed his actions. He took out the cipher, which had been folded into a paper airplane, and began to translate it in his mind. Soon, he understood the meaning of the cipher. Christmas morning, private room on the second floor of the Hog's Head Inn. Kano slipped the cipher into his pocket and silently shredded it with magic. Clearly, this was an invitation from Lucius. What Kano had envisioned was finally happening. Lord Voldemort, as an out-and-out tyrant, had his position built entirely on power and brutality. When Kano and Dumbledore repeatedly defeated him, his position would naturally become unstable. To maintain his position, he had to treat his Death Eaters even more cruelly, making them dare not harbor disloyalty. Although Snape was in St. Mungo's, Kano didn't know exactly what had happened. But it was certain that the more cruel Lord Voldemort's methods became, the more discontent the Death Eaters would feel. Continuing to follow Lord Voldemort would not only bring no benefits but also put their lives and property at risk. Given this, why not switch sides? Most Death Eaters, although having committed many evils, had no criminal records on the surface. The House of Malfoy was a prime example. From ancient times to the present, they had always been adept at choosing sides and profiting from it. Coupled with their performance in the original story, Kano had already expected them to be among the first or second to defect. The Avery family should also be soon. After all, according to information collected by Dream Potion Shop, old Avery himself had long wanted to wash away his dark mark and become an innocent man. He just didn't know how the other party would contact him. After these rounds of strikes and divisions, how many followers would Lord Voldemort have left in the end? In the early morning, a handsome knight in full armor rode out of the mist. Kano was similarly dressed. The two exchanged greetings by clashing their shields, then fiercely engaged in battle. They fought for dozens of rounds, relying purely on physical strength and combat skill, considering it a warm-up. "Should I use my trait?" Kano asked. "Please do. My trait is rather special, let's discuss it after this fight," Lancelot said with grace. Silver flames enveloped both Kano and the little unicorn. Without using divine power, this was the peak of Kano's strength and speed. Kano charged forward, his lance striking Lancelot's shield, breaking in half, and both simultaneously fell from their horses. But Lancelot stood firm, drawing his longsword with ease. "Not bad. Your strength is enough to stand above all others among the Round Table Knights." How strong was Lancelot, who had taken that blow without changing his expression and politely dismounted his horse. Kano also drew his oak sword and fought Lancelot. Naturally, he used the combat techniques developed with Lamorac's help. The trait's magic made his longsword like a chainsaw, biting at the shield with a buzzing sound. Lancelot simply threw away his shield, and azure magic covered his entire armor and longsword, meticulously countering Kano's attacks. Kano's Lawbreaker enveloped Lancelot multiple times, but he merely raised an eyebrow, with no sudden drop in strength occurring. This was insane. The two fought from dawn until noon, with Kano constantly absorbing Lancelot's combat techniques and growing stronger as they fought. But Lancelot was like the ocean, the tides rose and fell, unchanging for anything. Even with Kano's infinite stamina and magic, he couldn't endure this kind of training-like battle. He jumped out of the fighting circle and said seriously, "Sir Lancelot, I think we need to go all out." Lancelot nodded calmly, "Your strength is quite good, I have a good measure of it." "As you say." As soon as he finished speaking, Lancelot, abandoning his half-hearted attitude from before, charged forward ferociously. Within 10 moves, Kano's shield shattered, fragments scattering everywhere. Within 20 moves, Kano's sword was knocked flying. In the last 5 moves, Kano parried several attacks with his bare hands, finally being stopped by the tip of a sword at his chest. Kano felt like he was facing a living steamroller, rumbling and carelessly flattening him to the ground. Let alone Lamorak, even Tristan didn't possess this level of combat power. Lancelot's strength was simply on a different dimension from the other knights. Moreover, Kano didn't sense any divine power. He was truly this strong, purely by his own might. "Don't be discouraged," Lancelot smiled, "my trait is transcendence. As long as I train or fight, I will continuously grow stronger, without limits." Lancelot put away his sword and armor, revealing the face of a handsome middle-aged man. "Even after death, I never stopped training. How strong am I now? I don't even know. It's only natural that you lost to me." Kano sat on the ground, panting, the last few exchanges almost leaving him with psychological trauma. No wonder Merlin always said he hoped Kano could acquire a trait like Lancelot's. Mordred's trait, Rebellion, would at most make Lancelot weaker the longer he fought. But Lancelot's strength was far superior to Mordred's. He could defeat him quickly, which was naturally a way to break the deadlock. Of course, Kano had obtained the unique Lawbreaker, which had an even better effect, though it didn't help much with his own strength improvement. Lancelot actively sat beside Kano and spoke with some nostalgia. "In the past, the king and I often sparred. He envied my trait but never felt jealous, because I was his most loyal subject and his best friend." Kano's expression was very strange. After all, this most loyal subject was the catalyst for the Round Table's collapse. "Don't look at me like that," Lancelot said with a wry smile, patting Kano's shoulder. I heard you've been seeking a way to become a god recently. It's a good time for me to tell you these things. My foster mother was the Lady of the Lake. His expression became very complicated. She enlightened me, taught me martial arts, found me my treasured sword. Everything, except for my physical body, was given to me by her. When I left her side to travel the world, she gave me a prophecy. A prophecy. Kano frowned. Destiny. Yes, destiny told me that I would harm the person who trusted me most and destroy the thing I cared about most. Lancelot's handsome face twitched. Kano couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. His own destiny wasn't so clear, and the outcome, good or bad, could be strived for through human effort. But Lancelot seemed destined to be a tragedy. My foster mother told me that to break free from the manipulation of destiny, I had to become a true god. Later, I constantly went on adventures. My fame and strength grew, and I also joined the Round Table Knights. At the same time, my inner unease grew stronger and stronger. I was already so powerful, why couldn't I find the path to godhood? Lancelot said word by word, is it that the path for a knight to become a god is destined to be a dead end? What? Kano stood up in shock, is that your final conclusion? Calm down, Kano, Lancelot sighed. At first, I only had a suspicion. Until I returned home once and saw my foster mother again. I found that I actually developed a craving for her. Not love, but an instinctive craving for the divine aura on her. Lancelot finally posed a question. Kano, even if a knight's trait has a hint of a divine office's embryonic form, which mighty god do you think needs to kneel and pledge loyalty to a lord to obtain a divine office? Kano suddenly understood. The Egyptian pharaohs, while alive, were the great gods' representatives on earth, and after death, they became subordinate deities by attaching themselves to their divine offices. This was strikingly similar to the knight investiture ceremony. If the lord to whom a knight pledged loyalty was replaced by a god with a divine office, it would be almost identical. And the Chinese tradition of enfeoffing deities also granted power bonuses within the country. In a sense, they were also subordinate deities of Dragon Qi. So, knights are reserves for subordinate deities, and without the help of a god, they can never become gods on their own. Lancelot nodded, I believe so, but the ladies of the lake do not have the ability to enfeoff subordinate deities, so I eventually became disheartened. During that time, Guinevere constantly tried to comfort me. You know what happened next. He gave a bitter laugh. In the end, I still couldn't escape the shackles of destiny. All the mistakes, all the blame, lies with me. But becoming a god on the path of a knight, I advise you not to even think about it. Kano sighed, understanding Merlin's painstaking efforts. It wasn't that he hadn't considered other paths for Kano, but the knight's path, which required the patronage of a god, was already destined to be a dead end in this era. Should he continue to search for the druid method of deification? On Christmas morning, Hogsmeade was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Kano put on a grey linen robe, concealing his distinct presence, and arrived at the Hog's Head Inn. Aberforth Dumbledore, the owner, glanced at him, recognized his identity by a few secret marks, and then gestured that someone was already waiting for him in the room. Kano nodded slightly, went to a guest room on the second floor, and pushed open the greasy door. Inside sat a wizard, equally heavily muffled. Kano pulled out a chair, pushed back his hood, and sat opposite him. Let's get straight to the point, Lucius. What do you want, and what can you offer me? The wizard opposite sighed and pulled down his hood. A few years ago, a progeny potion appeared, and most pure-blood families bought one as a precaution. Now those children are 3 or 4 years old. Kano nodded. I've seen your family's second child, he's very cute. But what does this have to do with what you're going to say? Lucius tremblingly pulled out a flask from his and took a sip. Kano smelled fire whiskey. All of these children have now been taken by the Dark Lord as hostages, forcing us to continue serving him. Kano was startled. He thought Lord Voldemort would at most resort to personal threats, forcing his Death Eaters to sell everything they owned. To even seize heirs as hostages. This was a bit too much. So, you want to rebel against Lord Voldemort and cut your losses in time? Aye. The Dark Lord can kill people directly through the Dark Mark, aye. Lucius's emotions were somewhat out of control. He didn't know what to do. Lord Voldemort was never merciful. Traitors would surely have their entire families exterminated and be removed from the wizarding world. But now that Lord Voldemort was this insane, even if Lucius didn't rebel, could he guarantee he would survive under him indefinitely? With Lord Voldemort's unpredictable temper, who knew which unlucky soul a killing curse would take? Even a loyal dog like Bella wouldn't dare to approach Lord Voldemort when he was in a rage. But if he were to defect just like that, Lucius, due to various considerations, couldn't make up his mind. After a long while, Lucius temporarily stopped agonizing, composed himself, and spoke again. "We want to hire you to rescue the heirs of our families." Subsequently, Lucius meticulously recounted all the information he had gathered during this period. After Bella captured the children from various families, she confined them all together. This woman was ruthless and had no innate affection for children, so she naturally had no patience to personally attend to them. So she kidnapped a dozen Muggle nannies and confined them and the children in a villa. The villa has been placed under the Fidelius charm. We only know Bella as the secret keeper, but the possibility of extracting the exact location from her is too low. "The Fidelius charm is not an issue," Kano said with a smile. "I'm quite interested in what I'll get after I complete this task." Lucius pulled out a contract with a dozen crests on it. "We don't have many galleons left in total, which I presume is not enough for you to act even once." Lucius, with a heavy expression, pushed the contract forward. "This is 20% of each of our family's immovable property." "Lucius, are you playing dumb with me?" Kano laughed in exasperation. "At this point, you're still trying to straddle the fence. You know what I want." Lucius gave a bitter smile. "Black, what you want is for us to leave Lord Voldemort's faction, even if it's just to remain neutral." Kano nodded. "Lord Voldemort and my side are in a life-or-death struggle, and the window to switch allegiance is fleeting. But it seems you don't intend to join us, you just want a one-off deal, even if it costs you more money. But Lucius, you need to think clearly." Kano tapped the table. "Even if I rescue the children, what's to stop Lord Voldemort from capturing them again?" Lucius could only give a bitter smile. He had no confidence either. Kano spread his hands. "I won't take your money this time, but I will send those children to France. I swear on my magic, no matter who wins or loses between us and Lord Voldemort, these children will not be harmed." Lucius pondered. This was tantamount to transferring the hostages from Lord Voldemort's hands to Kano's. But since Kano dared to swear, the children's personal safety was certainly guaranteed. Even if the matter was exposed, the Death Eaters could claim that Kano wanted to threaten them with it, and they, even at the cost of their heirs, would remain loyal to the Dark Lord. At least it would save face, and Lord Voldemort would have no reason to get angry. However, there was a loophole here. If the children were sent all over the world, never to be found by their parents, this wouldn't count as actively harming them. In that case, which Death Eater would dare to fight Aurus with all their might in the future? If they really killed 2 people and angered Kano, what would happen if their precious child immediately went to Africa to dig coal? Seeing Lucius still hesitating, Kano presented a second condition. "I can remove the dark mark." Kano pointed to Lucius's arm. "I need to go back and discuss it with them." Lucius's eyes lit up. Lord Voldemort's terrifying displays were indeed effective. Every Death Eater was so scared that they began to consider removing the dark mark. Now that Kano's side had the advantage, if the dark mark could be erased, betraying Lord Voldemort was not unacceptable. "Have Draco tell me the result before noon tomorrow. I won't wait past then." Kano also stood up. "Oh, and Lord Voldemort can know the location of Death Eaters through the dark mark. What excuse did you use to come to Hogsmeade today?" "Don't worry, I just came to pick Draco up to go home for the holidays." Lucius had thought it through. The two left the room separately. Kano returned to Hogwarts and surveyed the map in the principal's office. In fact, the strength of each light dot representing a Death Eater on the map varied, and Kano, as the designer, could easily distinguish them. Bellatrix was a key focus. By replaying her recent frequent destinations, he could pinpoint where the children were being held. As for the Fidelius charm, Kano would rely on the seed he had planted in Bella. As long as he intentionally activated it, the trace of Kano's aura carried by the seed would absorb the host's magic and expand. This aura naturally couldn't be hidden from Lord Voldemort, but Bella's level was insufficient to detect it. Thus, as soon as Kano was brought by Bella within the protection of the Fidelius charm, he himself would gain access to the villa. Meanwhile, at St. Mungo's, golden and red Christmas decorations were hung here as well, even in the hospital rooms. Healers were making their rounds. This ward was filled with patients who had suffered severe magical injuries but were now out of danger after treatment. When the healer approached Snape's bed, he suddenly opened his eyes. 2. Cough. Snape's scattered gaze suddenly sharpened, and he forcefully cleared his thoughts. What day is today? The news of Snape's awakening spread like wildfire through both the opposing factions. On the side of the good guys, although the Daily Prophet did not publish the picture of Snape's final, self-sacrificing rescue, everyone generally believed he was injured in the battle with Kano. Snape didn't care, anyway, people usually didn't trust him, and due to his usual sharp tongue, no one would jump in front of him to say anything. On the side of the villains, a group of Death Eaters came to offer their condolences, acting all proper, constantly praising his unwavering loyalty, in their words, which made Snape feel sick to his stomach. Lord Voldemort only sent him a message. Heal well and recover as soon as possible. Just based on this sentence, Snape felt that his beating was not in vain. As long as he didn't make an undeniable mistake in the future, he wouldn't be suspected of being an inside man. Dumbledore naturally came to visit, but to Snape's surprise, Harry was chosen by Dumbledore as the student representative and was about to come visit him. Snape only wanted to say a few sarcastic remarks and quickly send him away. Every time he saw this child, he felt uncomfortable all over. Are you really going? Ron asked in surprise while eating dinner. Harry nodded, and Hermione's eyes widened beside him. This year's Christmas holiday, the trio all stayed at Hogwarts. Harry aside, the adult Weasley members were now busy with Order of the Phoenix matters, so much so that even the twins, who were still in school, were busy setting up the physical store provided by Kano. After talking with Kano, Mr. and Mrs. Granger decided to take a 6-month break and go abroad to avoid the limelight. So when Dumbledore decided to take Harry to visit Snape, the two of them knew immediately. Good, if he dies, I'll attend his funeral, Ron said acidly. At the funeral, Seamus and Neville should perform potion making on his grave. They'll definitely make the good teacher buried underground see the light again. A few days ago, Seamus and Neville's potions simultaneously exploded in potion class, spraying Ron, who was standing in the middle, all over, and he was still holding a grudge. Ron, don't be like that, Hermione quickly changed the subject. Going to see him is good. Maybe his ill will towards you will fade away. Harry smiled helplessly. Hermione still didn't know the inside story. In the observation ward, Snape lay quietly on the hospital bed, eyes open and silent, like a stone. Dumbledore pushed the door open and walked in, Harry closing the door behind him. Dumbledore made a gesture, telling Snape that the nearby surveillance personnel had been confused by his magic. Severus, how is your recovery? Thanks to the Dark Lord, I will soon be able to return to him. A cold sneer appeared at the corner of Snape's mouth. Why did you bring Potter? Is his potion level so bad that I need to tutor him from my sickbed? Dumbledore shook his head. Are you really not going to tell him? Snape seemed to choke, leaning against the headboard, staring intently at Dumbledore. You promised me. But now everyone might suddenly die. I am like this, Kano, who knows the inside story, is like this, and you, in the enemy's camp, are even more so. Dumbledore looked sincerely into Snape's eyes. If we all die, this past will forever. That's for the best, Snape said coldly. I don't need thanks, nor do I need understanding. Harry instinctively felt that this matter was related to him, but Snape was radiating an aura of no comment, so he didn't feel it was appropriate to ask. Harry is almost an adult, Severus, Dumbledore said softly. The Department of Mysteries hasn't been peaceful lately either. It's certain that Lord Voldemort is after the prophecy orb. Even if you don't want to, Harry is about to come into contact with this part of the past, and he will misunderstand you. Snape sprang up from the hospital bed, roaring frantically, then let him misunderstand, let him hate. I don't care, get him out. If it concerns me, I think I have the right to listen in, Harry said, raising his hand. With that sieve-like brain of yours, all of us will be killed by you. Snape sat back on the bed, sneering as he looked into Harry's eyes. Legilimency. Harry instinctively used a clemency to resist. A sound like metal clashing seemed to echo in the void, and both of them clutched their foreheads, their heads throbbing with pain. Harry still couldn't use legilimency on others, but he was already a master at a clemency. Snape looked at Harry in surprise, then put on his deadpan expression again. Dumbledore's lips curved slightly. Severus, do you have any other reasons to object? Dumbledore conjured a chair for Harry, and then sat down himself. Harry, have you ever wondered why Lord Voldemort has always targeted you? Because I inadvertently destroyed his body. Harry said without thinking. Snape let out a short, mocking laugh, but then fell silent again. And before that, why did he attack your parents? Harry subconsciously thought that Lord Voldemort was just performing his routine, but upon closer thought, his actions back then did seem peculiar. Dumbledore sighed. Back then, I received a prophecy. His parents defeated Lord Voldemort 3 times, born at the end of July, the Dark Lord would mark him as his equal, he would possess powers the Dark Lord knew not, and he would ultimately defeat him, putting him to death. After detailing the contents of the prophecy, Harry felt a bit dizzy. He touched his forehead. There was no doubt this was the mark left by Lord Voldemort. But how did Lord Voldemort know about this prophecy? His subordinate only heard the first half, so he didn't know that attacking you would instead mark you. Dumbledore sighed. Now, I hope. I implore you to remain calm and let me finish. Harry clasped his hands together, waiting quietly. That day, the Death Eater who overheard half of the prophecy was Severus. Snape closed his eyes, saying nothing. Harry felt as if his head had been hit by a sledgehammer. He spun his head sharply to look at Snape, his eyes burning with fury. It was from that moment that he began to serve us. Dumbledore quickly continued. He and your mother knew each other for a long time. He also didn't expect Lord Voldemort to choose the Potter family as his target. He came to beg me to protect your family. Harry knew the rest of the story. Wormtail messed everything up, and the prophecy still came true. Harry didn't know what to do. Objectively speaking, Snape was directly responsible for his family's destruction. But subjectively, he also didn't want these tragedies to happen, and even agreed to become an undercover agent for Dumbledore for that reason. Harry placed his hands on Snape's neck, slowly applying pressure, as if determined to strangle him. Dumbledore looked at Harry worriedly, and Snape also opened his eyes, gazing into Harry's green eyes. It was as if he was looking at another person through those eyes. You betrayed Lord Voldemort because personal grudge. Snape's throat was constricted, but he still spoke the words clearly. Harry took 2 steps back and quickly left the ward. Dumbledore nodded apologetically to Snape, then followed closely behind. Snape sat on the hospital bed, fiercely gripping his own neck with both hands, until tears streamed from his eyes. Auntie, lower your voice. Don't let the neighbors laugh at us. Petunia shrieked, stretching her neck. She suddenly remembered that today was supposed to be a wonderful no-Potter day. How could that boy be in her house? Harry appeared at the door, dusty from travel. Dudley reached out and took his dusty robe. Harry gave him a surprised look but didn't have the presence of mind to dwell on it. Auntie, do you know Snape? He asked in a hurry. Don't mention those strange people in my house. Uncle Vernon burst out of the bedroom, waving his fists, intending to maintain normal order in the house. Sirius appeared from behind Harry, smiling at him, and Vernon immediately quieted down. You know Snape, right? Harry was utterly surprised to see his aunt's hesitant expression. Don't mention him, he was a strange boy, just like your mother. Petunia clearly didn't want to talk about it. Tell me about him and mother, it's very important. Harry stepped forward, looking into her eyes. This is really important. Just as Harry was trying to uncover the past, Kano had already found the location where the children were being held. The identities of the missing nannies had also been confirmed. The Prime Minister had been in a frantic state over this matter recently, and the opposition party was making a big deal out of it. Kano once again helped the Prime Minister out of a difficult situation. He felt that the other party was noticeably more enthusiastic when receiving him. And Draco had also sent the final reply from the pure-blood families. They agreed to the rescue. Bella walked out of Malfoy Manor somewhat agitated and operated to a country villa. This was where the children were being held. Although Bella had assigned house elves to provide them with food and water, Lord Voldemort required her to check on them every day. If any child fell ill, they had to be sent out for treatment immediately, as they were all precious hostages and could not be harmed. Of course, Bella quickly found enjoyment in her work. Hearing her footsteps, there was a commotion in the villa, with many children crying softly, interspersed with a few adult sobs. A house elf respectfully opened the door, and Bella walked in with an arrogant air. Whose turn is it today? She pointed at a nearby chair, transforming it into a long whip with barbs. It's number 5. The house elf took out a notebook. Today she kept looking out the window and tried to call for help several times. Her again? Heh, it seems I've been too merciful. Bella's lips curled into a perverted, excited smile, and the whip cracked on the expensive carpet, leaving several marks. This was her game. Most of those children were spoiled at home and couldn't endure confinement. The Muggle nannies also constantly thought of escaping, and even with house elves watching, Bella was initially driven to distraction. Later, she simply set rules: 1 point deducted for looking out the window, 3 points for crying loudly, children's crying also counted against the nanny, and 5 points for calling for help. Every day, she would whip the nanny with the most points in front of everyone until there wasn't a single good patch of skin left on her body. As a result, both adults and children feared her, trembling at the sound of her voice, making management much easier. Aside from having to use some Trinity essence to mend the unlucky person's skin afterward, there was nothing bad about it. But today, Bella intended to retract her mercy and whip nanny number 5 to death. It was no big deal to capture another one, she was just annoyed by the trouble. This person wouldn't really think she was irreplaceable, would she? Bella walked into the living room, where adults and children knelt on the floor under the heavy pressure of magic. She took the chili oil from the house elf's hand and smeared it on the whip. Number 5, it's you again. Nanny number 5 was a redhead. She stubbornly tried to stand up but ultimately failed. Someone will come to save us, you pervert. Bella yawned, swung the whip, and struck her across the face. Blood flowed down her cheek, but the redhead gritted her teeth, not uttering a sound. The child she was responsible for was the second son of the Malfoy family. He was held tightly in her arms, and blood dripped onto his golden hair. This foolish girl was even afraid that Bella would harm the child, when in reality, these children were the ones Bella could least afford to touch. Bella whipped her more than 20 times in a row. The redhead was already a bloody mess, and by custom, it was time to stop. But how could Bella, who had already decided to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, be soft-hearted? Little Malfoy broke free from the redhead's gradually loosening embrace and spread his arms, blocking her. Enough. That should be enough. None of your business. Get out of the way. Bella waved her hand irritably to shoo him away. Little Malfoy extended his chubby hand and pointed at Bella. You are a bad person. The bad person from stories. Several nannies around also struggled against the magic, trying to crawl to the now semi-conscious redhead, shielding her with their bodies. You demon, you will definitely go to hell. Little Malfoy, come back, you're not needed here yet. Go ahead and kill us, see if you have the strength. Bella laughed in extreme anger, pulled out her wand, and pointed it at the redhead. Crucio. With a bang, the door panel detached from its frame and flew inward. The house elf, who was casting magic to suppress everyone, was slammed against the wall without a sound, splattering blood everywhere. Bella herself was hit directly in the face by a simultaneously fired Expelliarmus, not only dropping her wand but also flying backward, losing half her teeth to the floor. Bellatrix, you're still as perverted as ever. Kano strode through the doorway. Bella clutched her face, looking at him in disbelief. The Fidelius charm, it didn't work. Kano ignored her and walked directly to the redhead, feeding her a ripe acorn, then took out a bottle of Trinity essence and handed it to the lady next to her. Help her apply it to the wounds. Are you here to save us? Kano turned his head and found that it was the golden-haired little Malfoy speaking to him. Kano found it quite amusing and nodded. That's right, your parents asked me to save you. Can you make her run away? She's a bad person. Little Malfoy pointed at Bella, who was picking up her wand. Kano paused, then nodded. I will make her run away. Since you think she's a bad person, then don't become a person like that in the future, okay? Now, not only little Malfoy but all the children around also nodded. Kano looked at them and suddenly felt that Lord Voldemort had done a good thing. Bella finally picked up her wand, spitting bloody saliva, and pointed it at Kano. Avada Kedavra. Kano raised his hand, and a silver light blocked the killing curse. He stood up and walked towards Bella step by step. Bella used all her strength, but the green curse could not break through Kano's defense. Kano walked to her side, raised his other hand, and looked at her with a grin. Bellatrix, do you think Lord Voldemort will forgive you? Bella was blasted out of the window like a stone, flying several hundred meters through the air before rolling dozens of times on the ground. Kano had used gentle force, otherwise, she would have been a pile of flesh long ago. Looking at Kano, who was comforting the children, Bella gritted her teeth, apparat, and fled. When Bella returned to the villa, there was no movement. She pushed open the door first, and Lord Voldemort suddenly raised a divine power shield, while also spitting out a mouthful of black blood. The broadsword-style landmine exploded instantly, and over 700 steel pellets came flying, causing continuous ripples on Lord Voldemort's shield. Lord Voldemort grunted, his divine power shield expanded, and the storm swept across the entire area, not triggering a second landmine. Bella finally recovered, her legs feeling a bit weak, and walked to the table, picking up the note left on it. That landmine probably can't kill anyone, but this is a warning from the Muggle world. If you continue to kidnap indiscriminately, next time it will be missiles flying. The Ministry of Magic will also cooperate. Don't think you can escape. And don't even think about getting these children back, they're better off with me than with you. At the end of the note was a hand-drawn stick figure smiley face, indescribably mocking. Lord Voldemort said nothing, turned, and left. He must find a way to eliminate Black. As for Bella, at this moment, Kano had already used a port key to bring the nannies and children to a safe location, with 7 or 8 toddlers clinging to his legs, crying profusely. All right, I'll send your good older sisters home first. Kano was a bit flustered, but eventually, the nannies managed to calm the children. Government personnel, who had already been arranged, arrived shortly after, but couldn't separate the children from the nannies, so they took them all together. Fleur and the Delacour couple were waiting at The resettlement point, and immediately walked over when they saw Kano. Are these the children? Madame Delacour picked up 2 little girls and asked with a smile. Yes, I'll have to trouble my mother-in-law to look after them for a while. No problem, it's a good chance for Fleur to practice too, she'll need these skills sooner or later. Monsieur Delacour also stepped forward, and Fleur blushed crimson. The Delacour couple left with the children first, and Kano and Fleur began to whisper. You've defeated Lord Voldemort again. Fleur gently hugged Kano. When will he be completely eliminated? I can suppress him now, preventing his power from rapidly expanding. But to completely eliminate him, I can't do it yet. Kano appeared calm and collected in front of others, but he was honest with his beloved. He can't do anything to me, and I can't kill him in a short time. But once I find the ritual magic of deification, he's dead. Fleur nodded. I'll continue to search for information at Beauxbatons, and Crumb from Durmstrang has also mobilized many students to search their own ancient texts. Sean and Ife are also digging through old papers in Ireland. With so many people helping me, I will succeed. Kano smiled and kissed Fleur. Fiancés naturally had a lot to talk about. At this time, Harry had already returned to Hogwarts from his aunt's house, and Ron and Hermione were held by him, chattering for over an hour. So, Professor Snape and your mother were childhood sweethearts? Hermione asked in astonishment. Yes, Penny confirmed it. Harry nodded blankly. According to Sirius's description, they got along well for several years after entering Hogwarts. And at first, she really disliked my father. Something seems to have happened later that brought my parents together. Ron scratched his head. So, Professor Snape actually. Yes, almost everyone thinks so. Professor Snape himself didn't deny it. And so many years after her death, Professor Snape still seems to love her. According to Sirius's description, Professor Snape was obsessed with dark arts when he was at school, which caused him and Lily to gradually drift apart. Finally, the two completely broke up over a certain incident, and only then did Lily and James get together. No wonder Professor Snape had always targeted him. No one would like the child born to the person they loved and someone else. Kano walked into the common room with a joyful air, finding the trio in the corner looking overwhelmed. Remembering Dumbledore's conversation with him a while ago, Kano guessed their topic. Seeing Kano, a person with a girlfriend, appear, Harry's eyes lit up. After Kano sat down, Harry was about to tell the story again. All right, I know these things even better than you do. Kano raised his hand to stop him. If you have any questions, just ask directly. 1,000 words welled up in his heart, and Harry hesitated for a long time. What exactly happened back then that made them estranged until their deaths? A conflict. Kano summarized simply, the Marauders were keen on pranks, and often went too far. They weren't exactly pure good kids. Professor Snape was a reclusive dark arts enthusiast, naturally disliked at school. A conflict between bad boys quickly turned into the marauders ganging up on Professor Snape. Lily came to rescue Professor Snape, but in his wounded pride, he yelled "Mudblood" at her. Hermione covered her mouth, so that year during the fight, Malfoy was also punished by Professor Snape because he said that word. Kano nodded. Actually, Lily and Professor Snape had already embarked on different paths. It was only a matter of time before they parted ways. But such a separation was too sudden and painful, leaving Professor Snape resentful ever since. Harry nodded thoughtfully, feeling much better. So now, he still love, guilt, regret. If everything had been calm, Professor Snape's wound would have healed eventually. Perhaps in a few years, he would have broken free from this fruitless first love and found his own happiness. Kano sighed, but he directly caused Lily's death, and guilt was like a wedge driven into his wound, preventing it from ever healing. For so many years, he has been filled with guilt and regret, and also intense hatred. Towards Lord Voldemort, and towards himself. Just thinking about it made Harry's heart ache as if it would split open. Professor Snape had endured such torment for over a decade. That's why Dumbledore trusts him so much. Kano pointed to his chest. He doesn't care who wins or loses, he has no stance, he just wants to atone for what he's done. Once Lord Voldemort dies, will he also lose his will to live? Hermione asked with some fear. Look at him now, half dead. Does he look like he has a will to live? He's been a walking dead man for a long time. The trio remained silent for a while. This love was too twisted, too heavy, almost suffocating the adolescent children. What can I do? Harry asked hoarsely. Live. Kano answered without hesitation. You have half of Lily's blood in you, he wants you to live. In the dark room, Professor Snape, whose past had been exposed by Kano, was kneeling weakly on the ground. You think it was her? I suspect it, but it doesn't make logical sense. Betrayal doesn't need logic, only a sufficient price. Lord Voldemort sneered. I will be making fewer appearances recently. I will give her one last chance. The OWLS exam is one of the two most important exams in the wizarding world, and from here, little wizards begin to diverge. Only by achieving a certain grade in the exam can they continue to study that subject for the next 2 years, obtain a certificate, and thus pursue specific jobs after graduation. Therefore, career counseling becomes extremely important. Given that the wizarding world has not yet experienced employment difficulties, various units were quite polite, sending out a large number of brochures for students to read. Students discovered for the first time that there were so many professions in this world. Auror, healer, Ministry of Magic department staff, Gringotts Cursebreaker, Ron mumbled, flipping through the brochure. These are pretty standard, but what in the world is a troll security trainer? What do you want to do in the future, Harry? The future? Huh. After defeating Lord Voldemort, I might want to become an Auror. Harry paused. Dark wizards always cause trouble. Kano, what about you? Hermione turned to Kano. My future job should be similar to a Muggle liaison, Kano said distractedly. Even if Kano immediately started spending lavishly, he would never go hungry in his lifetime. Since work wasn't for making a living, he naturally had to find one that could best realize his self-worth. Kano would likely serve as a bridge between the ordinary world and the wizarding world, constantly adjusting the relationship between the two sides. In fact, he was already playing that role, just without an official position yet. Kano was currently thinking about the message Snape sent yesterday. Bella's screening had begun. Lord Voldemort had entrusted Bella with the task of seizing the prophecy orb and an inside man at the Ministry of Magic, but he only gave her permission to mobilize peripheral Death Eaters and werewolf troops, and strictly ordered her to keep it secret before acting. He was indeed obsessed with Harry and his own prophecy, but now Kano was clearly more of a threat. So, using this matter to test Bella was perfect. If the news still leaked under these circumstances, Bella would completely lose Lord Voldemort's trust. What if there was no motive? Even if she remained loyal, if problems always arose because of her, then Lord Voldemort wouldn't need incompetent useless people. Unfortunately, Snape directly gave the news to Kano, allowing him to calmly set a trap for Bella. Early morning, the harbor. A large group of yellow-skinned people in Zhongshan suits disembarked from the ship, and Kano and Scrimgeour were waiting there. Is that Comrade Xiao Qing? The middle-aged man leading the group walked up to Kano, and Kano shook his outstretched hands. "That's me, Uncle Chen, hello." Kano smiled and introduced him to Scrimgeour. "This is the father of a classmate of mine when I was in China. His family organized a magic construction team." "Mr. Chen, hello." Scrimgeour also shook his hand. "I hear you are the most efficient magic construction team in the world." You flatter me, you flatter me." Mr. Chen chuckled. "Let's go to the site for a survey first. After all, your requirements are quite complex." The two led the magic construction team to the Ministry of Magic in London and surveyed all the passages and corridors. It was office hours, and the appearance of a group of Chinese people attracted many curious glances. "Arthur, what's going on?" Someone saw Kano and asked Mr. Weasley nearby. "I heard the ministry is going to renovate recently. These people are a construction team Kano hired from China. They are not only professional, but also complete work very quickly. Is the ministry finally going to redecorate?" The bald man was overjoyed. "I've wanted a bigger office for a long time." "Don't think too much. They are here to install hidden defensive fortifications in the corridors. In case Death Eaters attack, we can rely on favorable terrain and resist step by step." Arthur dispelled everyone's beautiful fantasies. Those who had pricked up their ears around them let out sounds of disappointment and went back to their own work. Soon, this news was passed by the Ministry of Magic's insider to Lord Voldemort and Bella. "Our intelligence has leaked again." Lord Voldemort looked at the trembling Bella with a cold face. "Impossible, Master. This must be a coincidence. It's understandable for them to strengthen their defenses at this time," Bella said, trembling slightly. "Then complete your task before they finish the work." Lord Voldemort impatiently dismissed Bella. At night, Kano, Scrimgeour, and Mr. Chen were in a private room at the Leaky Cauldron, drawing on blueprints. "Yes, nesting them like this will work." Scrimgeour looked at the blueprint with satisfaction. "How long will it take to complete?" "It can be installed by noon tomorrow, and after 2 test runs after work, it can be put into use." Mr. Chen took the pencil from behind his ear and made 2 final adjustments. "That fast? What we brought are all modular portable spaces. They can be put into use with just a little modification." Mr. Chen then took out about 10 small wooden carved rooms from his bag, with spatial magic arrays carved on their surfaces. "When constructing domestically, we would still need another half a month to lay the central magic array to maintain the stability of these small spaces, then completely link them, and finally fix them. But this time, don't you only need them to be effective for half a month?" Kano chuckled. "Half a month might not even be needed. The moment you board the ship, someone will fall into the trap. That's not something we need to worry about. You pay cash, and old Chong vouches for you. I've never done such a pleasant business." The 3 burst into laughter. The next day, without anyone noticing, the trap was set. Before leaving, the magic construction team even left many measurement marks in the corridor, pretending to be still designing and not yet started work. In the early morning, before the Ministry of Magic's working hours, it was late at night and quiet. A large group of men and women in black robes poured into the street, squeezing into the telephone booth in batches. "Purpose of visit?" a cold female voice asked from the phone. "Lost and found." Soon, these men and women all arrived at the Ministry of Magic lobby on the 8th basement level. "Why is there no one on duty?" Bella muttered to herself, a premonition of dread in her heart. But the arrow was on the string, she could no longer hesitate. According to the plan, act. At Bella's command, these rather brainless peripheral Death Eaters and werewolves split up, pouring into various passages, their footsteps gradually fading away. She herself, accompanied by her large snake Nagini, headed straight for the Department of Mysteries. Because the prophecy orb could only be picked up by the person involved in the prophecy, Nagini, as a Horcrux, should also be able to act on behalf of Lord Voldemort. As for Kano's prophecy orb, Lord Voldemort told Bella to bring back the entire shelf, and a way would always be found. Bella descended in the elevator, and Nagini hissed, flicking her tongue. She felt that the surroundings were too quiet. Those crude beasts should have made some noise while ransacking and destroying the Ministry of Magic. Department of Mysteries. The elevator opened, and a dark, heavy door appeared before her. Nagini eagerly went ahead, slithering through the door. Bella followed Nagini through a black door and walked inside. Inside the door was a cavernous, dark hall, lit by eerie blue candlelight, with no windows. Black doors were embedded in the stone walls, one after another. As she stepped over the threshold, the black door slammed shut behind her. Then all the black doors in the circular hall began to spin wildly, until she could no longer distinguish which door was the way she came in. Bella clutched her wand. She had brought pain and death to countless people, but facing this scene, she felt powerless. Nagini was also a bit confused, unsure which way to go. First, find the time room. Don't touch anything inside. Bella mumbled Lord Voldemort's instructions, opening various black doors again and again. Each time she returned to the hall, the black doors would spin again. Finally, she opened a door, behind which hung all sorts of clocks. This was the time room. The time turner Hermione used was also a product from here. Bella hurried through the room to her destination, the Prophecy Hall, where countless prophecy orbs were displayed on shelves. Every wizard received a prophecy at birth, but they actually had no idea these things existed. Only the unspeakables working in the Department of Mysteries silently guarded these secrets. Nagini darted out, seemingly sensing something with Lord Voldemort's soul fragment, heading straight for a corner. Before Bella could even reach her, she saw Nagini biting a dusty, small crystal ball, gesturing to her, and then swallowing it with a gulp. It seemed this was the prophecy orb related to her master and Harry Potter. Bella breathed a sigh of relief. Next was Canopus Black's prophecy orb. Where was it? At this time, the Death Eaters and werewolves remaining on the upper floor had entered a horror movie set. The entire Ministry of Magic was empty. Not only were there no people, but there were no office supplies either. Walking further down the corridor, even traces of decoration were gone. The group retreated, but the area behind them also turned into that unpainted, dark corridor, with only their wands providing a little light. Are we seeing ghosts? A Death Eater asked, trembling. Bullshit. What ghost could be scarier than the Dark Lord? Another Death Eater said, though he was also shaking violently. Whoever is playing tricks on us, I'll tear him to shreds. The werewolf wizard next to him roared and ran forward along the corridor, then disappeared right in front of the two people beside him. The two followed in terror. There were no pits in the ground, the person just vanished. Did he apparate? Impossible. The wizard who answered turned his head and found that the last companion had also disappeared. He ran frantically down the corridor, screaming in terror, but no matter which direction he ran, the corridor endlessly stretched, infinite. Even the most powerful magic could not break the walls. He seemed to be trapped here forever. Finally, this usually ferocious Death Eater completely broke down, kneeling on the ground and wailing. Scrimgeour sat in his office, his wand constantly tapping on a Rubik's Cube-like three-dimensional model. This way they'll all be separated, Kano said with a yawn. Starve them for 2 days, then we'll catch them. This was the defensive fortification created by the domestic spellcraft team, the Infinite Corridor, also known as the Ghost Wall. Spatial grids were set up on the intruder's inevitable path. Everyone who stepped over the threshold entered a different grid. Although they still appeared to be moving together, these were actually real-time projections created with magic. Even the corridor itself was a projection. They were merely walking on the unadorned spatial walls. Once everyone entered their small grids, the character projections would be cancelled one by one, putting immense psychological pressure on the intruders. The grids would also rearrange and combine themselves, mobilizing idle grids. No matter how crazy the trapped people became, or which direction they moved, they would not see anyone else. Of course, someone of Lord Voldemort's caliber could directly break through spatial walls, and Kano wouldn't use such a low-level trick against him. In the Prophecy Hall, Bella and Nagini finally found the prophecy orb with Canopus Black's name written on it. This prophecy orb didn't look as dirty. Bella didn't think much of it. She cut off a piece of the wooden shelf, turned it into a small box, placed the prophecy orb inside, and turned to leave. It was too eerily quiet here. She really didn't want to stay a second longer. She passed through the time room again and took the elevator all the way up. They returned to the Ministry of Magic atrium, but there was no one there. The peripheral Death Eaters and werewolves had vanished as if they had evaporated into thin air. Nagini impatiently slithered, pushing past the stunned Bella, preparing to return to the surface. She didn't care where the others went. Bringing the prophecy orb back to her master was the important thing. But Bella felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. They were already short-handed, and with so many people disappearing without a sound, she couldn't imagine how Lord Voldemort would punish her. The last time the hostages were taken, she hadn't been punished yet. But to go into the darkness and find these people, Bella didn't have the courage. Everything was too strange. She couldn't just cast the killing curse at the sky, could she? Nagini hissed in the elevator, telling Bella to hurry up and not worry about those people. She couldn't even smell them. These people were definitely not coming back. Yes, the prophecy orb. Bring the prophecy orb back, and the mission won't be a complete failure. They're just a dozen peripheral Death Eaters and werewolf beasts, yes. Bella muttered to herself, scrambling and crawling with Nagini back to the surface. The red telephone booth at the Ministry of Magic entrance, like a beast opening its mouth to reveal a scarlet tongue, laughed silently in the night. Bella whimpered, then quickly operated away with Nagini. What did you prepare for that snake in Bellatrix? Scrimgeour asked curiously. Probably just a little toy, like a jack-in-the-box, Kano said distractedly. Lord Voldemort must have known today wouldn't go smoothly, so he sent a bunch of rotten fish. It seems the time is right. My personal grudge with Bellatrix should also come to an end. Scrimgeour nodded. Have those fence-sitting families contacted you again? Of course, but all these people just want to send some galleons to their darlings through me and write a few letters, never mentioning anything else. Kano stroked his chin, but there's one family that genuinely doesn't want to follow Lord Voldemort anymore. This morning, I'll go and deal with their dark mark. At this moment, Lord Voldemort looked expressionlessly at the trembling Bella. 20-something people, all gone. Gone. We don't know where they went. We didn't even see a shadow of the enemy. Lord Voldemort snorted. The prophecy orb, bring it here. Harry and Lord Voldemort's prophecy orb was spat out by Nagini, and Lord Voldemort took it, trembling slightly. An ethereal figure floated up from it, beginning to speak in a low voice. The Dark Lord himself marked him. He possesses a power the Dark Lord cannot comprehend. He will. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. The prophecy was interrupted, and Kano's voice suddenly rang out from the crystal ball, boom. Kano's prophecy orb and the one in Lord Voldemort's hand trembled simultaneously, then exploded with a bang. To prevent Lord Voldemort from noticing, Kano hadn't put much divine power into it. But Bella, unable to dodge in time, was still severely injured by the blast. Lord Voldemort, covered in dust, let out a neurotic chuckle. Bellatrix, what do you say? I'm fine, my lord. Bella struggled to her feet, realizing she had indeed only sustained minor injuries. That's not what I meant. Lord Voldemort's tone changed, and a red light shot from his wand, directly knocking Bellatrix unconscious. He leaned back in his chair, pinching his temples. Snape emerged from the darkness and knelt on the ground. As long as it concerns her, intelligence leaks, and operations fail, yet she herself remains unharmed every time. Lord Voldemort spoke viciously, take her wand, throw her into the dungeon, and guard her strictly. Will that be enough? Snape asked. There's no evidence of her betrayal now, but I've truly lost patience with her. Lord Voldemort sighed, let's spare her life for now. Should other Death Eaters be informed? Rodolphus is still abroad hiring dark wizards, so it's best not to leak it for now. Snape nodded silently, grabbed Bella's robes, and dragged her out. She had completely lost Lord Voldemort's trust and was suspected of being an informant. She must be in great pain, but even more pain awaited her. That afternoon, Kano was invited into the manor by the Avery couple. The three sat in the living room, and old Avery rolled up his sleeve, revealing a very conspicuous dark mark. I've tried many methods to remove it. I know. Kano smiled, I am the owner of the Dream Potion Shop. Old Avery's mouth opened in surprise, then he became 100 times more enthusiastic. If not for your potion, our family would have truly died out. Mrs. Avery sobbed, even if the Dark Lord kills us, please, you must protect our child. Please help me one more time. I've regretted joining the Death Eaters for many years. Old Avery pleaded with Kano, I want to be a clean person again, even if I die at Lord Voldemort's hands the next second. I know none of you are truly loyal to Lord Voldemort, and you haven't directly participated in murder. But since you participated in the Death Eaters, you will definitely be scrutinized by the Wizengamot in the future. No matter how much you regret it, you have indeed indirectly harmed many people. Kano pointed this out mercilessly, thinking everything will be fine just by washing away the dark mark is a pipe dream. No problem, I'm mentally prepared. Old Avery nodded, even going to jail is better than this. Kano first watched the two prepare their luggage, then took out a portkey and handed it to them. Every defecting Death Eater doesn't live long, because Lord Voldemort can sense their location through the dark mark. After I remove the mark, you two will completely disappear to him. You use the portkey to leave here, and I'll handle the cleanup. Mrs. Avery excitedly asked, "Can we see our child?" Kano smiled and nodded. "Of course, you can take him with you and hide abroad for a while. But you must return for trial after things settle down, otherwise the Ministry of Magic will freeze your assets." Seeing that the two had no objections, Kano took out his self-concocted potion, Arianrod, and drew a magic circle on old Avery's arm. Then, a scorching ball of magical light, an extremely condensed divine power of the sun, gathered on his fingertips. His 5 fingers formed a claw and clasped the outer edge of the dark mark. The divine power of the sun surged inward, and wisps of black smoke were forced out, condensing into a human head that roared at Kano. Kano casually dispersed the black smoke, and the Avery couple immediately activated the portkey to leave. Kano also jumped into the fireplace and returned to Hogwarts via the FLA network. The Ministry of Magic's dedicated line was convenient and fast. Soon, several Death Eaters were sent by Lord Voldemort. After a search, they found nothing. "Do you think they're dead?" "Possibly. After all, my lord, you can sense the location of Death Eaters. Unless they're dead, you wouldn't fail to find them." Lord Voldemort shook his head. "I don't have time to look for an old useless person." The matter seemed to be settled, but Death Eaters like Lucius began to scheme. "It seems Canopus can indeed remove the dark mark. So we don't have to work for Lord Voldemort for free anymore." That night, Snape, back at Hogwarts, told an eager Kano about Bella's situation. "How else do you plan to deal with her?" Snape was rarely curious. "Nothing, you just need to tell me where she's being held." Kano's lips curved into a cruel smile. Bella had already woken up. She couldn't believe she had been abandoned by her master like this. Her wand had been confiscated, and she could do nothing. The guard here was a foreign dark wizard. He stood far away, not daring to approach this infamous she-wolf. Master, I am loyal to you. I can still prove myself, I can still kill for you." No matter how she wailed, no one paid attention to her. The entire dungeon was silent. "Who is this?" "Oh, it's the famous Bellatrix, Lord Voldemort's mad dog." Kano's sarcastic voice echoed from the dungeon. Bella suddenly stood up from the ground and lunged, as if to bite him to death with her teeth. "It's you're the one behind this." "It is I." Kano squeezed Bella's neck with one hand, letting her futilely reach out to scratch him. "Every one of your failures was my doing. You forced my mother to her death back then, and I almost died in the womb." Kano gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words, "And the Longbottoms, driven mad by your torture, and all those innocents who died at your hands. How does it feel to be abandoned by Lord Voldemort? Do you feel the anger and despair from the victims?" Kano laughed wildly, throwing Bella to the ground, watching her collapse. Revenge was indeed sweet, like a burden lifted from one's shoulders, the entire person immersed in a floating joy. "You, kill me. What are you thinking?" Kano examined Bella with interest. "You want to prove your innocence to Lord Voldemort through death? Haha. I came here to rescue you. I've stupefied all those Death Eaters outside." Bella's face was pale. If she disappeared, the charge of betrayal would be confirmed. Thinking of the secret keepers she had once captured, she also wanted to prove her innocence by suicide. But she suddenly found herself in excruciating pain all over, unable to move. Kano reached out and roughly removed Bella's dark mark, then grabbed her by the collar and swaggered out of the dungeon. "It hurts a lot now, doesn't it? That's the seeds you ate in the bread in Azkaban. They're taking root and sprouting inside you." Bella's face was ashen, feeling countless flexible roots invading her flesh, absorbing her blood. Kano transformed into a white eagle, grabbed her, and flew to a forest. "This pain will last until the end of your life. As for how long you can live, it depends on my mood and the lifespan of a tree. I'm sorry to make you wait here first." Kano smiled as he placed her on the ground, and 2 thick roots emerged from beneath her feet, burrowing into the soil. Tender green branches broke through her body, and Bella became like a human flowerpot. "When your dear master is about to die, I will bring you to the best viewing spot. By the way, I can even manipulate your thought speed. You can be immersed in the despair and pain of Lord Voldemort's defeat for hundreds of years." Kano let out a long breath and turned to leave. Bellatrix Lestrange, this is the revenge from all victims and their loved ones. Savor it well. Bella's face was ashen, watching Kano walk further and further away in despair. Master, Bella is gone. Lord Voldemort nodded expressionlessly. He could no longer sense Bella's dark mark. Should we order a pursuit? Snape continued to ask. No need, she should be dead already. Lord Voldemort sighed. I never quite believed she betrayed me. I just thought it might be that Black Side used some method to invade her mind, which led to repeated leaks of information. Now it seems someone wanted her to experience the despair of being abandoned by me before she died. If that's the case, why did you go along with their wishes and imprison Bella? Lord Voldemort did not answer, merely telling Snape to leave. Bella was a loyal old subordinate and a powerful enforcer, but her value was limited to just that. If Black was so intent on tormenting and killing her, then he could have Bella. As long as I achieve the final victory, these are but minor costs. Master, I've brought those things back. Crouch walked in from outside the door, holding a pouch. Lord Voldemort nodded and stood up. The master and servant walked one after another towards the basement. A few days later, Rodolphus Lestrange returned to Britain. He and Bella had only united to produce pure-blood descendants and continue the family line. There was no talk of affection between them. Hearing of Bella's death, he merely nodded indifferently, without any excessive reaction. Master, this is the magic contract I signed with the hired dark wizards. Lord Voldemort took the contract, his eyes widening in surprise. Where did so many dark wizards come from? They dare to come to Britain under these circumstances. Rodolphus replied with a joyful expression, those impoverished countries don't have a systematic method for training wizards, and more than half of their adult wizards are dark wizards. Furthermore, their countries are inherently isolated from information. When they see galleons, they don't care about much else. Lord Voldemort nodded. These people are yours to lead. Your mission is to wreak havoc everywhere. Whether wizard or muggle, kill as many as you can. Also, I am deeply saddened by Bella's death. I hope you can take care of yourself and continue to fight for our cause. Rodolphus was moved to tears, swearing to the heavens and earth that he would forever be loyal to the Dark Lord. Snape watched with cold eyes, seeing Lord Voldemort's rare smile, and a chill ran through him. He never trusts anyone, nor does he consider anyone a companion. We all know that. In the headmaster's office, a much older Dumbledore sat in his chair, listening wearily to Snape's report. Kano sat to the side, flipping through a book without lifting his head. What about those fresh forces? We can't monitor them. Snape turned to Kano. Do I need to add the seeds you cultivated to their food and potions? No, you are our most trusted spy for Lord Voldemort. You cannot act rashly. Kano closed the book in his hand. Those fence-sitters should also show their hand. They can pretend to be foolish, but I can also directly send them a message demanding information. Even if they are exposed, it doesn't matter. Killing all of them might be a bit unfair, but killing 1 out of 3 will definitely catch some who slipped through the net. Soon, the war situation changed. Many new faces appeared on the front lines, using various evil dark arts, attacking aimlessly everywhere. Thanks to the still effective monitoring system and the reluctant intelligence provided by the pure-blood families, most attacks were stopped in time. But there would always be loopholes. This is the 3rd case in Diagon Alley this month. 5 dark wizards were captured, and 1 of our people died. Scrimgeour sat in his office with a grim expression, facing the monitoring map Kano had created. This time, the attackers were not within the monitoring range, and you had no intelligence either. Scrimgeour said worriedly, is there a problem with the intelligence channels? Kano shook his head. They were just acting on impulse. Even Rodolphus was surprised when he heard the news. Scrimgeour pondered for a moment, then suddenly gave a bitter smile. I've been winning for too long, I've forgotten what those dark years were like. Kano was also a bit helpless. He had done his best, cutting off supplies, setting up monitoring, and planting moles. The current situation was not unacceptable, but the deaths still made people feel heavy-hearted. Oh, by the way, a captured wizard said he wanted to see you. Scrimgeour suddenly remembered this and quickly told Kano. See me. Soon, Kano met the somewhat dark-skinned young man in a specially vacated single cell. I am Canopus. What do you want with me? The young man looked up, and after seeing Kano's face, he stood up in surprise. Mr. Canopus, I finally found you. Kano was confused, and the young men quickly explained, I was sent to Britain by leader Nitocris. Scrimgeour looked at Kano strangely, as the young man explained the whole story to Kano in broken English. Those not-so-bright dark wizards from various European countries had all come to Britain during Crouch's last recruitment drive and were all caught by the prepared Ministry of Magic. This time, Rodolphius specifically went to the Middle East to recruit. Although the wizards led by Nitocris were not many in number, they were all exceptionally capable and followed orders strictly. Rodolphius was very optimistic about this team. Nito quickly figured out the other party's background, knowing he was Kano's enemy, and went with the flow, mixing in a lot of sand. Kano, on the other hand, was a bit worried. If Nito has drawn people here, who will protect the village? Don't worry, sir. The young man's eyes darted around. You were in a hurry last time. There are many people you haven't met yet. Scrimgeour felt a great weight lift from his heart and happily patted Kano's shoulder. You truly have friends everywhere. This way, the situation will stabilize again. Friend, how many of you came in total? This time, Rodolphius brought back 300 people in total, and 32 of them are our own. The young men calmly told Scrimgeour, and we infiltrated their team from different countries. Almost every small team is under our surveillance. We have a special way of contacting each other. I deliberately got caught to provide you with intelligence. Scrimgeour was overjoyed and immediately went to complete the formalities, preparing to release the young man from prison, leaving only Kano there. Thank you. It must be difficult for you to help the British. We are not helping the British, we are just here to help you. The young man showed a simple smile, and the common people are innocent. We dare not forget the kindness you showed many years ago. Oh, by the way, Leader Nito has a message for you. The young man softly uttered a string of dialect, which was exactly what Kano had learned in the village back then. The stone statues have been acting strangely recently, for unknown reasons. Mr. Canopus, please be sure to pay attention. With inside help, this group of dark wizards was quickly suppressed. Except for a few small groups, a total of about 10 people whose strength was exceptional and who the Aurors failed to capture, everyone else was caught in one swoop. The wizards sent by Nito to help also bid farewell. They not only took Rodolphius's money but also received a considerable informant fee from Scrimgeour. Things at home are going to change very soon, and this money came at the perfect time. The young man whispered this to Kano before leaving, and Kano showed a wry smile. From what he said, another coup was already brewing. This time, the tribe led by Nito seemed to be at the core, attempting to overthrow the current Egyptian Ministry of Magic. This money earned from the British would be used to overthrow the puppet Egyptian Ministry of Magic established by the British in Egypt, which could be said to be very ironic. Kano naturally kept his mouth shut, silently wishing them success in his heart. Although this round of attacks was resolved, Lord Voldemort seemed indifferent. This group of dark wizards seemed to only serve to attract attention, so what exactly was he doing now? Crouch is collecting various cursed magical items, and the pureblood families have already been robbed once. Snape brought this news to Kano, and after inquiry, Lucius also gave a positive reply. Even in Borgin and Burke's, all items related to curses were bought up by Crouch. According to Borgin, it was as if he was going to eat them. As for what they were specifically doing, Snape could not get more information, and the pureblood families were even less reliable. On Kano's side, the matter of seeking godhood finally made some progress. The statue remaining in the underground temple had clearly absorbed thousands of years of people's faith in Kano. According to records, this phenomenon only occurs when the deity itself is active in the mortal world. Although Kano currently had no way to absorb or mobilize faith, its unusual activity at least proved that he was constantly approaching godhood. Could it be that if his strength increased further, he could truly break the barrier between gods and mortals? Mr. Lancelot, do you think my current strength can defeat Mordred? In the morning, Kano, who had once again been defeated by Lancelot, asked breathlessly. If we go by his strength when he was alive, you could have defeated him years ago, Lancelot replied, putting away his weapon, but we also can't be sure if Mordred will gain further enhancement after falling into hell. Kano nodded thoughtfully, but Lord Voldemort has already found his direction, and I haven't fundamentally improved. If this continues, I'll just be waiting for death. So you want to complete the seemingly simpler part of your destiny first? Exactly. Kano said seriously, according to records, those who complete their destiny will have a great increase in strength, living freely and without restraint ever after. Moreover, my oak sword can also absorb resentment and feed it back to me. Mordred's resentment is deep, so the effect should be even better. Lancelot shrugged. If you think so, then just go straight to Camlan Hill. Aren't you going to advise me to be more cautious? Kano, on the contrary, became a little hesitant. Lancelot laughed heartily. You fought with me for 30 rounds before being defeated just now. Such strength in the past could have single-handedly cut through the Round Table Knights. Even if we were all like Morgan, always overly concerned about you, we wouldn't stop you in this situation. As he spoke, the figures of Morgan and Merlin also appeared in the mist, nodding and smiling at Kano. If you've decided, then go. Morgan encouraged Kano, wake him up, and then come back to complete the other half of your destiny. Merlin stroked his beard. I've divined it, you will win this battle. Kano chuckled. Professor, you're talking nonsense again, my prophecies have always been blank. Merlin laughed. We all have faith in you. Kano nodded, then turned and left the lakeside. Now I'm only worried about one thing. What if the oak sword, stained with Arthur's blood, can't summon Mordred? Don't worry, Morgan. Merlin said with a profound smile, someone will be here to help soon. Kano was packing his bags when Scrimgeour rushed to Hogwarts. We caught Crouch. Kano asked in disbelief. Barty Crouch? That's right, he was buying cursed items in Nocturne Alley at the time and was caught by Aurors. Scrimgeour said excitedly, no one died during the capture, only 2 minor injuries. Isn't he doing something with Lord Voldemort recently? Wouldn't an interrogation reveal it? Kano instinctively felt something was wrong. After all, Crouch and Peter had subdued Mad-Eye Moody together in the original story, so how could he be caught so easily? But what the truth was, he would only know after seeing it. He had no choice but to put down his luggage, call the old Crouch, who was feeling complicated, and together they went to the newly built small prison in the Ministry of Magic. Crouch's Death Eater robes had been replaced, and he was huddled in a corner with his head down. Old Crouch was expressionless, his hands tightly clenched into fists, trembling slightly. Barty Crouch, look up. Hearing Scrimgeour's voice, Crouch's face finally appeared before the 3 of them. His body was emaciated, his cheeks sunken, and deep dark circles surrounded his eyes. He looked seriously ill, needing to exert all his strength with every breath. Crouch, what happened to you? Scrimgeour asked, but Crouch seemed not to hear, only staring intently at Kano, not even glancing at his own father. It seemed his health was already precarious, no wonder he was caught by a few Aurors. Presumably, this change was inseparable from Lord Voldemort, and although hope was slim, Kano still tried to pry his mouth open. He thought for a moment, then spoke to the prisoner who was staring at him. Crouch, I hope you can still understand what I'm saying. You also have the dark mark on you, he can completely sense where you are. He hasn't come to save you yet, you should know what that means. Professor Crouch certainly wasn't a good father, but he's been terribly implicated by you. He made a request when he applied for this position, wanting to save your life. I don't expect you to have a sudden realization, but at least don't act like a stranger. Crouch finally reacted, his vacant gaze shifting to his father. Scrimgeour patted old Crouch's shoulder. He staggered forward, facing his son through the bars, speechless for a long moment. Kano saw Crouch suddenly flash a cruel smile, and a warning sign abruptly arose in his heart. He violently flung the distracted old Crouch behind him. Crouch's entire body swelled up, turning into a human skin balloon with a strange smile, and exploded with a bang before Kano could act. A high concentration of black magic power rushed down towards Kano, engulfing him. Moments later, everything quieted down, and Kano disappeared along with the black magic power. Scrimgeour frantically fumbled around, but Kano was nowhere to be found. Old Crouch stumbled into the cell, knelt before his son's black-stained remains, and let out a heart-wrenching wail. Lord Voldemort's long fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest. In front of him knelt a circle of core Death Eaters. No one knew what Lord Voldemort was going mad about again, so they could only wait cautiously. Finally, Lord Voldemort let out a short, high-pitched laugh and suddenly stood up. Black is half dead, if not completely dead this time. We should launch a full-scale attack. Lucius and the other pure-blood family's heads who had privately contacted Kano felt a surge of panic, but dared not signal each other. If Kano died, would their children never return? Would the evidence we left from contacting him provoke Lord Voldemort into a killing spree? These people suppressed their inner fear, trying to show excited smiles just like those around them. Peter, who had been missing for a long time, appeared from nowhere and knelt down trembling. Master, as per your plan, the giants have already reached the coast. But they are all short-tempered. I'm afraid they won't obey orders and join the battle immediately. I don't need them to serve me alive. Lord Voldemort sneered, after eating so much of my food, do they still expect to get away unscathed? On the coast, the giants, who were eagerly preparing to slaughter a few towns for fun, suddenly felt unbearable abdominal pain, rolled on the ground in agony, and eventually fell silent. Soon, viscous black magic power overflowed from their mouths and noses, enveloping their massive bodies. When these 5 giants stood up again, their bodies had turned gray and white, and they mechanically advanced towards Lord Voldemort's designated target. Lord Voldemort had forcibly transformed them into Inferi, and no longer had to worry about them disobeying orders. At the same time, Greyback led a large number of werewolf wizards to approach St. Mungo's hospital, and St. Mungo's, which had been attacked several times within a year, immediately sounded the alarm. Aurors immediately went to support, but the werewolves' offensive was unusually fierce, as if they intended to drain the blood of both sides here. The remaining dozen dark wizards from the previous batch began to commit crimes, arson, and murder everywhere. Local night forces also began to engage in battle, fighting against these locust-like wizards. All of a sudden, the British magical world was engulfed in flames everywhere, and it seemed that every place was in distress. But at this time, Scrimgeour, who was the main pillar of defense, was overwhelmed with anxiety. Kano disappeared right in front of me. I don't know where he is now, nor do I know if he is dead or alive. Scrimgeour paced frantically in the headmaster's office, while remotely commanding various front lines. Dumbledore picked up the Elder Wand again, and sighed heavily. He was going to fight Lord Voldemort again today. But today was different from the past. Even if he fought with all his might, he might not be able to hold off Lord Voldemort for long. As for any after effects, he simply couldn't afford to worry about them. Don't worry, Kano is still alive. Fleur appeared from the fireplace, dusty and disheveled, holding a 3-swirl wooden plaque that still glowed with an emerald green light. This thing is born with Kano, and I can feel that he is still healthy now. He sent me a message through this before he was swallowed. You don't need to worry. Then when can he come back? This round of offensive won't last, but if no one can stop Lord Voldemort, then even surviving this time will be meaningless. Scrimgeour asked anxiously. Fleur could only shake her head. Before Kano was swallowed by divine power, he sent Fleur a brief message through the wooden plaque, telling her not to worry about him. Then he fell silent. Miss Delacour, you should go back to France and avoid this for a while. Dumbledore advised, your identity is not a secret, and Lord Voldemort is very likely to launch targeted attacks on you. I won't leave, Mr. Dumbledore. Fleur shook her head. No matter what the outcome, I will wait here for Kano to return. The affection between Fleur and Kano was deep. She truly couldn't imagine how life would be without Kano. By staying here, she could contribute her strength to fighting Lord Voldemort, and also act as a reassurance for everyone on Kano's behalf. Seeing Fleur's determination, Dumbledore no longer tried to persuade her. He immediately summoned the 3 deans currently at Hogwarts and informed them to bring the students to the Great Hall for a meeting. Soon, all the students from the 4 houses, including Slytherin, gathered in the Great Hall. The trio looked at Dumbledore's solemn expression, knowing that something bad must have happened. Students, Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters have launched a fierce general offensive against us now. Scrimgeour said seriously to the little wizards, if we survive this round of attack, this war should be over. We still have Kano, no need to worry. Yes, Lord Voldemort is most afraid of Dumbledore and Canopus Black. The students chatted optimistically, but Scrimgeour honestly stated the facts. Canopus Black was ambushed by Lord Voldemort's subordinates just now. Although he was not injured, his whereabouts are currently unknown. The trio and the Gryffindor students looked at each other, all feeling a bit flustered. Students. Dumbledore stood up at this moment. I ask everyone to calm down. The students slowly quieted down, looking at the old principal with trusting eyes. Student Black's disappearance is indeed worrying, but now Lord Voldemort is coming aggressively, and all we can do is strengthen our defenses and resist resolutely. McGonagall, Flitwick, and Professor Sprout, the three house deans, stood on the faculty dais, looking sternly at their students. All faculty and staff, including everyone present or not present, will use all their wisdom and lives to protect your personal safety. Snape was currently listening to Lord Voldemort's pre-war mobilization. He was the one Dumbledore referred to as not present. From now on, Hogwarts is in a state of emergency. No student may leave the school without cause, nor may any outsiders be brought into Hogwarts. Not being allowed to leave school without cause was naturally to protect student safety. Not being allowed to bring people into school was to prevent ill-intentioned individuals from infiltrating Hogwarts. Many people covertly cast their gaze towards the Slytherin little wizards. This rule was clearly made for them. They themselves were completely unaware, most of them with undisguised joy on their faces. But there was also a portion of Slytherin students who looked bewildered, like Malfoy, whose expression was completely different from the beaming Pansy Parkinson beside him. If Lord Voldemort won, would everything get better? His father used to say that, but recently he seemed to stop mentioning it. How many of these classmates within his sight would die? Although Malfoy usually bothered Harry, the thought that he might actually die at the Dark Lord's hands gave Malfoy an unreal sense of dizziness. Students, during this special period, I hope everyone can unite and overcome this difficulty together. Dumbledore's profound gaze swept across the hall as he spoke slowly. Hope is always there, we must fight with all our might. Meeting adjourned. King Arthur's last battle in life was at Camlan. Here, the rebel army and the army loyal to King Arthur fought a great battle, with blood flowing like rivers. Eventually, both sides suffered heavy casualties, and Arthur, after personally slaying Mordred, died from his severe wounds. Kano, who had been tricked by Lord Voldemort's trap, was now standing dazed on this land. So that's it, a curse. Lord Voldemort hid it deep, and I was really careless. Kano muttered to himself, a silver glow flashing across his body, clearing the black divine power that was swirling around his surface. The divine power that erupted from Little Crouch's body just now clearly belonged to Lord Voldemort, but the power of faith it incorporated was not fear, but a curse. It seems that when he was deified, he acquired two divine offices. However, since both fear and curse are strong negative emotions, Kano, as an observer, could not clearly distinguish between the two, and everyone else was kept in the dark by Lord Voldemort. It's likely that when Lord Voldemort cursed the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts class, he used this divine power, which is why even the powerful White Wizard Dumbledore was helpless. Since this time the cursed divine power brought Kano directly to Camlan, Lord Voldemort intended to use the curse to stall Kano for a period of time. Following the enemy's wishes will never lead to a good outcome. But Kano clearly felt a powerful aura of hell had locked onto him, and he couldn't escape, so he could only fight. He watched helplessly as the area gradually sealed off, and quickly chanted a spell. A summoning circle unfolded on the ground, and Little Unicorn came to Kano's side, running around him excitedly. You're still frolicking? This space is sealed, it seems Mordred is about to appear. Kano patted Little Unicorn's head. This battle is very important to me, it's either success or death. Little Unicorn snorted twice in understanding, rubbing its head against Kano, signaling him to get on quickly and prepare for battle. In the enclosed space, half the sky turned lead gray, and a huge gate materialized from the void, with a tide-like aura of hell pouring out of it. Kano was now fully armored, quietly riding on Little Unicorn, waiting for Mordred to appear. Finally, the crisp sound of hooves echoed from the gates of hell, and a skeleton warhorse carrying a knight in tattered armor walked out. The knight's face was pale, just like a corpse drained of blood. But as soon as he crossed the gate, he immediately opened his eyes, revealing blood-red pupils. Kano scrutinized his appearance, clearly seeing the shadows of King Arthur and Morgan. He raised his hand, reaching out to Kano longingly. Clarent, give Clarent back to me. Give me the throne, give me back the throne. Kano raised his oak sword and shook his head. You have been lost in the dark arts for too long. Whether it's the dynasty established by Arthur or the era of knights, both are long gone. This dream has lasted long enough, it's time to wake up, Mordred. Mordred's face immediately twisted, and the aura of hell enveloped him, forming a full set of armor. Why didn't you believe me? Why didn't you give me a chance? I can also be a king, I should be a king. I will kill you. Mordred had been lost for over 1,000 years, filled with deep resentment, and Kano never imagined he could be easily persuaded. The principles between knights still had to be debated with the sword. As long as he was defeated and the aura of hell on him was purified, he would naturally awaken. Though crude, it was effective. The skeleton warhorse carried the mummified knight charging towards Kano, black energy entwined around its 4 hooves, as if it were treading on dark clouds, moving incredibly fast. Kano raised his shield, easily deflecting the straightforward lance, then countered with a sword swing that split Mordred's helmet, turning his head into 2 halves. Mordred immediately fell onto the horse's back, and Kano became even more vigilant. There's no reason for it to be this easy. Sure enough, the gates of hell instantly appeared behind Mordred, and black mist enveloped him again. Mordred reappeared from the black mist, unharmed, and continued to charge at Kano. This time, a blood-red light of characteristic magic ignited on his body. Kano's body immediately emitted a silver glow, and he once again passed Mordred, cutting off his shoulder. The feel was a bit off. Had his strength and reaction improved? He recovered again, and charged again. Mordred was cut in half at the waist, and his lower body, still on the horse, was kicked away by Little Unicorn. It was useless. He recovered again, and charged again. After a dozen rounds, Mordred's strength slowly increased from that of a regular round table knight's to the level of a normal Gawain. Kano felt a warning in his heart. He didn't know how strong Mordred would become, and he didn't have much time to waste here with him. Thinking this, he made a decisive move, raising his oak sword to accumulate power. The divine power of the sun attribute burned fiercely, soaring into the sky, and the gradually spreading aura of hell retreated as if encountering a natural enemy. Mordred continued forward, unaware, and Kano suddenly swung down a continuously rotating, blazing energy pillar, engulfing Mordred within it. The ground was dug into a deep gully by this strike, and the high temperature evaporated the water vapor in the soil, causing white smoke to rise everywhere. Kano carefully observed the battlefield, then saw Mordred's body and the skeleton warhorse rapidly reassembling with the help of the aura of hell. This time, before Kano could react, Mordred, imitating him, raised his long sword, and a black storm formed by the aura of hell instantly engulfed Kano. Kano was enveloped in divine power, resisting it, and after consuming more divine power than expected, he finally survived the attack. This aura of hell, it feels a bit off. Mordred did not continue to release the black storm, but instead continued to charge forward. This time, his strength reached the level of Gawain at noon, which had already surpassed his peak strength in life. Kano realized that Mordred was like a programmed robot, only returning Kano's attacks in kind. Kano used a long sword, and he used a long sword. Kano used a lance, and he used a lance. Even when Kano shot him with arrows until he looked like a porcupine, Mordred still mechanically retaliated with arrows. In this monotonous battle, his combat skills, strength, and speed all skyrocketed as if on a rocket. This feeling was usually experienced by Kano's opponents. It was the first time Kano himself had to deal with such a situation. Finally, Mordred's sword grazed Kano's arm. The wound healed immediately, but the aura of hell entered Kano's body, heading straight for his heart. The divine power within his body immediately activated, erasing this wisp of hellish aura. Kano finally understood what the strange feeling was about, and looked in surprise at the smoke-shrouded gates of hell. Hell absorbed the souls of the fallen, making them fight endlessly in madness, immortal and indestructible. Constant battle and death also served as a form of faith, combining with the power of hell itself to form the aura of hell. Kano's previous level was not high enough, but now he clearly felt the similarity between the aura of hell and divine power. By this reckoning, hell itself was like a powerful deity, and Mordred was like a subordinate deity enfeoffed by hell, able to mobilize its divine power to wage war outside. His rapidly increasing combat experience should also come from the combatants in hell. Kano continued to fight Mordred while rapidly thinking of a countermeasure. Mordred now had hell as his backing, and his power was almost limitless. To defeat him, he would have to temporarily cut off his connection to hell, and in that brief window, defeat him completely. Kano cast his gaze towards the gates of hell behind Mordred, confirming his battle plan. I know many of you have wavered, and perhaps some have even secretly colluded with Black's side, Lord Voldemort said softly, toying with his wand. I know who these people are, and frankly, I am very disappointed, even to the point of wanting to execute you directly as a warning to others. Lord Voldemort's fury was palpable, and many knelt on the ground, trembling. But I am merciful, a moment of confusion is unavoidable, Lord Voldemort's tone shifted. As long as you fight bravely in the upcoming battle, I can let bygones be bygones. After victory, your contributions will still be rewarded. Our target today is the British Ministry of Magic. The area in front of St. Mungo's became a battlefield of flying magic, with werewolf wizards howling as they cast killing curses, and Aurors desperately holding them back from behind defensive fortifications. Is the evacuation complete? Nymphadora Tonks, a new Auror for the Ministry of Magic and a new member of the Order of the Phoenix, loudly asked the person who came up behind her, who also replied as loudly as possible. Far from it. Many critically ill patients are still in the hospital. Tonks then clearly saw the other person's appearance. His somewhat graying hair was meticulously combed, and he wore a simple healer's uniform. Mr. Lupin. It's me, Tonks. Lupin peered out, a stupefy spell hitting a distant werewolf wizard in the mouth, knocking him unconscious. Be careful, if you're bitten by a werewolf, retreat immediately. St. Mungo's already has emergency blocking potions ready. I'm not talking about that, healers should evacuate. You are valuable talent, Tonks argued loudly. I'm just a second-rate healer, but I can confirm I'm a qualified fighter. Left flank, push harder. Is anyone free? Go help out. This was Mad Eye's hoarse, raspy voice. You were just a child during the last Wizarding War. Lupin patted Tonks's shoulder. Be careful. Then he rushed out of cover and ran towards the left flank. But I'm an Auror now too. Tonks yelled in dissatisfaction, peering out to blast away a dark wizard who was trying to cast a spell at Lupin. Lupin gave Tonks a thumbs up from behind cover, then ran off without looking back. Tonks's lips curved upwards, and she continued fighting with a triumphant look. At that moment, Lord Voldemort appeared at the entrance of the London Ministry of Magic with a host of Death Eaters. He gently waved his wand, and black light plunged into the ground. The solid earth crumbled with a roar, a large amount of soil and rock sprayed into the air, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. Percy was in the minister's office on the basement level, sorting through some documents delivered to Scrimgeour. Suddenly, he was knocked to the ground by a powerful impact, dizzy and disoriented. Percy struggled to open his eyes and saw Lord Voldemort and the Death Eaters looking down at him from above, separated by several layers of activated defensive magic. Scrimgeour rushed into his office and helped Percy up. Do you remember what we need to do? I remember. Percy struggled to his feet. After Lord Voldemort's resurrection, the Ministry of Magic had prepared contingency plans for its fall. Now, not only Scrimgeour and Percy, but all Ministry of Magic employees sprang into action after a brief moment of daze. Including the Minister's office, all departments began to pack important documents using Kano-supplied spatial equipment, and anything that couldn't be taken was simply burned. Lord Voldemort waved his wand again, and the defensive magic made a crisp sound like breaking glass, then vanished. Fight for me, I will be watching your performance here. Lord Voldemort calmly put his hands in his sleeves, clearly understanding how to give his subordinates a chance to prove themselves. Whether willing or not, the Death Eaters all descended into the large pit, beginning to engage with the self-organized Ministry of Magic employees. Scrimgeour led the group, fighting and retreating, while also organizing the evacuation. The sixth floor is the core of the FLA network system, it cannot be left to you-know-who. It must be destroyed. Scrimgeour roared at several senior officials from the Department of Magical Transportation. The evacuation at St. Mungo's isn't finished yet, and we also need to evacuate through the FLA network. We can't destroy it now. Arthur emerged from the fireplace. Hold on a little longer. I understand. Scrimgeour gritted his teeth. Hit them hard, all of you. I'll cover the rear. The Death Eaters' offensive was quite fierce, but there were few killing curses, and the situation reached a stalemate. 10 minutes later, on the 9th basement level, the Unspeakables of the Department of Mysteries also completed their evacuation. The Department of Mysteries had activated its ultimate defense, the power of time expanded, enveloping the entire floor. For 5 years, the time of anyone or anything attempting to enter would be frozen. St. Mungo's evacuated. Tonks emerged from the fireplace. Go, everyone go. Seeing that the evacuation was largely complete, Scrimgeour activated magic, blowing up a section of the corridor in front of him, temporarily cutting off the Death Eaters' advance. He pushed Tonks into the fireplace first, green flames rose, carrying her away. Scrimgeour himself ran towards the 6th basement level without looking back. Truly, disappointing. Violent explosions erupted in the narrow corridor. The air blast, like steel blades, carved gashes into the walls and floor. Scrimgeour painfully knelt on the ground, his mind a blur, blood flowing from his ears. Lord Voldemort, having lost patience, floated through the ravaged corridor. He didn't want to see the Fleur network core destroyed. However, his informant was still in the Ministry of Magic, so he wasn't actually in a hurry. Seeing that there was no time left, Scrimgeour decided to abandon the evacuation. He used all his strength to run to the 6th basement level, pointing his wand at the core array. Confringo. Expelliarmus. A toad-like voice sounded, and a red light knocked Scrimgeour's wand away. He himself collapsed to the ground as Dolores Umbridge emerged from the shadows. Traitor. Scrimgeour struggled, but couldn't get up. Who can refuse the temptation of power? The Dark Lord wants me to be the next Minister for Magic. Umbridge was extremely pleased. This world is about the strong preying on the weak, Minister. Don't blame me when you reach the other world. Green flames suddenly rose in the fireplace, and a stupefy spell flew out, hitting Umbridge, who had her back to it, knocking her unconscious. A pale-faced old Crouch emerged and dragged Scrimgeour into the fireplace. Can you still say the destination? Don't worry about me, destroy the array. Old Crouch nodded, stepped out of the fireplace, and didn't forget to sprinkle a handful of Fleur powder for Scrimgeour. Go quickly, I'll stay. Scrimgeour disappeared into the flames. Old Crouch aimed at the core array and spoke clearly and distinctly. Confringo. When Lord Voldemort arrived at the entrance of the Fleur Network Authority, he saw his informant unconscious on the ground. Old Crouch, with meticulously combed hair and wearing a respectable robe, stood before him without fear. Lord Voldemort, you are too late. Green light filled the entire room, and the Death Eaters were silent as cicadas in winter. Old Crouch was known for his strictness throughout his life, but on the face of his corpse, there was a mocking smile. Prime Minister Major, the battle at St. Mungo's has ceased. A wizard from the Queen's special office emerged from the Fleur network and, after reporting, attempted to return via the Fleur network, only to find the system had crashed. It seems the battle at the Ministry of Magic has also stopped. Scrimgeour ultimately cut off the Fleur network. Prime Minister Major nodded, acknowledging the other's analysis. He understood Scrimgeour's actions perfectly. After all, in war, it's a normal decision to destroy equipment that cannot be taken, rather than leave it for the enemy. However, for wizards with extreme mobility, this could only cause a temporary delay. The most crucial thing now was whether Kano could return to the battlefield in a relatively intact state and in time. Prime Minister. Some time later, another wizard, clearly having rushed there by subway, ran into the room. Several members of the Queen's Knights Guard who were on rotation just had a dream. Their ancestors told them in the dream that Canopus is still in battle, in stable condition, and there's no need to worry. Prime Minister Major breathed a sigh of relief. Also, Ministry of Magic personnel and all of St. Mungo's have retreated to Hogwarts. You know who and his group are now marching towards there. The Prime Minister nodded, stood up, and buttoned his suit jacket. Where are you going, sir? His assistant quickly fumbled through documents. Contact the military for me, the Prime Minister sighed. And find me that nuclear strike contingency plan for the homeland. In Lord Voldemort's eyes, Muggles were no different from pigs or dogs, to be hunted and killed for sport, and both the Special Office and Ministry of Magic Intelligence confirmed this. If Hogwarts resistance also failed, perhaps only nuclear weapons could eliminate Lord Voldemort. At least there, Lord Voldemort could not apparate. Major looked at the peaceful street scene outside the window of 10 Downing Street, listening to the frantic rustling of his secretary searching through papers, and sighed deeply. I really don't want to be the first Prime Minister in history to order a nuclear strike on our own soil, so you must win, Kano. At Hogwarts at this time, a large number of people were noisily gathered in the Great Hall. Madame Pomfrey and a group of St. Mungo's healers were frantically treating the seriously wounded. Fleur and Ginny, along with other older female students, followed behind them. Fleur assisted while sensing the movement of the wooden plaque on her chest. Thankfully, the plaque showed no unusual activity, meaning Kano's life was still safe. Ron was busy recognizing relatives, moving through the motley crowd with his distinctive red hair, and had already defused 4 or 5 conflicts before they could escalate. Hermione was in a furious working state, her quill slashing like a sword, every record clear and precise, and anyone who needed to mobilize supplies could get an immediate affirmative answer from her. Harry was leading the students willing to fight in simple warm-up exercises. Most of them were members of the Defense Association. All the Slytherin students were observing from the sidelines. A few Slytherins who had participated in Defense Association activities wanted to join in, but were forced back by the stares of others who looked at them like fools. Why hadn't Dumbledore come out to maintain order? Because all the adult wizards still capable of fighting were currently holding a meeting in the headmaster's office. "I must be frank," Dumbledore said, looking at the expectant faces. "I cannot defeat Lord Voldemort now, and even delaying him is highly unlikely. If you stay here and things don't turn around, then you will surely die." Moody limped to stand behind Dumbledore. "Count me in." Arthur, Lupin, and Sirius made the same gesture. Molly also wanted to follow her husband's footsteps, but Dumbledore stopped her. "We must evacuate all students immediately. These children need adult wizards to lead them. My dear, leave the fighting to us. Your mission is also very important." Arthur embraced his wife deeply. "Take good care of the children." Molly wept, unable to speak a word, and finally could only lean on her husband's shoulder and nod silently. No one spoke again. The people present automatically divided into 2 teams, and from time to time, injured people would walk in from outside the door and join them. Dumbledore once again walked to the podium, delivering a speech for the second time in an hour. "Lord Voldemort has already breached St. Mungo's and the Ministry of Magic, and is now heading towards Hogwarts. We have made a decision: all students will be immediately evacuated through secret passages. Hogwarts will become the last bastion of battle. We want to defend Hogwarts too." George stood up. "This is our home too." "Yes, but you are still children, and you should not participate in such a brutal battle." Dumbledore shook his head. "Moreover, as long as you live, no matter what the outcome is today, Hogwarts will always be in your hearts." Harry stood up and asked with a firm tone, "Professor, can those with a blood feud against Lord Voldemort stay and fight?" Neville also stood up and walked to Harry's side. Scrimgeour stood up with some difficulty. "4th years and below are mandatory to leave. Even if you stay, you will only increase the casualty count." Ginny bit her lip, her eyes flickering. "Students in the 5th, 6th, and 7th years are approaching or already adults. You decide for yourselves whether you want to stay. Unless we all die, you won't get to face the Death Eaters directly." Scrimgeour thought this to himself, but his mouth kept moving. "But there's one thing. No matter who you are, if you stay to fight, you must accept unified command. Die without regret." Most of the Slytherin students got up and left, not even needing a secret passage, directly exiting through the main door. A few marginalized individuals in Slytherin remained in their seats, gawked at like rare animals by the suddenly enthusiastic Gryffindors. The other 3 houses naturally also took action. The Gryffindor house undoubtedly had the most people staying, and Professor McGonagall had to personally pull out a few little rascals who tried to blend into the crowd. "Colin, Dennis, you 2 brothers are not old enough, hurry up and go." "Professor, I don't want to go home and raise cows, I want to defend Hogwarts too," Colin pleaded. "Yes, even if I die at school, I'm willing." Dennis also tugged at Professor McGonagall's sleeve. McGonagall's face turned unprecedentedly grim, and she raised her hand and slapped both of them. Not only were the Creevey brothers stunned, but all the students in the Great Hall looked at Professor McGonagall in surprise. "What do you take life for? If we can't protect Hogwarts, then it's our failure as professors." McGonagall, with some regret, hugged the 2 children. "No matter what, your lives cannot be sacrificed. We are protecting the future, and you are the future." Colin sobbed muffledly in McGonagall's arms. "If we leave, are we still true Gryffindors? Retreat is not cowardice, living also requires courage." Dumbledore walked into the middle of the crowd and said to everyone, "Those who leave, please live happily with the blessings of those who stay." Ginny rushed to Harry and kissed him hard. Harry instinctively hugged her, only to find many men and women around them doing the same. Hermione and Ron also embraced. "Hurry and go, Ginny." Harry finally recognized his vague feelings for Ginny. "Lord Voldemort will be here soon. Be careful." Ginny hugged Harry tightly. "I'll come find you later." The residents of Hogsmeade had already been evacuated, so when Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters apparat there, they only saw deserted streets. There are several secret passage exits on the map. You will intercept them separately, students are sure to come out from there. Master, do we need to bring all of them back as hostages? Won't that be too many? Lucius asked, head bowed. Your own children can go straight home, and there's no need to intercept Slytherin students. Lord Voldemort was wreathed in black mist, his expression ferocious. Bring back all purebloods and half-bloods from the other 3 houses. Mudbloods, execute them directly. There's no place for them in the new world. Using their filthy lives to deter those muddle-headed students is just right. Many shivered. After successive victories, Lord Voldemort's aura had grown even more powerful and terrifying, but his temperament was also changing drastically. If Kano were here, he would tell them that Lord Voldemort's mind was being affected by the sudden surge of divine power, and he was on the verge of losing control of his tyrannical desire for slaughter. The Slytherin students, after leaving the castle gates, also arrived in Hogsmeade. Many Death Eaters met with their children, and Lord Voldemort allowed them to communicate. After Lucius and Draco met, Lucius simply nodded. Son, go home and stay with your mother. Draco looked down and cautiously spoke. Father, how will you treat the students who haven't evacuated? Some will be brought back as hostages. Father, could it be? I mean, keep more hostages. Draco was a little flustered. I mean, the more hostages there are, the more obedient their families will be. Lucius gave his eldest son a deep look. Go home. I know what I'm doing. He had always been stern-faced in front of his child, but this time, he uncharacteristically hugged Draco before turning and leaving with Lord Voldemort. Draco didn't know what his father was thinking. He could only obediently board the train and leave the battlefield. Snape still had his usual deadpan expression. He was in charge of organizing the interception. A group of agitated Death Eaters split up and left. They didn't notice that their companions were all the same unfortunate brothers-in-arms whose children had been taken by Lord Voldemort last time. Why send them out? Snape's actions couldn't be hidden from Lord Voldemort. He smiled and pointed a finger at Snape. You still want to eliminate a few rivals. If they show mercy to mudbloods, I don't think there's any need to keep such half-hearted fellows. And then let them share our spoils of victory after the war, Snape said as a matter of course. These words greatly pleased Lord Voldemort. He looked at the Death Eaters remaining by his side, each one radiating murderous intent, eager to drink blood immediately, and raised his hand with satisfaction. Go. The evacuees had departed. Dumbledore activated the castle's defense system from the headmaster's office. The magic power dispersed by students over centuries supported the operation of the magic castle. Now, this energy was channeled into the defensive array. Beams of light ignited, and a massive, incredibly strong three-dimensional protective shield, centered on Hogwarts Castle, was fully activated. From a modern perspective, the structure of these arrays contained much redundancy, but it was precisely this design, regardless of labor costs, that ensured the system could still function normally after the erosion of time. Lord Voldemort was also awestruck by such a protective shield, but his 5 giant inferi had already entered the Forbidden Forest. Now, he only needed to break through the front. Black divine power transformed into a towering black tornado, violently colliding and rubbing against the protective shield. Lord Voldemort was determined to use absolute violence to shock those who remained. Moreover, this was also the fastest method. He had indeed used cursed divine power to tie up Kano, but divine power could only cause Kano bad luck. He didn't know what Kano had encountered, nor if he could still return. He couldn't delay. Delays lead to complications. Not to mention giving Hogwarts staff and students an hour, he wasn't that leisurely. Statues, advance. Professor McGonagall excitedly chanted the spell. All the statues and suits of armor sprang to life, picking up their weapons and forming ranks. These were automatons created by wizards to imitate knights, serving as a front line in war, shielding wizards from spells. I've wanted to try this for ages. McGonagall was a little gleeful. I'm not afraid of you lot. The diminutive Professor Flitwick helplessly pinched his brow. That woman's gone mad. He led a group of dueling experts to form a commando unit, preparing to perform tactical insertions and divide the enemy's forces later. Why are you here too? Lupin, dressed in a short-sleeved outfit, looked at Tonks, whose hair color was constantly changing. Why shouldn't I be here? Look how nervous you are, your hair's turned green. Tonks was startled and quickly grabbed her hair to look. It was clearly a beautiful flaxen color. Seeing that she actually believed him, Lupin couldn't help but chuckle, earning an elbow from Tonks. This actually made her less nervous. Scrimgeour, Sirius, Arthur, and many other wizards who graduated from Gryffindor formed the main force, positioned behind the knights and statues. Professor Sprout, with Hufflepuff graduates and her beloved magical plants, defended the left flank. The remaining Ministry of Magic employees defended the right flank, while St. Mungo's healers guarded the far rear. The student soldiers led by Harry were placed in front of the St. Mungo's camp, completely protected behind all the other formations. There was no time to express dissatisfaction. The defensive array finally overloaded and was shattered by the Black Storm. Dumbledore, holding the Elder Wand, lunged at Lord Voldemort as if burning his life force. Without any exchange or pleasantries, Lord Voldemort, accompanied by the Black Wind, engaged Dumbledore in battle. The Death Eaters bypassed the two combatants and began to charge the frontmost square formation of knights and statues. For a time, spells erupted and rubble flew. People were constantly hit by spells and sent flying backward. The Death Eaters roared, pressing forward, and Hogwarts's frontline forces met their assault without fear. Harry felt his eyes weren't enough. He saw the commando unit charging through the battlefield, Professor Flitwick leaping about, every spell hitting someone. Lupin struck steadily, often extricating his side from danger. But some failed to dodge, struck by a sudden green light, and fell to the ground like broken sacks, no one looking at them again. The main force had all entered the battle, and the battlefield was a stalemate. "Let's go, we're in too." At Harry's command, the student soldiers responded enthusiastically. "Our strength isn't enough, focus on support, don't engage in head-on combat." Yes. The student soldiers brought a change to the stalemated battle. Although they weren't strong, the Death Eaters, who were already fully focused on fighting others, found it hard to notice the Stupefy and Expelliarmus spells coming from unexpected angles. Even a Bat Bogey Hex was enough to make them lose by being unable to cast spells. Neville, Cedric, and Cho joined the encirclement of Rodolphus, with Neville finally scorching his arm with a family spell. McNair was knocked down by Wood and Jordan, who had rushed back to join the fight. Percy and Bill together dealt with the gaunt Dolohov, avenging his uncle's murder. The twins, relying on their mental connection, played a trick of swapping opponents. The Death Eater in front of them was hit by a Stupefy from diagonally behind. The two worked seamlessly, still displaying their comedic nature on the battlefield. Harry, Ron, and Hermione moved through the battlefield, constantly attacking Death Eaters. They saw Sirius and Snape in a fierce confrontation, always feeling there was something fishy about it. Sensing Harry watching, Snape shot a Stupefy spell, forcing the trio to dodge. At this moment, several Death Eaters mounted their broomsticks, attempting an aerial strike. Bill, who had already set up an ambush, took off from behind the castle on his now-grown Norwegian ridgeback, Norberta, and greeted them warmly with scorching dragon fire. Hagrid would be so happy if he saw this. Ron shouted. "Yeah, where is Hagrid?" Hermione suddenly realized. The roar of a giant echoed from the Forbidden Forest. Kano somewhat frantically shook off the blood on his arm, then shook his head to focus. The two had been fighting for over 3 hours. He had just seized an opportunity, infused his divine power into an arrow, bypassed Mordred's defenses, and shot the Hell Gate behind him. The arrow exploded within it, causing the Hell Gate to fluctuate violently, spewing out more black mist, but becoming somewhat thinner itself. The black mist once again elevated Mordred's strength by another level. Now, his strength was on par with a full-powered Lamorak. But the Hell Gate did not dissipate. Instead, it gradually stabilized, and after 5 breaths, it returned to its smoky, deathly appearance. This was bad. By this calculation, he would have to go all out to completely shatter the Hell Gate. By then, Mordred would be strengthened to an extremely terrifying degree. Did he even have a limit now? If Mordred instantly became stronger than Lancelot after the Hell Gate was shattered, he still wouldn't be able to defeat him. There was no more time to hesitate. Mordred's strength was still slowly increasing, and he had to make a decision. Almost all of Kano's divine power within him was mobilized, output as solar divine power, like a layer of flowing gold leaf adhering to the bodies of both man and horse, and to the oak sword. The surrounding air was twisted by the scorching heat, and the ground beneath the little unicorn's hooves was baked hard. The little unicorn galloped like the wind, closing in on Mordred. Kano used all his lifelong knowledge, delivering a sword thrust through a gap in his defense, piercing his chest. Mordred paid no mind. The Hell Gate came to his back, preparing to heal his wound. Just then, the highly compressed solar divine power erupted. A golden energy torrent broke free from its restraints, roaring along the blade of the oak sword and shattering the Hell Gate. Before the fragments of the Hell Gate could even hit the ground, they transformed into dense black mist, surging into Mordred's body. Kano felt his aura begin to grow exponentially, and even his gaunt body seemed to creak and expand. However, not all of the black mist entered his body. After a brief pause, it transformed into hundreds of armored knight figures. Mordred furiously began to exchange blows with Kano, and the black mist knights also lunged at Kano. Clearly, Mordred's enhancement had reached its limit, but these black mist knights were also skilled fighters. Coupled with Mordred, whose strength now subtly surpassed Kano's, Kano was left scrambling and unable to escape for a time. At the same time, the phantom of the Hell Gate reappeared behind Mordred, rapidly reforming. It seemed everything was too late. Focus on your opponent. A figure flew out from Kano's oak sword, actually plundering some of the free-floating black mist to take form. With a single strike, he routed a dozen black mist knights. Kano looked closely and saw it was Fergus, wielding his spiral sword. Soon, many familiar faces emerged from the oak sword, absorbing the black mist to delay the reformation of the Hell Gate, while also clashing with the black mist knights. There was King Mark with his grim face, Siu Chulain roaring in battle, and the dragon-slaying heroes Siegfried and Beowulf. Even the Celtic soldiers and the Einherjar whom Kano had defeated in Valhalla reappeared, shouting as they plunged into the fight. Past hardships become future strength. Kano had always believed this, but he never expected it to manifest in such a direct way. The formidable black mist knights around him were pushed aside by a tide of variously dressed warriors, making it difficult for them to act. Kano was momentarily confused. Just as he was about to ask, he heard an impatient Siu Chulain roar. Your sword absorbed our resentment, and naturally, it also captured a part of our will. Isn't it natural to help our admired opponent fend off these? Do what you need to do. Kano regained his senses. At this point, a full-powered Mordred's every sword strike was heavy, carrying dense black mist that corroded Kano's body. Kano now had only a little divine power left, which he had to save for the end. He was almost unable to resist this corrosion, and his movements became sluggish. After a few breaths, his body suffered multiple injuries. In a flash, Kano made his decision. He feigned a weakness, and Mordred's long sword directly split open his right shoulder and collarbone, getting stuck at the edge of his sturdy ribs. Black mist surged into Kano's body, preventing his rapid healing and simultaneously corroding his flesh. Kano's right hand hung limply, and his left hand suddenly gripped his opponent's sword-wielding hand. "Ha, you're dead." Mordred didn't resist, seemingly convinced that Kano was in his death throes. He revealed a twisted smile. "Come with me, to hell." The Hell Gate behind him also gradually became clearer, on the verge of reforming. Just then, several thin vines shot out from the smooth cut on Kano's shoulder, connecting to the tendons of his right arm. Kano, as if operating a puppet, used these vines to control his right hand, fiercely plunging the oak sword into Mordred's chest. The last bit of divine power exploded in Mordred's chest. The Hell Gate, just about to take shape, and Mordred's smile both paused simultaneously. All the black mist knights and Kano's allies vanished into thin air. Kano seemed to hear an angry roar, and the spatial blockade around them also collapsed. The black mist on Mordred's body continuously dissipated, and he reverted to an ordinary spirit body, as if waking from a deep dream, looking blankly at the severely wounded Kano. The black mist within Kano's body still hadn't given up on corroding him, seemingly determined to exchange his soul for Mordred. Kano had no divine power left and could only barely resist. This time, he might actually be in trouble. Did I fight you? What time is it now?" Mordred asked blankly. Kano looked at this famous, good son, feeling both annoyed and amused, but he truly had no energy left to explain anything, and even his thoughts became sluggish. "The war is over. Go home, knight." Morgan and Merlin appeared in this space, which was gradually returning to the mortal realm, just in time to see Kano collapse to the ground, with the little unicorn sadly nuzzling his face. Morgan cried as she knelt beside Kano, using all her strength to heal him. Kano's heart had completely stopped beating, and his brain had ceased activity. His spirit body showed signs of instability, capable of completely detaching from his physical body at any moment. Once he fully died, his soul would inevitably be dragged into hell. Merlin, is this what you meant by, no problem? Morgan roared at the old man while using healing magic. It shouldn't be, the process isn't finished. Merlin was also very anxious, muttering something incomprehensibly. Give me life force, Merlin. Help me drain the life force from this land. Morgan's face was contorted, preparing to use a forbidden spell. Merlin was startled. Doing that would be betraying your druid identity, you'll be annihilated. Less talk, I don't care. But this life force is not of the same origin as Kano's, that wooden token. Merlin suddenly remembered something and closed his eyes. The little unicorn's magic circle returned, and a moment later, Fleur and it apparat here together. Without a word, she placed the 3-vortex wooden token hanging around her neck onto Kano's shoulder wound. The wooden token disappeared into Kano's body like a drop of water merging into the ocean. A sudden burst of brilliant light enveloped everyone and all spirit bodies present, disappearing into the silent Camlan Hill. In the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid stood on Grop's shoulders, directing him to fight the giant in fury. The centaurs naturally wouldn't let the giants pass. Arrows blessed with the Elder's unique magic rained down on the towering Inferi like a storm. Each arrow exploded in their dry skin, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. Good boy, Grop, hit them like that. Hagrid held his pink umbrella and continuously fired spells. No one was stopping him this time, he was going to have his fill of fun. The centaurs suddenly stopped moving, and Grop was almost pinned down by the Inferi next to him. Bane, Firenze, what are you doing? Hagrid broke out in a cold sweat. The centaurs ignored him and instead conversed uneasily. Impossible, it shouldn't be. Anyone can die, but he wouldn't leave so easily, would he? They had just felt the star representing Kano extinguish. I can't accept it. Bane angrily drew his longbow. Keep fighting, that kid will definitely come back. Firenze also nodded. Even if he doesn't come back, we must defend our home. Fight, fight. At the same time, the water temperature of Inshi Spring in the Durmstrang Mountains began to rise sharply, turning into a genuine hot spring. The snakes that usually gathered there and were unwilling to leave fled frantically, as if instinctively avoiding something. Fleur, left in the castle to care for the wounded, suddenly felt the amulet on her chest turn cold. This was very unusual, as the wooden tag usually emitted a temperature slightly higher than body temperature and glowed with a faint green light. She quickly took the wooden tag from her chest and found that its light had become incredibly dim. Fleur, quickly leave Hogwarts's range and apparate to me. Merlin's apparition appeared before her eyes, and Fleur hurriedly ran out of the castle gates. The little unicorn snorted at her at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and Fleur rushed through the chaotic battlefield, disregarding her own safety, and mounted the little unicorn's back. Quickly take me out of the range where apparition is forbidden. No one noticed the person and the horse, not because the battlefield was too chaotic, but because Lord Voldemort and Dumbledore's battle was about to end. Dumbledore used the Elder Wand without regard for the consequences, overdrawing his profound magic in a short time, extremely reluctantly resisting Lord Voldemort's attacks and tying up his energy. Half an hour had passed, and the Elder Wand was still greedily absorbing his power, but Dumbledore could no longer control it. Lord Voldemort parried a flying orb of light, then defended against the rain of flames that formed after the orb exploded, and finally hit Dumbledore's shield with a black curse. Dumbledore resisted with all his might. Although he didn't die on the spot, he was still sent flying, and the Elder Wand completely slipped from his grasp, spinning as it fell to the side. The battlefield was silent, everyone stopped fighting. Lord Voldemort scanned around and found that only a few of his Death Eaters were still standing. Many on the Hogwarts side had also fallen to the ground. The annoying Black, Mad-Eye, the filthy werewolf, and Scrimgeour, whose angry expression was frozen on his face, all seemed to be thoroughly dead. But now, none of that mattered. I didn't expect you to still have such power, but unfortunately, I am stronger than you. Lord Voldemort gleefully declared his victory, and more fear emanated from everyone, instantly replenishing his. This was the terror of a god. Lord Voldemort, who had now pushed the boulder of fear down the mountain, would only grow stronger and could no longer be stopped by anyone. If it weren't for Kano's existence, Lord Voldemort would have reached this state long ago. Nagini slithered out from a corner, wanting to climb onto Lord Voldemort's shoulder, but Lord Voldemort directed her to follow Snape. Even if Kano returned in his perfect state now, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Since there was no longer any rush, Lord Voldemort decided to show a bit of a victor's grace. Give the enemy a dignified death. Any last words? Tom, you don't understand love, so you will never win. Dumbledore tried to stand up, but his physical strength no longer allowed him to do so. Lord Voldemort laughed, taking it as the old man's stubbornness before death. Harry walked over from the side, helped Dumbledore stand steady, and then stood in front of him. Oh, isn't this a small mistake I made back then? You don't think you'll have the same luck today, do you? You can try, the worst that can happen is I die. Harry had already seen the bodies of his family and friends, and his heart ached. But he still stood out bravely, trying to show a mocking smile. You're not scared, are you? He heard a heart-wrenching wail and knew without looking back that it was Ginny's voice. She seemed to have secretly snuck back, bringing Mrs. Weasley with her. It's good that you're still alive. Thinking like this is too selfish, but letting you watch me leave. I have no regrets. All of you who resist must die. Then let it start with me. Harry was unmoved, only his heart beat a little faster. Lord Voldemort raised his wand and uttered the famous spell. Harry also raised his hand. Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus. Two wands with twin cores fought each other, green and red curses collided. Several figures, more ethereal than ghosts, appeared in the air and stood beside Harry. Good son, truly brave. James, with his messy hair, smiled, also wearing glasses. Dad. Harry looked at him in surprise. I'm here too, son. Green-eyed Lily gently hugged Harry. You did great. Old Crouch, impeccably dressed, stood by, nodding at Harry. Many other figures, both known and unknown to Harry, appeared further away, enthusiastically waving their hands at him, as excited as if they were attending Christmas shopping. The light of Harry's Expelliarmus suddenly intensified, and Lord Voldemort's heart skipped a beat, instinctively taking half a step back. What was happening? Snape had been staring intently at Harry, and at this moment, he suddenly felt a familiar aura. With you all by my side, death doesn't seem so scary anymore. Not yet, son. James smiled. Don't let up. Lily nodded encouragingly at her son, then looked at the expressionless, pale Snape, revealing a relieved smile. It's good that you've returned to the right path too. The point where the two curses met exploded violently, and a hazy, cyan light appeared between Lord Voldemort and Harry. James and Lily disappeared, Old Crouch disappeared, everyone disappeared. But Harry felt an immense warmth in his heart, and he wouldn't hesitate to confront Lord Voldemort again. The cyan light dissipated, and Kano, with a serene expression, lay on the ground, with the little unicorn and Fleur beside him. The repelled Lord Voldemort saw Kano's body and wanted to burst out laughing. But then, an incredibly powerful heartbeat rumbled from Kano's chest. When Kano opened his eyes and sat up, a magical change occurred. His body melted, transforming into a sphere emitting an intense glow. Centered on the sphere, a three-swirl-shaped array of light slowly unfolded on the ground. Three shadowy figures, their faces indistinct, appeared on the three swirls. Firstly, the Druid. A woman's voice rang out. The first figure solidified, an image of someone with a hood obscuring his face, holding a rough wooden staff, and dressed in a finely striped cloth. Of course, a golden, sun-wheel-shaped ornament, representing the sun, hung around his neck. Behind him appeared countless phantoms, most dressed as Egyptians, led by the Egyptian priestess from a millennium ago, Nitocris. She smiled gently, reciting Kano's achievements. Slew the basilisk, eliminated dark wizards. Acted chivalrously, protected the common people. The Druid turned his head, smiling somewhat helplessly. This isn't what I expected. It's all right, Mr. Canopus, Nitocris said with a beaming smile. We have always regarded you as a guide and a fellow traveler. Our feelings for you are respect and gratitude, not blind worship. Even if you ascend to godhood today, it is merely the blossoming of seeds sown yesterday, and it does not diminish your teachings to us back then. Separate from gods and men, independent and self-reliant. The Druid nodded silently. Their descendants had indeed achieved it. All the phantoms quietly merged into the Druid's form, making him shimmer with colorful light. Flowers bloomed at one corner of the three-vortex array, branches and leaves intertwined, weaving a verdant seat. The Druid sat upon it, sunlight spilling onto his shoulders. Secondly, the knight. A male voice rang out. The second figure also appeared, a tall knight in full armor, his keen gaze piercing through the viewing slits of his faceplate. The phantoms that appeared this time were not as well behaved. All the warriors who had just assisted Kano were present, rhythmically banging their shields or simply shouting at the top of their lungs. Fight! 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 Victory! 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 Standing at the very front was Fry, in full battle attire, holding the sword of victory. On the brink of life and death, his resolve remains unshaken. Traversing battlefields, he is invincible. Fry patted his shoulder. Nothing to say when you see me. I am indeed surprised to see you, the knight chuckled. Why didn't you appear when I was fighting Mordred just now? Fry pointed at Fleur, who was excitedly standing outside the array. I have completely perished. Without that bit of divine blood in her, I wouldn't be able to manifest. My time is short, continue the ritual, Fry said to the knight. The knight nodded, and Fry raised the sword of victory in his hand. His body ravaged, he drifted in Hvergelmir. Wandering for 9 days and 9 nights, he traversed the 9 realms from bottom to top. Thus, he is worthy of deification. Fry gripped the hilt of the sword of victory and touched the blade to each of the knight's shoulders. In the name of Fry, god of battle and fertility, I allow Canopus Black to share my glory. From this day forward, your sword's point shall know no rivals, and victory shall forever be by your side. All shadows shall be swept away by your hand, and peace and happiness shall be the pursuit and direction of your battles. The sword of victory transformed into golden threads, coiling around the knight's silver armor and weapons, outlining magnificent patterns. The warrior phantoms roared as they rushed into the knight's body. Countless broken, blood-stained weapons were plunged into the ground with the knight at the center. The knight mounted the little unicorn, and his figure became fixed. Within the 3 vortices, the second had taken its place. The last figure appeared, a soaking wet young man in summer casual wear, a white t-shirt and black pants, with an ordinary appearance and a gentle demeanor. This was the ordinary person who drowned while rescuing a child, and it was Canopus Black's previous life. He winked at Fleur, and Fleur couldn't help but laugh. A long time ago, she had told Kano that she wanted to see what he looked like in his previous life, and today her wish was finally granted. Thank you, big brother. A phantom of a little girl appeared before him, holding a bouquet of yellow and white chrysanthemums. Have you been eating well? Have you been listening to your parents? The young man touched the little girl's head. Have you become an honest and kind person? I will try my best, the little girl answered brightly. A young couple appeared behind the little girl, bowing to him with tears in their eyes. Subsequently, more and more phantoms, dressed in various ways, appeared around the young man. There were children with red scarves, middle-aged people in work clothes, and elders leaning on canes. Thirdly, the hero. The little girl's voice was clear and crisp. Though the body dies, the will remains eternal. Ordinary brilliance, the torch passed on. The many phantoms emitted a scorching aura, converging into a golden-red fluid that floated in mid-air, forming 2 elegant Chinese characters. Imperial Decree. As they merged into the young man's body, the 3 vortex array shone brightly, and the 3 figures transformed from solid to ethereal, gathering in the center of the array. A pillar of light, entwined with green, gold, and red, shot skyward, scattering sparkling motes of brilliance. On Hogwarts' side, those who had fallen to the ground and died began to breathe again, sitting up in a daze, embraced by their overjoyed family and friends. The injured were fully healed, and those with severed limbs regenerated flesh and blood. Dumbledore's rapidly declining aura stabilized and began to slowly recover. As for Mad-Eye Moody, who inexplicably regrew his leg and eyeball and was feeling utterly uncomfortable, no one paid him any mind. All the centaurs, along with Hagrid and Grop, appeared at the edge of the forbidden forest. Like everyone else, they watched, mesmerized, the brilliant light that brought miracles. The fence-sitting Death Eaters who had secretly let the students go were also inexplicably pulled back to the battlefield, and with a searing pain, the dark mark on their arms vanished without a trace. In an unnoticed corner, the human flowerpot Bellatrix was also transported, now facing Lord Voldemort, who was suppressed by Kano's aura and unable to move. The pillar of light dissipated like a dream, leaving only Canopus Black, wearing Hogwarts robes, with an oak sword at his waist and a wooden plaque on his chest. Any last words, Tom? Lord Voldemort laughed hysterically, his divine power, as viscous as crude oil, gushing out without restraint. But Kano merely waved his hand gently, and the greenish-blue divine power evaporated it all, leaving not a trace. Only after exhausting his fear divine power did Lord Voldemort quiet down. I am outmatched. Black. Do it. To die by your hand does not tarnish my reputation. But one day, I will return. Lord Voldemort narrowed his eyes, and then, no one will be able to stop me. Kano shook his head. You really don't understand Horcruxes at all. Those things can't withstand divine power. As long as your main soul is destroyed by divine power, they will be truly useless. The skin around Lord Voldemort's nostrils turned white. He was finally afraid. Fawkes, the phoenix, who had just been reborn in battle, was still a bald little bird. It struggled with all its might, dragging the sorting hat out of the headmaster's office window. The dusty, patched, pointed old hat landed in Snape's hand, who was silent. Lord Voldemort seemed to understand something, but Snape had already reached into the sorting hat. A ruby-encrusted sword hilt appeared in Snape's hand. Kano snapped his fingers, and a holy silver glow emanated from the blade. With a flash of light, Nagini's head, next to Snape, fell to the ground. You filthy, filthy traitor. Lord Voldemort was utterly enraged. He could not accept the fact that Snape had deceived him. Consider it my twisted humor, your Horcruxes are all destroyed. Kano smiled and raised his hand. The violent sun-divine power shone upon Lord Voldemort, instantly severing his connection to his divine position. Now, Lord Voldemort was once again immortal. Harry, he's yours. Kano stepped back, walked towards Fleur, and put his arm around her waist. Harry was a little confused, but Kano gave him an affirming look. You pity me. You're here to send this boy to his death, aren't you? Lord Voldemort laughed hysterically. Come on, let me show you my power. I am not some dark lord who is all show and no substance. You still don't understand, Tom. Harry strode forward, quickly cornered by the cunning Lord Voldemort, but he showed no fear. My path to godhood has always been surrounded by love. Fleur, Morgan, Merlin, many people, as if by prior agreement, cast gazes of relief towards Kano. Lord Voldemort seemed somewhat breathless. The series of battles had almost exhausted his magic. You don't understand love, you deny love. A slight smile appeared on Kano's lips. That's why many things you don't comprehend, and many people you can't see clearly. You will lose, but not to me. Harry was hit by the killing curse. Lord Voldemort grinned, but before his laugh could fully escape, he saw Harry open his eyes and steady himself. He stubbornly continued to cast the killing curse, which collided with Harry's Expelliarmus. The characteristic of twin core wands reappeared. This time, thousands of phantom souls of those Lord Voldemort had killed with his wand appeared one after another, flying densely in mid-air. It's time, son, James said in Harry's ear. You must live a happy life. Lily caressed her son's cheek. The phantoms of the two rushed towards Lord Voldemort, and the phantoms in the air also surged forward en masse, as if receiving an order. Lord Voldemort's magic inexplicably became chaotic. He felt as if he had returned to his first magical outburst, and his memories drifted far away. That eerie orphanage, the low, simple room, the harsh-voiced matron, the perpetually half-sized hard bread and the soup only fit for washing hands. Everything was so oppressive. Only after he awakened his magic did a glimmer of brightness enter his life. From then on, he firmly believed he was special, born to rule all people and things. Only when he wielded magic, bringing fear and destruction to others, could he truly feel the value of his existence. Why am I thinking of these distant memories? I risked death so that when you met your destined opponent, you would merely be a mortal of flesh and blood. Kano whispered. The point where the spells clashed exploded again. Amidst a thunderous roar, the killing curse fired by Lord Voldemort rebounded onto himself. The arrogant Dark Lord knelt on the ground, his eyes hollow, staring at the sky under the setting sun. Canopus Black, on behalf of my father, Regulus Black, I greet you. Kaiser, Merlin, and Morgan all breathed a sigh of relief after watching Kano display his might in Gensokyo. Soon, the goblins began flapping their wings, flying around to prepare the food and drink for the banquet. Morgan looked at the two opposite her with a displeased expression. Give me a plausible explanation, and quickly. If you two were just relying on luck, letting Kano take risks, humph. The pale Kaiser couldn't help but smile. Even if I say yes, what can a little girl like you do to me? Morgan also showed a brilliant smile, nothing much. I'll just have these goblins beat drums and gongs in front of your residence every day, saying you harmed your junior successor. Kaiser's expression stiffened. The druids wouldn't believe such an accusation, but they would certainly mock him a bit. Merlin quickly smoothed things over, but Morgan didn't give him a good look either. Let's get to the point. What kind of ritual does a druid need to become a god? Morgan's expression became serious. Seeing Kano's process of becoming a god, is it related to death and resurrection? Yes, the core mission of a druid is to maintain the balance between humans and nature, and to study the relationship between life and death, Kaiser affirmed. That's why the evergreen oak is our sacred tree, it symbolizes eternal life. Morgan waved her hand impatiently. I'm not some ignorant apprentice. Get to the main point. For a druid to become a deity, they must undergo 3 special deaths, and then be resurrected. The methods of death include weapons, poison, curse, and drowning. Kaiser held up 3 fingers. The first was drowning in his previous life. The second was the separation of spirit and flesh in his mother's womb, entering Gensekyo, which counts as a curse related to magic. The third was the physical death caused by Mordred's slash. Morgan was a bit puzzled. Isn't that the same as that triple murder, sacrifice ritual? That's a degraded imitation of the God Ascension ritual. As for why the God Ascension ritual was lost, Kaiser pointed to himself. That was my doing. Resurrection once is already a miracle. If it succeeds a second time, then the third time is unstoppable. In my era, too many druids pursued this path for power, and we lost too many talented young people because of it. Merlin and Morgan nodded knowingly. No wonder Kaiser chose to let this ritual be lost. Those confident young geniuses constantly sought death. How could that be allowed? It was Merlin who first noticed something was wrong and came to consult me. That's how we learned that after 1,000 years, there was another strange boy like Kano. Kaiser shifted the blame to Merlin, leisurely sipping his tea. What was wrong? Why didn't I notice? Merlin posed a question to Morgan. All knight characteristics act upon themselves. Why do Kano's characteristics act upon others? What's wrong with that? Mordred's characteristics also act upon others. As Morgan spoke, she also sensed something peculiar. Thousands of knights have been in theft, with hundreds of characteristics, yet only Kano's and Mordred's characteristics are so special. I thought it was because they were fated rivals. That's true, but they also have something else in common. Merlin no longer kept them in suspense. Mordred was conceived from your divine essence as the Lady of the Lake. He can be considered a divine descendant. After Kano's previous life ended in death, he reincarnated into this world, already having been resurrected once. After his second death and resurrection, his characteristics fully formed. Morgan suddenly understood. You mean, only knights with a direct connection to deities will gain characteristics that interfere with others? Merlin nodded. After discovering this, he immediately found Kaiser, who then had Fergus and Cu Chulainn control their resentful outbursts to lure Kano to Ireland. Ancient heroes also possessed their own unique powers, which in a sense were the origin of knight characteristics. Fergus commanded severance, while Cu Chulainn, bearing divine blood, commanded infallibility. More precisely, it was to make enemies infallibly severed and infallibly hit. After this probing, combined with Kaiser's intelligence and the affirmations of Fergus and Cu Chulainn, Merlin basically understood the source of Kano's various peculiarities. However, by then Kano had already completed his second resurrection, and becoming a god was a destined event, only the specific timing was uncertain. However, Kano has gone even further on the path to godhood. Not only did he die and resurrect 3 times, but he also simultaneously completed 2 other god ascension rituals, integrating them into the druid system, Kaiser said admiringly. That's why his divine power is so strong, instantly defeating an established current world god. The Norse god ascension ritual required candidates to imitate Odin's process of obtaining the rune, enduring severe injuries and hanging on the world tree for 9 days and 9 nights. Now that the world tree has disappeared, Kano, severely wounded, drifted in Hvergelmir for 9 days and 9 nights, also fulfilling the ritual requirements. Even more remarkably, he and Frey were kindred spirits, and their power bases were both combat and nature, fertility. With Frey's help, the path for knights to become gods was thus opened. The requirements for the enfeoffment god ascension method were even lower, as long as the state issued a document acknowledging someone's achievements, and then used special methods to gather faith, it would suffice. Kano's previous life ended in death for bravely upholding justice, making him a genuine hero, perfectly meeting the conditions. Thus, with the Druid god ascension method as the foundation, combined with Norse god conferring magic and the Chinese enfeoffment god ascension method, Kano became a true deity with composite divinity and 3 images integrated into one. So, his heavenly mandate was actually a hint for the stages of his god ascension ritual. Morgan subconsciously tapped the table. Because of Lord Voldemort's threat, he went to Egypt and China. Fleur was in danger, so he went to the Nordic region. He fought Mordred, completing his final death and resurrection. Yes, the Stone of Destiny had already provided all the answers, it's just that we were in the midst of it and couldn't see clearly, Merlin said, smiling as he stood up. Regardless, Kano has fulfilled his heavenly mandate and is now free and unburdened. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief. These past few years have been more exhausting than the previous few centuries. Morgan's mood finally eased. She huffed, then got up to supervise the goblins preparing food. Aren't you going to manage your own son? Merlin quickly called out to her. He's being surrounded and beaten by a group of knights right now, he's quite pathetic. Morgan didn't look back, just waved her hand. He ruined King Arthur's glorious dynasty. Even if I don't care, many people dislike him. Everyone here is dead, so let them fight. From outside the window came Mordred's angry roar. I'm not fighting back because I feel guilty. If you hit me again, I'll activate my characteristic. Go ahead and activate it. I missed the final battle, so this is a good chance to see it. That was Lancelot's voice. Everyone knew Mordred was in for trouble. Morgan had no interest in listening further, she had to supervise the work. Kano still had to return for the banquet after finishing up in the mortal world, she couldn't let those goblins slack off. At this moment, Kano, with his hands helplessly in his pockets, was being tossed high by everyone. After Lord Voldemort's death, everyone cheered, wave after wave of immense sound. The centaurs whistled, turning to leave with smiles on their faces. Kano and Harry were tossed into the air by the enthusiastic crowd, some even ran to Snape, wanting to give him an aerial toss too. Of course, they eventually retreated under Snape's icy gaze. Dumbledore was old and frail, and no one dared to bother him. Finally, people grew a bit tired of shouting, and the students who had just retreated gradually returned. Dumbledore announced that Hogwarts would host a dinner tonight to celebrate the victory of the war. Only then did people let go of Kano and Harry, returning to the castle in groups. This is like a dream, Scrimgeour said, approaching Kano with a dazed expression. You know whose body needs to be preserved somewhere. I also need to take the Aurors to escort these Death Eaters away, and the Ministry of Magic and St. Mungo's need to be tidied up. Good heavens, there's so much to wrap up. Kano chuckled, putting his arm around Fleur. At least you're still alive. Scrimgeour scratched his head. You're right. Even though I was knocked to the ground just now, at least I didn't die. Kano frowned. Scrimgeour had been completely dead just now, lying on the ground with his soul about to leave his body. Scrimgeour left in a hurry, and Sirius, supporting a cursing Moody who was adapting to his new leg and eye, also walked over. How are you two feeling? Kano quickly asked. Your healing magic is truly amazing, Moody said, grinning and giving a thumbs up. I never thought I'd have the chance to get my old pals back. It's just that this magical eye won't be useful anymore, even though it was quite convenient. It seemed he also had no memory of his recent death. As soon as you appeared, you healed, and then you crippled Lord Voldemort. It was so satisfying, Sirius said, beaming. Your moves were so fast, it was dazzling. Even the process of the deification ritual, they seemed unable to remember. No wonder the scene of deification was so grand, yet records of it in various countries only circulated in small circles. Kano and Fleur exchanged glances, chatted with everyone for a bit, and then walked to an empty corner. It's strange, why do I still remember? Fleur asked, a little uneasy. Shouldn't I forget? Is this forbidden knowledge? Perhaps it's because you've been holding that 3-swirl wooden token, or maybe, it's because you're imbued with my aura. Kano hugged Fleur and patted her head. This is good. At least no one will bother me about resurrecting the dead in the future, since I can only save those who have just died. Besides, I want to live a peaceful life for a few more decades. It's too early to deify me. Fleur first chuckled twice, then burst into tears. Kano held her quietly, letting her vent her unease. I was really afraid you were dead. I'm so sorry for making you worry, Kano said, gently stroking Fleur's long hair. It won't happen again. After a long while, Fleur finally calmed down, though she still occasionally sobbed. Oh, Mom and Dad don't know the result yet. I need to go back and tell them the good news. Fleur suddenly remembered something important, wiped away her tears, and was about to apparate. Wait, my dear, Kano quickly held her back. Bring Mom and Dad over too. Hogwarts will welcome everyone tonight. At night, Hogwarts was brightly lit. Scrimgeour, who had finally sent the captured Death Eaters to prison, decided to put his work aside for a while and rushed back with Ministry of Magic employees to attend the banquet. Hundreds of thousands of people flocked to Hogwarts, including those who came from all directions wanting to see the truly dead Lord Voldemort, and relatives of those who had experienced the events, like Fleur's parents. The house elves had to set up tables from the Great Hall all the way to the front lawn, with thousands of enchanted candelabras floating in mid-air, decorating the night. Students, friends, please raise your glasses. Dumbledore stood on the main platform, his voice amplified by magic, carrying far. More than a decade ago, Lord Voldemort's shadow loomed over everyone. He brought war and death, leading his followers to wantonly spread fear and create chaos. Many sacrificed themselves in resistance to his reign of terror, bringing us a glimmer of light in those dark times. The first toast, to the fallen heroes. A minute of silence. Everyone drank their beverages and quietly awaited the next words. Lord Voldemort failed, suddenly and inevitably. But he did not completely die. Instead, he patiently lurked, awaiting the day of his return. There's no need to hide it. I was very worried whether we could deal with a more cunning and cruel Lord Voldemort. Thankfully, Canopus Black arrived. He deeply understood Lord Voldemort's terror, constantly strategizing in the shadows, slowing his recovery, pruning his factions, and dividing his followers. Even, recently, he confronted Lord Voldemort multiple times, effectively curbing his rise. Until today, he turned the tide, completely eliminating this Dark Lord, removing this grave threat to the British magical world. The second toast, to Canopus Black, our hero. Everyone cheered and drank the second toast. Kano stood up, acknowledging the people who rose to applaud in the Great Hall. May I say a few words? Dumbledore smiled and nodded. Kano also raised his glass. Lord Voldemort was indeed terrifying. I noticed that even now, after his death, many still tremble at the mention of his name. But despite everyone's fear, they did not succumb to Lord Voldemort's tyranny. Some bravely stood up and resisted him. Kano's gaze swept across the room, many proudly puffed out their chests. I am proud of you. Some worried about their families and did not stand up. But they chose not to collude with Lord Voldemort, and that is also a contribution. Many more lowered their heads in shame, not daring to look at Kano, but Kano continued to encourage them with a gentle gaze. Lord Voldemort's brutal methods failed to unite even his own dozens of Death Eaters, let alone rule the entire British magical world. So, I knew from the beginning. As long as Lord Voldemort existed for one day, the flame of resistance would not stop burning. This flame might come from me, or it might come from you. It comes from the heart of every unyielding person. Looking at the people whose eyes reflected the candlelight, Kano smiled and raised his glass high. Today is a victory for justice. This victory belongs to me, to you, to every single one of us. Cheers. To our victory. A thunderous response echoed both inside and outside the castle. To victory, to us. To our victory. The festive banquet began, and a historical moment was thus frozen in time. It would become the most brilliant page in everyone's memory. A week later, at the Ministry of Magic, Kano walked into the hall to register as a visitor. Many people's eyes followed him, and he smiled, greeted everyone, and then stepped into the elevator again. The elevator took Kano to the 8th basement level, where the Wizengamot was located. All wizards who broke the law would come here for trial, and depending on the severity of the crime, they would be fined or imprisoned. Today was the Death Eaters' Judgment Day. Those who find Rodolphus Lestrange guilty, please raise your hand. Under the presiding of Scrimgeour, who was wearing a crimson robe, all Wizengamot members raised their hands. Undoubtedly, then, those who agree to the death penalty, please raise your hand. This time, the number of people who raised their hands was much smaller, but it still exceeded half. In the just concluded trial, Rodolphus's actions had been thoroughly investigated. Even if the Ministry of Magic advocated for fewer executions and more caution, it was impossible to allow him to live any longer. Rodolphus sat slumped in his chair, numb and unresponsive. Aurors dragged him away, and the Wiesengamot members took a break, chatting among themselves. This is the third person to be executed today. It's truly a great purge. Of course, setting Peter Pettigrew aside, Greyback and Rodolphus were truly heinous. Not killing them would not appease public anger. Who's next? It's Lucius and his group. Their crimes are relatively minor. Soon, Scrimgeour tapped the gavel on the table, and Lucius Malfoy was brought into the Wiesengamot. He wore a clean robe and appeared relatively calm. Please call the witness. Kano walked briskly from the corridor and sat in the witness stand set up nearby. Narcissa, Draco, and his younger brother were waiting anxiously in the corridor for the verdict. The day after the dinner, Kano and Fleur had sent the children back to their respective homes. Although Draco knew that his father had let go of the students who retreated from his guarded position, he couldn't be sure if the Wiesengamot would show leniency to his father because of it. Finally, the Wiesengamot doors opened, and Lucius was led out by the Aurors. How was it, father? Lucius said flatly, nothing, 3 years in prison. Azkaban was destroyed, so now I only need to serve my sentence in a regular prison. Narcissa cried as she hugged her husband, but these were tears of joy. Draco also relaxed, his tense mood finally easing. This was already a very good outcome. After all, objectively, the Malfoy family had contributed money and effort to Lord Voldemort's resurrection. If they were to be seriously investigated, Lucius's bones would rot in prison. Kano also walked out. He had already provided the complete list of wavering Death Eaters and didn't need to stay and listen. The usually quiet little boy immediately recognized Kano, tugging at his trousers, signaling him to bend down and speak. What's wrong, young man? Brother Canopus, why is Daddy being locked up? Did he do something wrong? Kano picked him up, bringing him to eye level with Lucius. Yes, your father helped bad people and hurt many good people, so he must be punished. Lucius felt a bit embarrassed. After all, no father wants to be lectured in front of his son. But your father wasn't completely bad. Out of a little kindness in his heart, he helped some people, Kano said, smiling as he patted the little boy's head. So his punishment isn't severe. The little boy grinned and reached out to his father, and Lucius could only give a wry smile as he took him. Lucius, you've done many other bad things in secret. For example, putting Tom's diary in Ginny's cauldron, and also taking advantage of the First Wizarding War to seize many properties. Lucius's face turned pale, but Kano continued, unfortunately, there isn't enough evidence for these matters, so the Wiesengamot won't convict you for them. But don't think you can rest easy from now on. Always remember, there's a pair of eyes watching you. Don't make a mistake. Kano left with that remark, turning to leave the 8th basement level. Lucius sighed helplessly, put down his youngest son, and was led away by the Aurors. In fact, with his soaring prestige, Kano could have easily convicted Lucius by word of mouth, forcing him to serve an extra 10 years in prison. But now that the wizarding world was just settling down, the most important thing was to maintain and restore order. If Kano were to convict people based on speculation, the impact would be extremely negative. It is easy to destroy the authority of the law, but extremely difficult to rebuild it. The trial lasted for 3 full days, and all captured Death Eaters received a fair and just hearing. Old Avery, who received the lightest sentence, only needed to serve 6 months. Those like Lucius, who had a change of heart, generally served 3 to 5 years in prison. Those who remained unrepentant received life imprisonment. The 3 death row inmates, Peter, Greyback, and Rodolphus, were executed immediately. Victims and their families were also invited to witness the executions. Lupin, Sirius, and Harry were naturally among them. The Ministry of Magic did not use Dementors for the execution but instead used a potion for the death penalty. The 3 were forced to drink the potion, foamed at the mouth, fell to the ground struggling, and finally kicked their legs and completely breathed their last. It's over? Harry asked, a little bewildered. It's all over. The people who killed your parents have been punished. Sirius sighed deeply. Lupin looked at the lifeless Greyback and then at Peter, who was curled up in a ball, feeling equally complex emotions. He and Sirius exchanged glances, knowing that the other was also recalling the days when the Marauders' 4 members caused trouble together at school. Now, things were different. James was dead, and Peter had also received his due punishment. A story stained with blood had come to an end. There's still one person, Harry suddenly said. Sirius hesitated. I never thought I'd speak for him. But I think, considering Snape was an undercover agent for Lord Voldemort, we shouldn't bother him, should we? Lupin also quickly urged. Yes, Harry. We still need to look forward. Harry shook his head. That day, when fighting Lord Voldemort, I saw my parents. Sirius and Lupin exchanged surprised glances, wondering if Harry had been traumatized and was not thinking clearly. Snape directly caused my parents' deaths, and I really can't forgive him. But my mother seemed to no longer care about his past sins. Instead, she was very happy that he could walk the right path. Sirius cautiously asked, so what do you want to do? Harry looked up at the bright sunshine, stretched his arms, and let out a long breath. I will tell him my mother's words, to free him from endless torment. He's only in his 30s, he should start anew. I think this is what my mother would want to see. As for the future. Harry laughed. I don't want to have anything to do with him anymore. I still really dislike that guy. Sirius and Lupin felt a little dazed, as if they saw their free-spirited best friend James smiling at them again. They smiled and also reached out, placing their hands on Harry's shoulders. Let's do it. Let's go. After the great trial concluded, the British magical world once again settled into peace. Prime Minister Major had experienced a great fright, almost preparing to use nuclear bombs to blast Lord Voldemort. Fortunately, the Special Office employees and Scrimgeour promptly reported the news of victory, allowing him to rest easy. However, this crisis did make many insightful people uneasy. Lord Voldemort's appearance was not accidental. He could not have risen without the tacit approval and support of many pureblood families. Later, under Kano's pressure, Lord Voldemort made a series of bad moves, causing disunity among the pureblood families. Without his core subordinates contributing money and effort, his destruction of social order significantly decreased. Prime Minister Major specifically invited Kano and Scrimgeour to his office to discuss this issue in depth. Mr. Black, you have always stood at the intersection of the Muggle world and the British magical world, seeing both sides very clearly, Minister Major asked sincerely, how do you think we can prevent someone like Lord Voldemort from appearing again? Kano pondered for a moment, then posed a question to Minister Major. Minister, what stage of history do you think the current British magical world is in? Minister Major was stunned. After careful consideration, he found the question difficult to answer. The Ministry of Magic is a powerful leader in the magic world, with a scope of management ranging from international affairs to whether you have a magically modified motorcycle at home. It seems to manage everything. So, can it be said that the magic world has reached the same historical stage as the Muggle world? Of course not. Because as soon as pureblood families are involved, the Ministry of Magic's management immediately fails. Even if they use house elves in their plantations, no one will investigate the origin of these people. Unless there is concrete evidence, even if it is known that the other party is a Death Eater, they cannot be arrested and interrogated. Even the highest authority organization of the Ministry of Magic, the Wizengamot, has most of its wizards as members of pureblood families. Minister Major had carefully understood all this information, and he couldn't help but inwardly complain a few times. Essentially, the Ministry of Magic is a tool used by pureblood families to rule other wizards, Kano said, completely disregarding Scrimgeour's wry smile. The Minister of Magic is just a convenient tool chosen by them. After the first Minister of Magic from a Muggle background, Nobby Leach, took office, many pureblood wizards in the Wizengamot resigned in protest. In his 6th year in office, he died from a mysterious illness. This happened in the 1960s, the lesson is not far off. Scrimgeour's face grew increasingly grim, but these bloody events were real. The Minister of Magic is nothing in front of the pureblood families. You mean, the British magical world is essentially an aristocratic republic? Minister Major asked, somewhat incredulously. Scrimgeour sighed, exactly, that's what I wanted to say. The current British magical world is not much different from ancient Rome. The Wizengamot is the so-called Senate, and the rest of the Ministry of Magic is somewhat similar to the General Assembly. Then those who are neither from pureblood families nor in the Ministry of Magic, Kano raised his teacup, are no different from ruled slaves. Minister Major fell silent, seemingly digesting this information. So, as long as the pure-blood families say we need a Lord Voldemort to fight for more benefits for us, then a Lord Voldemort will appear. Unless the entire social structure of the British magical world is reformed, no one can guarantee when the next Lord Voldemort will emerge and stir up trouble, Kano concluded. Did the pure-blood families not think Lord Voldemort would backfire? They actually looked down on this half-blood orphan from the bottom of their hearts, treating him as expendable before he gained power. However, Lord Voldemort himself was quite ambitious, and after becoming powerful, he in turn kidnapped the pure-blood families. It's a pity that 9/11 hasn't happened yet, otherwise, by drawing parallels to the relationship between certain organizations and the United States, Minister Major would understand faster. After a while, he spoke, "The political situation I am currently facing is not good, and I may retire soon. I may not see the day the magic world completes its transformation, but is there a faster way to reduce the possibility of someone like you-know-who appearing?" Scrimgeour began to state, "Social reform cannot be rushed. We also don't need to confront the pure-blood families right now. Times have changed, we need to set some limits and formulate truly effective rules. Now, we have inadvertently found a very good entry point to influence the heirs of the pure-blood families." Kano had not heard of this plan, but Scrimgeour was full of confidence. Lord Voldemort sent his capable subordinate, Bellatrix, to abduct those children and manage them centrally. After Kano rescued them, he entrusted them to his lover for several months. Scrimgeour chuckled, "Now these children have developed a good friendship and always want to play together." Kano seemed to realize something. "You want to open a kindergarten?" "Exactly. In the past, pure-blood families tended to homeschool their children. They wouldn't teach any magic knowledge before the magical outbursts at 5 or 6 years old. Why don't we seize this opportunity to establish an early childhood education institution for all age-appropriate children, instilling basic concepts of good and evil in them? That way, even if they grow up and inherit their family businesses, their conduct will be less extreme to some extent." Prime Minister Major nodded. "Indeed. Children raised through homeschooling often carry deep family imprints. If it can be transitioned to public early childhood education, their personalities can become relatively more open and peaceful. I will gather some relevant research books for you. I hope this will help. Also, those nannies who were with the children under Bellatrix's threat, they should be the most suitable first batch of teachers," Kano did not forget to remind him. "Let them have more contact with the children, so these children won't discriminate against Muggles in the future." It seems Bellatrix inadvertently did a good deed. Scrimgeour turned to Kano. "As for the most fundamental social reform, I will try my best to lay the groundwork during my term. The next Minister of Magic should be able to initially curb the power of the pure-blood nobles. After decades of effort, we might be able to completely eradicate the breeding ground for the next Lord Voldemort." Kano waved his hands repeatedly. "Don't look at me like that, I'm not becoming the Minister of Magic. Just keep the position in the Muggle Liaison Office for me. You can find the candidate for Minister of Magic yourself." Scrimgeour was a little regretful, but everyone has their own aspirations. Regardless of Kano's position, the energy he could exert was crucial. After their discussion, the three raised their cups and clinked them together. "To a new era." Harry woke from a sound sleep, carefully moving Ginny's arm off him. Today was a workday, and he had to get up early. Naturally, none of the three children were awake. Harry started preparing breakfast, heating milk. By the time Ginny came downstairs, Harry was almost finished eating. "Good morning, dear." "Morning." Harry popped the last bite of scrambled egg into his mouth, hugged his wife, and turned to leave. "Don't forget your briefcase," she reminded him. "I still have to take the kids to school later. I won't have time to deliver your documents." With that, she waved and hurried off to wash up. Harry stepped out of the house, stretched, and greeted another fresh and beautiful morning. 20 years had passed since the final battle with Lord Voldemort. The classmates who had fought side by side had all gone their separate ways, settling down and starting families. Kano and Fleur married at the end of 1999. It was a grand affair with many guests, causing a sensation that year and being dubbed the wedding of the century. Harry himself and Ginny married a little later. Their wedding wasn't as grand as Kano's, but it was equally lively. Kano, however, remarked that Harry and Ginny's wedding had a stronger sense of family warmth, making him quite envious. After all, the Black family and the Delacour family didn't have many members, and many of Kano's guests were prominent figures in the magic world, inevitably turning the wedding into a social event. After marriage, Harry bought a plot of land in Godric's Hollow and built a new house. Their 3 children, James, Lily, and Albus, were born successively, bringing much joy to the couple. Harry apparat to the entrance of the Ministry of Magic building, swiped his card, and walked through the revolving door. That's right, the Ministry of Magic had been renovated. Except for the Department of Mysteries and the Wizengamot, which remained underground, all other floors were raised above ground, forming a single building. From the outside, the building looked unremarkable, just like any office building. In reality, only by swiping a card and inputting magic, with both matching, could one enter. "Good morning, Head Potter." The intern at the front desk smiled and greeted Harry, who politely nodded back and handed over his wand for registration. "Is Head Black in today?" Harry asked casually. The intern paused, then broke into a bright smile. "Head Black is indeed in today, but it seems many people are looking for him." "That's not surprising," Harry mumbled, taking back his wand, and preparing to go say hello to Kano first. "I've said it before, we can't influence the decisions of the Muggle government, and we certainly can't use Confinda to interfere with vote counting." Before he even reached the Muggle liaison office door, Harry heard Kano's booming voice. "If they want to leave the EU, that's their business. If you're doing business and trading stocks there, you have to follow their rules. You only think about taking advantage, and letting Muggles bear the responsibility. You're dreaming. Out, out. You young lads and lasses, each of you take one." A group of white-haired wizards leaning on canes were pulled and pushed out of the office by a group of young interns, chatting as they went. "Father, I told you long ago, the government has been tumultuous lately. Even if you don't withdraw, don't invest any more. Why didn't you listen? Isn't this me earning money for the family? That scoundrel Lord Voldemort almost ruined our family fortune. It's been so many years, and we've only just started to recover. Son, you absolutely must keep an eye on this for your father, don't get trapped in the stock market." Similar conversations varied slightly. Harry watched these former Death Eaters, yelling and shouting over their Muggle world investments, and couldn't help but smile inwardly. Half of the children born from the offspring potion back then inherited the position of family head, while their elder siblings took some property and moved out to live their own lives. The remaining children, and some born afterwards with no hope of inheriting the family business, would intern with Kano for a few years after graduation to familiarize themselves with commercial operations in the Muggle world. Once their internship was complete, they would take their share of the family fortune and brave the business world of Muggles. On one hand, Kano taught them well, and on the other hand, these children had substantial initial capital, so their businesses generally got on track quickly, with some even becoming wealthy magnates. The elders of the pure-blood families were naturally very envious. In their eyes, if their young ones could earn money, why couldn't they? So, they also secretly started investing, and with their cunning, most managed to make a small profit. Unfortunately, Britain recently voted to leave the EU, leaving the old-timers who had their main base in Britain stunned. Kano had warned the investors in the magic world before the referendum, but except for the interns Kano had trained, everyone else dismissed Kano's advice. Now, trying to cause trouble with Kano was out of the question. "Kano, are you busy?" Harry poked his head into the office and saw Kano sipping tea from a Zisha pot. "Busy or not, just come in and sit down." Kano pulled out the chair in front of him, and Harry sat down without ceremony. "Is there something? My company's profits have been good lately, so you major shareholders don't need to worry about anything. I'm not asking about that." Harry waved his hands repeatedly, leaning closer and whispering, "Have you heard anything recently about someone targeting the Queen?" Kano's face was full of question marks. "Her Majesty, the long-reigning Queen. Why would anyone target her?" Harry was a bit helpless. "You haven't heard? Then it might really be false information. A few days ago, Harry, as the head of the Auror office, received an anonymous tip. It contained only 2 words, Brexit and Queen." Harry couldn't think of any connection between the two. These past years, Kano not only regularly met with various prime ministers, but the steadfast Queen also often called him to tea parties. If even he couldn't figure out the complexities, let alone anyone else. "You don't need to worry too much. The special office and the royal guards are not to be underestimated, Kano consoled him. You should worry about the new minister for magic. Harry's face turned beet red. Scrimgeour served for 6 more years after Lord Voldemort's death, retiring from the minister's position with great success, having largely laid the groundwork for social reform. Kingsley, as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, took over from him and began cautiously restricting the power of pure-blood families. Now, the seats on the Wisengamot have been set at 51. Currently, pure-blood wizards occupy 40 seats, half-blood wizards 7, and muggle-born wizards 4. With more half-blood and muggle-born wizards in the highest governing body, many decrees issued by the Ministry of Magic began to become fairer. But these changes also raised alarms for some. Now, Kingsley has retired. The new Minister for Magic is Hermione Weasley. She is a true muggle-born wizard, and Harry hadn't forgotten what happened to the last muggle-born Minister for Magic. Kano was right, for now, strengthening Hermione's protection was the most important task. Darling, what are we having for dinner tonight? Kano pushed open the door and asked loudly. You're back. Fleur poked her head out from the kitchen. Tonight we're having beef bourguignon, lobster, and crepes. 20 years had not diminished Fleur's beauty, instead, it had made her even more elegant and charming. How lavish. Kano rubbed his hands. Where are Merlin, Morgan, and little Gawain? They should be in the garden. Ron's family and the twins are coming over tonight, so quickly call the children back to take a bath. Fleur said and then walked back into the kitchen. Creaker, visibly much older, stood quietly to the side. Kano unfastened his cloak and placed it in Creaker's hand, and Creaker, trembling slightly, hung it on the hanger. Kano had wanted him to retire and enjoy his old age, but Creaker absolutely refused. This large house with a garden was newly built by Kano and Fleur after they got married, as the Black family old house was too gloomy and not suitable for children's healthy growth. The sound of clanging and banging came from the garden. Kano turned a few hedges and saw his youngest son, Gawain, sparring with his eldest son, Merlin, wielding wooden swords. His knight teacher, big brother Gawain, sat nearby in a phantom state, constantly instructing the two. Kano and Fleur had a set of boy-girl twins in their first year of marriage. Their son was named Merlin and their daughter was named Morgan. Naming children after elders is a common practice in the West. However, both children were exceptionally gifted. When they were only a few months old, before their magic had even awakened, they could directly see Morgan and Merlin with their eyes. At this, the deceased residents of Gensikyo, who had nothing better to do, couldn't sit still and began a frenzy of urging more children, preparing to draw lots for naming rights. If their demands were truly met, Fleur would likely have to give birth to the entire Round Table Knights. In their 4th year, the couple had another son, named Gawain, and explicitly stated that he was the last, and they should no longer expect more. And so, the Round Table Knights began a scramble for the children. A group of old fellows who had been dead for thousands of years tried every means to dote on the 3 little ones. However, in the mindset of their era, the best doting on children was to make them highly skilled in martial arts, capable of self-defense. Little Morgan was a girl, so the training intensity didn't need to be too high. An occasional winter swim and being able to kill a few wolves with her bare hands was sufficient. She was 6 years old that year. Little Merlin and little Gawain. Train for a few years, give each a dagger, and send them out for wilderness survival. What? There are brown bears in the forest. Go skin it and bring it back as a rug to honor your parents. You're all messing around. Don't play with these barbarians. Auntie and Master will take you to learn magic. One day, Morgan finally couldn't stand it anymore. She forcibly cut the children's training time in half and began teaching them magic knowledge with Merlin. The 3 unlucky little ones initially thought they had escaped their suffering, but Morgan and Merlin were accustomed to Kano's learning speed. These 3 children hadn't inherited Kano's photographic memory and adult comprehension, and they rolled their eyes daily from studying. Dad, I want to go hunt brown bears. This was the desperate plea from his eldest son one day to Kano. Kano helplessly chatted with the elders and adjusted their cultivation plan. Fortunately, although the druid profession completely rejected bloodline inheritance, as a god, Kano still passed on a robust physique and a relatively intelligent mind to his children. The 3 little ones grew up through various trials and tribulations. Now, the boy-girl twins are both 18 years old, having just graduated from Hogwarts and preparing to go to university in China, while the youngest son is still studying at Hogwarts. Seeing Kano approach, the two sons put down their wooden swords and ran over. "Dad, have my sisters and my applications been approved?" the eldest son asked eagerly. Kano pulled out 2 envelopes. "The applications have been approved, but next month you'll need to go to China for a language exam." The eldest son cheered, took the envelopes, and ran off to tell his sister the good news. The youngest son, seeing no one else around, leaned in and said, "Dad, Principal McGonagall wants to invite you back to school." "What's wrong? Can't she just send me a letter if something's up?" Kano was a bit puzzled. "The principal said it wasn't suitable to put on paper, so she only gave me a verbal message," the youngest son added, somewhat worriedly. "She said to please leave quickly." "All right, I'll go tomorrow. You hurry back inside and take a bath, we'll have guests soon." Soon, Ron and Hermione with their son and daughter, the twins and their 2 wives, along with the 2 sets of twins they had, a large group of people poured into Kano's house. The children had their own table, eating with greasy mouths. The adults were at another table, clinking glasses and having a lively time. After several rounds of drinks and various dishes, Kano's 3 older children took their younger siblings, who were running all over the place, to the game room, while the adults continued to chat. "Here's the report for the last quarter." Ron pulled out a stack of documents from his pocket. "The accounting team you hired has already audited it. You've been very busy lately, so I just brought it directly to you." Kano casually took it and placed it aside. After successfully graduating, the twins opened Weasley's joke shop. Kano is the largest shareholder, and Ron is currently serving as the general manager, also holding some shares, and is responsible for the business operations. "Our little brother usually speaks bluntly to us, but when he goes out to expand the market, he's truly eloquent," George, with a beard, said, patting Ron's shoulder with a smile. "Now even the Soviet Union is showing some willingness, and if this market can be opened, our business empire will expand further." Ron modestly waved his hand. "Just average, just average. It's a pity the United States market still can't be opened." A slightly tipsy Hermione immediately began to complain bitterly. "The United States Magic Congress is truly sick. They are too self-isolating. And ordinary people and wizards aren't even allowed to be friends. It's practically Lucius per person." Fred, whose beard was cleanly shaved, immediately recalled an old story. It said that after the First Wizarding War ended, some Death Eaters fled to the United States. But the Americans had to vet him first, because Britain allowed Muggle and wizard intermarriage, which American wizards considered too impure. And during the vetting, this Death Eater inadvertently expressed goodwill towards half-blood wizards. The Americans deemed his thoughts impure and threw him out. A chorus of ridiculous exclamations rang out around the dinner table. "Recently, I was supposed to visit the French Ministry of Magic, right? Those jerks from the United States Magic Congress went there and said I was Muggle-born and unsuitable to represent Britain." Hermione angrily pounded the table. "Who do they think they are? I work diligently, and I still have to be gossiped about by these irrelevant foreigners. I really want to grab one and beat him to death." Ron quickly pulled back the somewhat drunk Hermione. After becoming minister, she was subjected to assassination attempts every few days, and her work was heavy, so the pressure was indeed significant. "Americans are all donkeys," Kano concluded, and everyone readily agreed. At this time, Harry was at home, scratching his head, arranging Hermione's security plan for her visit to France. At 11 in the morning, Kano, after a long absence, stepped through the Hogwarts gates and stopped at the white marble cemetery by the lake. Although Kano had repaired Dumbledore's injuries back then, fully restoring his strength, human lifespan ultimately has an end, and Dumbledore still passed away peacefully 3 years ago. Like Nicholas Flamel, he did not choose to enter Gensokyo in a soul state, but continued on his path. Over 100 years of life had made him very weary. He had no descendants, and apart from a small sum reserved for his funeral expenses, all his property was donated to the school. Finally, the succeeding Principal McGonagall decided to bury him on the school grounds, to forever accompany the students. "Professor McGonagall, I'm here," Kano, using his old student day address, greeted the old witch in green robes standing before the tombstone. Professor McGonagall's expression was still serious and earnest, but her hair had turned completely white. "Kano, it's been a while," she nodded slightly. "I called you here today because of some strange signs." Recently, many new faces have appeared in Hogsmeade, and no one knows their identities. Kano stroked his chin. You want me to consult with the Queen's side, to see if they are wizards belonging to the ordinary people's side. Exactly. The British wizarding world isn't familiar with that group, only you can inquire about their movements. Principal McGonagall nodded. If there's no news from their side either, these people are likely up to no good. Kano naturally agreed without hesitation. After finishing their business, Principal McGonagall led Kano into the castle to have lunch. Neville walked towards them, still covered in mud from the greenhouse. Seeing Kano, he immediately brightened up. Long time no see, Kano. You never come to the gatherings, and you still have the nerve to say long time no see. Kano playfully punched his shoulder. Have your new crop varieties been successfully cultivated? Neville nodded excitedly. I haven't wasted the galleons you invested. The yields of both corn and soybeans have increased significantly, but they must be fertilized with dragon dung and paired with spells, otherwise the yield will decrease. Kano nodded. Take your time. As long as one of these staple crops can double its yield, it will bring immeasurable benefits to all of humanity. These past years, Neville had taken over Professor Sprout's mantle, dedicating himself to caring for plants at Hogwarts. He married Hannah, who bought the leaky cauldron from Tom and managed it for several years. However, it is said that she is currently studying for a healer's license, hoping to take over Madame Pomfrey's position at Hogwarts. This way, she can also spend more time with her husband, who is devoted to planting. A few years ago, Kano invested a sum of galleons, allowing Neville to improve common crops, and then for agronomists to reverse engineer these improved varieties, striving to cultivate high-yield crops that do not rely on magic and have stable traits. In fact, if Kano used divine power to catalyze, he could produce crops of any yield, but such varieties would not even sprout without Kano's divine power. The current method can only be described as a compromise. When will you take me to China? I want to meet my idol, Neville asked with some anticipation. Cultivate your new varieties and learn Chinese first. Kano patted his shoulder. Academician Yuan is also a powerful wizard. Living for 100 or so years like Dumbledore is not a problem. You have plenty of time. Hogwarts during the holidays had no students, but most of the professors remained at the school. After all, they still needed to use the school's equipment for their own research projects. Thus, it was not surprising that as the three turned a corner, Professor Snape, dressed in black robes, appeared before them. 20 years had passed, and Professor Snape's expression remained impassive, but the aggressive aura he once had diminished considerably. Ever since he severed Nagini's head with a single sword stroke and his undercover identity was exposed, all the students implicitly regarded him as a kind person who was not good at expressing his inner emotions. Professor Snape felt that their perception of his character was greatly skewed, but the more exasperated he became in trying to display his unpleasant personality, the more pitying the students' expressions became. Professor Snape is truly pitiful. He's clearly a kind person, but he just can't express it. Yes, but a sharp tongue is also a kind of charm. If you look closely, Professor Snape, despite his greasy hair, is actually quite handsome. I really want Professor Snape to insult me. According to Neville's description, potion class had now become a large-scale scene of infatuation, with some girls genuinely swooning over Professor Snape, and some boys joining in to annoy Professor Snape. Good afternoon, Professor Snape, Kano greeted him with a smile. Professor Snape's expression suddenly turned fierce, and he angrily pulled Kano aside. Professor McGonagall and Neville exchanged helpless glances and headed towards the Great Hall. Canopus, was it you who recommended Sirius to be the defense against the dark arts class professor? Kano innocently nodded. After Old Crouch's sacrifice that year, Dumbledore hired Moody to resume his role as defense against the dark arts class professor, a position he held for 19 years, dispelling the rumors of the curse. Last year, Moody voluntarily resigned to enjoy his life at home and serve as a consultant for the Auror office. Professor Snape had waited for this position for so many years, fully expecting it to be his turn, but then Sirius Black appeared out of nowhere. Sirius, upon Kano's recommendation, took up the post and entered Hogwarts. Do you know how much trouble that arrogant uncle of yours usually causes me? We're all over 50, why hasn't that guy matured at all? Professor Snape roared in a low voice. Just looking at his face makes my blood boil. Haven't you changed either? At least my unreliable uncle is married now, you're still a bachelor." Kano suppressed a laugh. "You even went to Harry and offered to be godfather to the newborn Lily. There's a generation gap, how could you even say that?" Professor Snape looked a bit downcast. "That child truly resembles her." Kano spoke helplessly. "Do you know what image an unmarried old bachelor has in everyone's eyes? If Harry hadn't explained the past events to Ginny in time, you would have almost suffered social death. After all these years, it's time to let go." Professor Snape sighed, losing interest in the conversation. Although Harry had conveyed Lily's words to Professor Snape, he still lingered in the past, unable to extricate himself. Perhaps it was just a little less guilt and a little more nostalgia. Seeing him so dejected, Kano decided not to tell him about the recent popular topic of Sirius X Professor Snape among the female students, lest Professor Snape pounce on him and strangle him. "Oh, by the way, Canopus," Professor Snape, walking ahead, suddenly remembered something. "The pureblood families have been acting up again recently. Harry is keeping an eye on them, most of them are still well behaved." Professor Snape showed his familiar sarcastic smile. "I've been an undercover agent for so many years, I'm too familiar with the scent of them plotting schemes. Tell Minister Weasley to be careful. Kano, come out and fight me." Sean and Ife appeared at Kano's doorstep with their 2 children. Sean was still boisterous, and Ife didn't stop him. Kano opened the door and saw Sean holding up the baby, showing him off. "It's 2 more. Our family already has 5 boys and 3 girls. Who's competing with you about having children? Get in here quickly, don't make a fool of yourself outside." Kano ungraciously welcomed the 2 into his home. After Kano graduated, knights scattered across Britain, Ireland, and even France often came to him, drawn by his reputation, to spar with him. Kano, of course, never lost. After the battle, he would offer a few pointers and then invite them to stay for food and drink. His strength was formidable, he was warm-hearted, and he gave his pointers without reservation, every word crucial. Every knight who visited was deeply moved. Over time, challenging Kano became a knightly tradition, uniting knights across Europe in a close yet loose alliance. Even in his student days, British knights already regarded him as King Arthur reborn. Now, knights across Europe felt that even a resurrected King Arthur would be no more impressive. Kano himself couldn't say how much power he could mobilize if he asked for help. "You really have a lot of influence." Sean, familiar with the house, pulled out a dusty bottle of wine from the cabinet. "Someone anonymously came to me to warn you to be careful lately." Kano looked a bit bewildered. "Why didn't they come to me directly?" Ife, holding 2 infants, smiled helplessly. "Did you forget? Over a decade ago, a group of seasoned powerful wizards deliberately concealed their faces with magic to seek your guidance. You defeated them in no time and then, during your instruction, directly revealed their identities. Since then, who would dare to play tricks in front of you?" Kano scratched his head. There was indeed such an incident. At the time, these famous knights wanted to seek his advice but were a bit too proud. He felt that seeking guidance was fine, but concealing their faces was disrespectful, which was why he called out their names. However, after that incident, everyone was indeed much more sincere in front of him. So, what did this anonymous well-wisher say? "Be careful of the Americans," Sean said, "they are very active. Don't overestimate their intelligence, and don't underestimate their destructive power." Kano frowned. This warning coincided with some recent signs, making it highly credible. Kano also inherited Dumbledore's seat as the British representative in the International Confederation of Wizards. A few days ago, when he attended a meeting, the American representatives continuously attacked him. What exactly do they want? At the same time, Harry had already gathered all the Auror team leaders and distributed the security plan for Hermione's trip to France. After receiving the plan, everyone confirmed the details and then went to assign tasks to their subordinates. Moody, with his gray hair and magical eye hanging on his chest, sat imposingly to one side, accompanied by the somewhat tired couple, Frank Longbottom and Alice Longbottom. After Kano became a god, he had carefully nourished the damaged souls of the Longbottom couple. They gradually became lucid, and before Neville's wedding, they had fully recovered their senses. Although they still had some lingering after-effects to this day, it was a vast improvement compared to their confused state for over a decade before. These 3 were the first Auror consultants, composed of excellent Aurors who had retired from active duty for various reasons. Harry expected them to provide him with valuable advice using their keen intuition. "Your arrangements are fine, Harry." Moody took a satisfied sip from his hip flask. "No one could have done better than you." Frank also nodded in agreement. "Even if the outer aurors are eliminated, you've ensured the minister carries a port key, so at least her safety is guaranteed." Harry nodded with some worry. "I hope so. This meeting is very important, nothing can go wrong." 3 days later, Hermione would travel to France to meet with the French Minister for Magic. Due to the post-war baby boom, the population of the British magical world had significantly increased over 2 decades, and there was currently a shortage of some commonly used magic materials. However, the production of most common magic materials in Britain was controlled by the pureblood family's plantations and farms. They colluded to exclude competitors of mixed blood and Muggle origin, while adamantly refusing to expand production, instead simply raising prices to gain more profit. Investing in increased production was too slow to show results. How could it compare to the quick money from raising prices? Hermione's trip to France was to finalize a trade agreement with the French Ministry of Magic. By opening up part of the British magic raw material market and introducing competitors, she aimed to change Britain's stagnant business environment. Of course, Britain would also export some specialty potions to earn foreign exchange in France. Ironically, in the field of potion making, most practitioners were Muggle-born and half-blood wizards who ran small workshops. Hermione's plan was essentially to cut into the pure-blood family's profits to subsidize other wizards, and it was impossible for the radical pure-blood faction not to react. Not only was Harry worried, but even Ron was preparing to temporarily set aside his work and act as security by Hermione's side. "Don't look at me like that. I stopped associating with those guys a long time ago." Draco spread his hands, looking helplessly at Harry, who had come to his door. Because the second son of the Malfoy family, Bruce Malfoy, was more interested in the Muggle world, Draco ultimately inherited the Malfoy family's ancestral business. However, due to Lord Voldemort's appropriation and extravagance back then, the Malfoy family's financial situation was no longer so good. Draco had no choice but to enter the business world. After a few setbacks, he finally rediscovered the cunning in the Malfoy bloodline and now lived a prosperous life. During this process, his relationship with Harry and others greatly improved. Especially after Kano saved his wife, Greengrass, their interactions became even more frequent. Even if you don't have much contact with them now, you must at least have an idea of the armed forces they control. Harry didn't insist. "Have these people made any unusual movements recently?" Draco pondered for a moment. "The enforcers are all normal, but those snakeheads have been very active lately." "Snakeheads?" "Yes, these people are all involved in smuggling, and business has suddenly picked up a lot recently." Draco affirmed. "It's said that many people with Latin American and Central Asian accents have entered Britain. Could they be assassins hired by the pure-blood families?" Harry pondered. "No, assassins are very expensive. That many assassins would be enough to cause many families financial difficulties." Malfoy flatly denied it. "But recently, when I've been doing business, they haven't defaulted on payments." Incidentally, Draco's current business is high-end potion sales, so even without mentioning personal ties, Hermione's trade plan is beneficial to him. "All right, keep an eye out for me." Harry stood up to leave. "Everything depends on 3 days from now." Kano received a reply from the Queen's special office. The strangers wandering outside Hogsmeade were not their armed forces. Draco also confirmed that those guys are not thugs kept by pure-blood families abroad. Harry sat in Kano's office, stretching out his legs and covering his head with his hands. So now Hermione needs heavy protection, the area around Hogwarts is not very stable, and the Americans don't know what they're trying to do. Harry sighed, resting his forehead on the desk, looking like a middle-aged man with aching back and knees. "Your scar isn't hurting again, is it?" Kano teased with a smile. "I'd rather face Lord Voldemort right now, at least then all the bad things would definitely be his doing, and I wouldn't have to solve riddles here." Kano chuckled silently. Harry's twitching expression while solving riddles during the Triwizard Tournament had been made into animated badges by the twins, and they were selling quite well. What was the slogan again? "Even the Savior has things he's not good at, don't be too harsh on us." For a while, little wizards almost all had one, proudly displaying it on their chests to their parents who hoped for their children's success. "Don't worry, sitting here and fretting won't help you figure it out. Haven't you already arranged a protection plan for Hermione? And you don't really need to worry too much about Hogwarts. Kano comforted him. The professors remaining at Hogwarts were all experts, even 50 or 60 wizards attacking them would not be able to take them down. I just don't want anyone disturbing the principal's rest. Harry scratched his head. You wouldn't want Hogwarts to become a battlefield again, would you? Kano's expression was a bit strange. Don't worry, the security of the principal's tomb ranks among the best in the world. And this? Kano took out a letter from his drawer. The United States Magic Congress has invited me to New York, saying they want to meet me to discuss matters regarding company operations. Harry instinctively retorted, which company? Kano now held a large portion of the Weasley's Wizard Wheezes shares and had opened several companies in the British business world, mainly for interns to gain experience, so they were not large in scale but covered a wide range of business. Harry was familiar with all the companies Kano had started because he had invested in most of them. Besides that, Kano also directly exchanged pounds for RMB, then reinvested the money into the Chinese market, setting up several import and export companies targeting foreign in-demand equipment and raw materials under multiple aliases. Old Chan had always been tight-lipped about Kano's background but had consistently hinted that the few high-ranking officials with the authority to see through his aliases had given him the green light. In this world, the Cold War had not yet ended, and although the intensity of the confrontation between the United States and the Soviet Union had decreased, it had never stopped. And who was Old Chan? A veteran on the intelligence front. If he said to take care of someone, anyone with a brain wouldn't ask why. Everyone maintained an unspoken sense of discretion, and Kano thus quietly bypassed many foreign blockades. If it weren't for secrecy, the title of Old Friend of the Chinese People would probably have been bestowed upon him. Logically, the only business that could potentially intersect with the American magical world was Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. However, the letter from the United States Magic Congress mentioned those companies in the British business world. Kano handed the letter to Harry, who was extremely surprised after reading it. Are the Americans crazy? Their laws absolutely forbid wizards from opening companies in the Muggle world. Harry slammed the letter on the table. What are they going to talk to you about? Is it April Fool's Day? Kano could only spread his hands. He also didn't understand what the Americans wanted. Historically, almost all the first immigrants to the United States were persecuted Puritans. These people disliked entertainment and took pride in an ascetic lifestyle. It is said that for a while, they didn't even celebrate Christmas, and the famous Prohibition was also related to them. Their attitude towards evil wizards was imaginable. When persecuted wizards left their homes and came to this land, they were followed by wizard mercenaries from other countries. They incited Puritans to capture fellow wizards, leading to the Salem witch trials. Later, these scourers simply became witch hunters, selling their compatriots to angry Puritans for trial. Years later, the descendants of the scourers almost broke the international statute of secrecy, causing the entire Magic Congress to be widely exposed to the world. Later, the Magic Congress simply enacted Rappaport's law, prohibiting all interaction between wizards and muggles. Even though the law itself was repealed in 1965, the Magic Congress and American society remained in an extremely hostile state. Could it be that American wizards have finally come to their senses and are preparing to reconcile with ordinary people? Kano speculated uncertainly. Want to learn some experience from me first? Harry shook his head. Unless the U.S. Capitol is overrun by muggles and the Magic Congress wants to take advantage of the opportunity to rise to power, it's absolutely impossible. I actually think this is a trap. He earnestly advised, the time you leave is exactly when Hermione visits France. This is too much of a coincidence. Kano was currently the strongest in the British magical world. If he stayed in Britain, it would not be easy to make any moves. If that's the case, then I'm quite interested. Kano picked up the letter and said with interest, let me go meet them and see what these people are really planning. The next day, Kano's reply was on the desk of Samuel G. Quahog, the current chairman of the Magic Congress. He agreed. A man with bulging eyes, a thin figure, and who appeared very excited was called into Quahog's office. Calm down, Mr. Jones. Quahog had to remind the restless Jensen Jones, even if the plan succeeds, you must treat him politely. His best achievement was merely injuring a madman who claimed to be the second Dark Lord. He might be a good hand within Britain. Jones scoffed, I must be stronger than him. If it weren't for needing his identity and influence, humph. Jones slammed the door, leaving Hogue in the office wiping cold sweat. This guy was simply a madman, feeling like he was the king of the world, and everything should revolve around him and serve him. Coincidentally, this arrogant ideology had won over a large number of congressmen in the Magic Congress. These people worshipped him as if possessed. Fanatical emotions enveloped everyone, and the few rational ones dared not speak out. Hogue had initially thought that at least during his tenure, everything would remain under control. Who knew that the greedy Jones was eager to reach out to various departments, and now he had essentially sidelined Hogue. This plan, from beginning to end, was full of fantasy and arrogance. No one even considered how to clean up the mess if the plan failed. Hogue strongly opposed it, but it actually passed the Magic Congress's review and began to be implemented irresistibly. Hogue could already feel that the destination called destruction was drawing ever closer. A few days later, the three black siblings were working summer jobs for the Queen. Gawain, riding a tall horse, circled the perimeter of Buckingham Palace boredly with his elder brother, Merlin. The Queen was enjoying afternoon tea indoors. Morgan, who inherited her mother's silver hair and beauty, sat behind an outdoor desk, dressed in business attire, writing Chinese exam questions with a pen in her hand. What a beautiful girl. Do you want to ask her out for coffee? Two young wizards standing a little further away chatted. One of them looked at Morgan, his eyes full of infatuation. You really don't know her. The other wizard smirked. Go on, I support you. Seeing his companion still completely infatuated, the wizard had no choice but to remind him, that girl is the famous Silver Rose. Her nature is good, but if you try anything, you'll get pricked. I've only heard that title. Is it really her? Absolutely. Morgan was also a successful druid, extremely sensitive in her senses. She heard the low discussion between the two in the corner clearly, but she was already used to it. When she was studying at Hogwarts, many people tried to pursue her because of her beauty and family background. Although Kano never said anything, his daughter, when faced with such problems, would always unconsciously compare her suitors to her father. As a result, she never had a relationship throughout her student days. Once, a foolish senior, after having a few drinks in Hogsmeade, tried to molest Morgan publicly in the Great Hall. After all, Morgan appeared beautiful and delicate on the surface, and her personality was easygoing, seemingly easy to take advantage of. Unfortunately, she had a vengeful father and was a disciple of Morgan Le Fay. While outwardly gentle, she was actually ruthless. At that time, she didn't even use magic. She knocked the senior down with her bare hands. In front of everyone, she raised her small, fair fists and, in a few blows, broke the bones in his limbs, with the stark white bone ends protruding from his flesh. Merlin quickly flipped down from the third-floor stairs, pulled Morgan, who was still not satisfied, and scolded her loudly. Sister, how could you do that? He's a person, not a wolf you killed when you were little. The guy howling on the ground paused, feeling something was off. But since Merlin was speaking up for him, he howled even louder. Some girls who witnessed the whole thing glared at Merlin, thinking that as Morgan's elder brother, he was taking sides. Unexpectedly, Merlin stomped on the guy's pelvis. The opponent screamed, foamed at the mouth, and convulsed, completely fainting. Next time, just do it like this. Fractures are easy to heal, and it's worth it to make them hurt enough. Merlin earnestly taught her, and Morgan humbly nodded repeatedly, the brotherly and sisterly harmony quite striking. Everyone around them shivered. From then on, Morgan's title of Silver Rose spread like wildfire. Speaking of her elder brother, Merlin, his appearance resembled their father's, but was a bit softer. When he was in school, he also had many admirers, both male and female, which troubled him for a while. And just now, in the short time Morgan looked out the window, another handsome tourist ran up to Merlin to strike up a conversation. Wait, something's off with this person. Morgan noticed that he also had magic within him, and it clearly carried an evil aura. Merlin had already sensed it. He chatted amiably with him, but in reality, the circulation of magic within his body was slowly accelerating. Her younger brother, Gawain, rode on his horse, looking around casually, whistling in the way the three siblings had agreed upon since childhood to report the enemy's position. Upon receiving the signal, Morgan immediately raised the alarm, and members of the special offices and royal guards at various locations became alert. Soon, the dark wizard who had approached to talk suddenly erupted, a green death curse flying directly at Merlin's face. At the same time, a large group of tourists also drew their wands and began to charge inward from the closest point to the Queen's location. Merlin tilted his head slightly, dodging the death curse, and his long sword diagonally slashed, smoothly cutting the dark wizard in half. The two brothers immediately regrouped with the other royal guards, as only group combat could unleash the power of the knights. Apparition was naturally forbidden within Buckingham Palace. The dark wizards charging inward crashed into the impenetrable wall formed by the knights. Led by Merlin, the knights' magic intertwined, weaving into a shimmering silver mist that enveloped all the knights. The charging magic helped all the mounts maintain a consistent pace and allowed all the knights' magic to merge, piercing through the enemy formation. However, using this magic to deal with this group of suicidal dark wizards was truly overkill. The knights swept in like a gale. No matter how the dark wizards cast death curses, they were deflected by the silver mist. Upon reaching striking distance, the knights simply swung their swords in unison, and a magnificent sword aura cut through most of the people. Then, they rode over them at high speed, leaving only dozens of dark red bloodstains crushed by hooves on the ground. Wizards on the front line, that's practically asking to die, Gawain muttered quietly. Whose turn is it to clean up the mess today? Merlin suddenly remembered. The royal guards behind him mentally calculated and all looked at Gawain. Outside the office door, several dark wizards who had infiltrated also launched a fierce attack on the staff of the special office. The Queen remained calmly resting inside. She had served in the logistics support unit repairing cars and had even been an ambulance driver during World War II, so this small scene wouldn't scare her. Morgan rose from behind cover to counterattack. After blasting two people with a spell, she crouched down again, asking somewhat irritably, where did so many dark wizards sneak in from? These people seem to be newly hired employees. Someone shouted, if I find out who was responsible for the vetting, I'll make sure they drool in bed for the rest of their lives. As they spoke, several death curses whizzed in, one of them piercing through the cover placed in the corridor and heading straight for a witch. Morgan raised her wand, and a thick wooden wall rose from the ground. It was hit by the death curse, sending splinters flying, but it managed to hold. The rescued witch fell to the ground, looking at Morgan with gratitude. Morgan had no desire to entangle with them further. Her silver hair moved without wind, and green light points injected into the ground from her wand. A violent pounding sound suddenly erupted, and all the dark wizards fell silent. Trees growing from various corners transformed the corridor into a maze. All the dark wizards were knocked unconscious by wooden mallets and then securely bound by flexible vines. After a series of checks, confirming there were no stragglers, Morgan retied her silver hair into a ponytail, tidied her clothes, and knocked on the Queen's office door. Is it over? The silver-haired Queen calmly sipped her black tea. It's over. Morgan nodded. We caught over a dozen. These people only used death curses, and their specific origins are still unclear. Even using legilimency might not yield results. Morgan paused. After all, anyone daring to send wizards to assassinate you would surely have cleaned up all loose ends. The Queen smiled and shook her head. Whoever benefits the most from this, finding them will definitely be the right approach. Call Merlin and Gawain in to rest as well. Your work is pretty much done for today. I think your father will find clues very soon. Hermione successfully completed her diplomatic mission, securing an agreement that benefited both the British and French wizarding worlds, but was enough to make the pureblood families hate her to the core. However, no assassination occurred, everything was calm, and everyone returned from Paris to near the Ministry of Magic building using a port key. Is it almost tea time? Hermione chatted casually with her husband, Ron. I wonder if our two children have caused Fleur any trouble. They shouldn't have. Their Aunt Fleur used to be a teacher at a ministry-affiliated kindergarten for a few years, Ron replied with a smile, scanning his surroundings. Maybe one glare from her and our children will be well behaved. As the couple chatted and laughed, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in the street. Harry stood with his back to them, calmly directing the Aurors to begin fighting. Finally, Hermione said, hiding behind cover, a mix of regret and relief in her voice. We'll soon know if it's the pure-blood families or an external force. Ron, as her bodyguard, remained vigilant, constantly checking his surroundings. Dark wizards emerged from every corner, casting spells at the Aurors. These individuals advanced and retreated with precision, their eyes devoid of fanaticism, instead filled with coldness and numbness. They were indeed well trained, but over the years, the training of British oarers had never slackened. This generation, having emerged from the fires of war, possessed an incredibly strong fighting will and intuition, coupled with years of honed magic skills, allowing them to typically fight 3 opponents at once. Harry himself stood in the center of the battle formation, taking down an opponent every time he moved. When enemies concentrated their fire on him, he would vanish like a ghost. "My dear, have you figured out their origin?" Hermione couldn't help but join the fray herself, launching several long-range attacks that sent opponents sprawling. After careful observation, Ron shook his head. "Oh, familiar faces. Their fighting style resembles that of thugs trained by certain countries to do their dirty work. But Britain isn't some small country. Where do they get the confidence to try and kill the Minister of Magic in this way?" Just as Harry's side was gaining momentum, Hogwarts also came under attack. Aberforth was the first to give the warning. Unfamiliar faces were gathering and swaggering towards Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall immediately organized the faculty for defense and notified Harry to request support. "They're also under attack." Professor McGonagall's brow furrowed when she heard Neville's reply. Could it be a coincidence? According to the battlefield intelligence from Harry's side, the enemies faced by both parties seemed to share the same numb and cold demeanor. But fearlessness in the face of death was of little use against magic power. The professors used transfiguration to create cover outside the school gates, quickly turning the battle into a hunting competition. Professor Flitwick had led a commando unit in tactical maneuvers back then. If not for Kano's ultimate mass resurrection spell, less than a third of the remaining people would have survived. Now, he, the dueling champion, was old, but his desire to stir up trouble still simmered, and his skills were even more refined. He leaped and dodged, clashing with a group of wooden-faced opponents, quickly knocking many down. As soon as Professor McGonagall attacked, an opponent would fall to the ground, clutching a pierced thigh. Neville gleefully brought out many little darlings he had cultivated, which were inconvenient to test on humans, and threw them out with magic. The enemies were alternately frozen and burned like dead pigs. Snape was the most displeased. He was strictly forbidden from using dark arts in order to capture them alive. His signature self-invented spell, Sectum Sempra, was a dark art and would cause huge, unhealing, constantly bleeding wounds. Now, he could only scowl and furiously cast Stupefy. A commotion suddenly broke out at the rear of the enemy's ranks. Someone seemed to have cut off their retreat. It was Sirius, back from vacation, who, along with his newlywed wife, had outflanked the enemy. "My dear, I don't think we've ever fought side by side," Sirius excitedly told his wife. "That's right, today I'll let you properly witness my strength." The speaker was wearing robes, but if Kano were here, he would immediately recognize her as Nitocris. In the year Lord Voldemort was defeated, Nito also led the Egyptian wizards to overthrow the corrupt puppet Ministry of Magic and establish an independent magical government. Kano was invited to visit, and Sirius, as someone who had fought alongside them, was also among the invited. Nito and Sirius were of similar age. One had spent 10 years in prison, the other had been busy with work and had no time for personal matters. Their last meeting had left a deep impression on both of them. Nito found him righteous and compassionate, as well as brave and skilled in battle. Sirius found Nito mysterious and beautiful, with a strong personality. Over time, the two naturally started dating. But because Sirius's nationality was sensitive, they maintained strict secrecy. Even Kano didn't know about it, let alone the Egyptian wizards. Last year, Nito announced her retirement from the position of Egyptian Minister of Magic, thoroughly establishing the election system, and only then was their relationship made public. Kano couldn't help but sigh. The once carefree philanderer who disregarded women had finally found a family. Sirius fired spells like a living machine gun, while Nito constantly afflicted the opponents with mass weakness spells. Harry and the others, after dealing with their opponents and sending Hermione back to the Ministry of Magic, also rushed from Hogsmeade via the Floo network, wands raised. Under the pincer attack, these invaders were quickly defeated. "Harry," McGonagall nodded to him, "these people are yours." Harry smiled and agreed, while Sirius, with his arm around Nito, chuckled and greeted him. As the Aurors were clearing the scene, a sharp whistle of a signal arrow came from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Everyone paused, then quickly ran towards the Forbidden Forest. At this moment, several more powerful dark wizards were skirmishing with the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest. Abby, who had grown into a muscular centaur, was the leader of this centaur squad. She had inherited her father Bane's bravery, leading the centaurs in a tenacious struggle against their opponents. Not long after, accompanied by rumbling footsteps, Hagrid, who had been playing with his brother in the Forbidden Forest, also appeared on the battlefield. "Go, big guy!" Abby shouted loudly. Grop roared in response to Abby's call, shrugging off spells and launching a flying tackle. More than half of the invaders were crushed into a pulp. Under Hagrid's long-term guidance and Kano's occasional violent deterrence, he had become the most polite giant in the world. When the centaurs encountered monsters they couldn't fight, they often sought his help, and afterwards, they would give him plenty of meat. Grop was still a fellow who loved violence and slaughter at heart. With a fight to be had and delicious food afterwards, he was naturally in a good mood. The two sides thus maintained a good relationship, and Hagrid's plan to find a partner for Grop was also steadily progressing recently. In the shadows of the lakeside forest, a figure in a black robe appeared silently. Such a fierce offensive on the Hogwarts side was merely to allow him to stealthily infiltrate the school and reach Dumbledore's tomb. The order he received was to break open the tomb and retrieve the wand buried with him. He walked quickly towards the tombstone, wand raised, his heart completely unmoved. Let alone grave robbing, he wouldn't care even if it meant disemboweling someone to retrieve something. After all, that's how they were trained. As sparks erupted from the tip of his wand, a gaunt old man suddenly appeared before him. "These young people are truly becoming less and less useful," the old man shook his head. "Never mind, it has nothing to do with me. However, as for you, fellow. Ha ha, ha 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 ha." Accompanied by a gloomy laugh, a ball of ghostly blue fiendfire erupted from his gaunt hand. Kano was currently sitting in a dimly lit cell, watching the gaunt man across from him pace back and forth rapidly by the door as if having a fit. Why did they all fail? Impossible, it shouldn't be like this. Kano turned to the adjacent cell, where Quohog was leaning in a corner, looking utterly despondent. "Mr. Chairman, could you explain what's wrong with the mastermind who voluntarily jumped out?" Quohog sneered, revealing bloodshot eyes. "I'm a normal person, I can't communicate with a madman." The story began a few days ago, when Kano replied to the United States Magic Congress's letter, accepting their invitation to New York. As soon as he arrived in New York, he felt like he was being watched. Not only was the tracking skill poor, but the two people even got into a small conflict with ordinary people while tracking him, almost pulling out their wands. It was excessively foolish, making Kano feel somewhat unreal. When he entered the Woolworth building, where the United States Magic Congress was located, things became even more interesting. After he handed over his wand for registration, the gaunt and sickly Jensen Jones immediately surrounded him with a large group of Aurors. After a body search, they used magic-restricting alchemical devices to shackle both of his wrists, and finally locked him in a clean prison cell. Kano knew this journey would not be smooth, but he didn't expect things to develop so directly. They even forgot to bring Kano food. It wasn't until the next morning that someone rushed to give him a few sandwiches to appease his hunger. Of course, as a living god, the hidden spatial bags on Kano's person were completely undetectable to them, and even the wand he handed over was fake. He simultaneously sent warnings to his side, establishing mental links with his wife and children, while pretending to be at a loss, waiting for someone to come and answer his questions. What he didn't expect was that by the evening of the next day, Chairman Quohog, who had invited him, was thrown into the cell next to his. The two looked at each other in the orange-red glow of the setting sun, momentarily unsure of where to begin. "Mr. Quohog. Mr. Black." The two stretched out their hands, gripping each other through the bars. "A pleasure to meet you." Kano took out the uneaten sandwich from lunch and tossed it to Quohog, who didn't mind, picking it up and devouring it, looking as if he intended to choke himself to death. "May I ask a question?" "That damn Jensen Jones." As soon as Kano spoke, Quohog jumped up from the ground, cursing incessantly. From his accusations, spewing sandwich crumbs, Kano gradually pieced together what had happened. The United States Magic Congress had separated from the European magical world, and was particularly deeply influenced by British wizards. American wizards prided themselves on being chosen people, demanding an elite demeanor from themselves, which meant smiling while backstabbing, and discussing elegance with tears of blood. However, over the past decade, the situation had changed. Jensen Jones, like a pig scrambling for food, in Ko-Hoag's words, emerged from somewhere, conquering many people with his crude and direct style. He didn't talk about responsibility, had no strategy, only spoke of profit, turning everything into a mess, but his position continued to rise. At this point, Ko-Hoag desperately pounded the bars, but I am the current chairman, and all the messes he creates have to be cleaned up by me. But you can't control him, or rather, you can't control the grassroots power he represents. Kano understood the problem. Yes, grassroots power. Ko-Hoag slumped to the ground. The situation is changing too fast. These people are neither descendants of the 12 Aurors nor direct descendants of pure-blood families. How could they unite like this to put forward a madman to oppose us? Because you oppressed them too much. The United States Magic Congress was already incredibly oppressive. Their system, seemingly equally, gave everyone a chance to rise, but in reality, everyone knew it was just an unreachable dangling bait. Even the upper echelons who made the rules thought so. But when the public discovered that someone truly might break all the hidden restrictions, the grassroots power finally found its spokesperson, uniting and erupting with incredibly powerful energy. The elites were scared, showing immense repulsion and fear, just like Ko-Hoag, who, after cursing, was now curled up in a corner. If Jones were a bit more normal, we wouldn't be meeting here, Ko-Hoag said helplessly. I tried to persuade him today to reconsider his action plan, and I was thrown in. Normal? If he were normal, would so many people support him? Kano laughed. Whether Jones was truly mad or faking it, he had to appear more radical and insane than everyone else to retain more supporters. Of course, through simple contact, Kano believed that Jones's mental state was genuinely not normal. Being truly mad is fine, he is consistent and lives without pretense. From Ko-Hoag's narration, Kano learned that the other party had deployed several hundred people from overseas training bases, acting separately to simultaneously attack the Queen, Hermione, and Hogwarts. Strategic objective? Jones hadn't said, and Ko-Hoag couldn't guess. 2 days later, Jones finally arrived outside the cell. He had received the good news that all 3 fronts had collapsed. Impossible. He finally recovered, reaching into the cell to grab Ko-Hoag's collar. Did you leak the information? I sent so many people, they were all skilled individuals who had participated in subversive operations. How could they be defeated without even making a splash? I swear I didn't, it's just that your plan had flaws. Impossible, my plan is perfect. Kano interrupted his frenzy. Let's talk about your objective. You must have a reason for keeping me here. Jones then remembered Kano at his side, relaxing slightly. Right, we still have use for you, the plan isn't a complete failure yet. He said with an arrogant expression. Anyway, British Muggles are doing Brexit, and Scotland and Northern Ireland are holding independence referendums, so I'm going to help you out. First, kill that Muggle Queen, and Britain will inevitably split at this time. Then kill that Muggle minister, and then announce the establishment of the Scotland Ministry of Magic in your name. With your prestige in Europe, the British magical world will also fall apart. This way, the entire British magical world will be fragmented, no longer able to rival the United States Magic Congress. I will then instigate a war between Chinese wizards and Soviet Union wizards, and the United States Magic Congress will naturally become the world's #1. Jones felt his plan was flawless. Although he had encountered some difficulties now, he could continue to send people to carry out assassinations. The thugs from those overseas bases were people without identities, making it impossible to link them to the United States Magic Congress. Kano looked at Jones, finding it somewhat amusing. This timing was indeed delicate, but the British magical world had many talented individuals, so assassination was impossible to succeed. But Jones seemed to have not considered this situation at all, viewing British wizards as utterly worthless. And the idea of breaking the legs of anyone who runs faster than me, so I'm the fastest, truly American. Then what was the objective of your third group, the one attacking Hogwarts? Jones's face twisted. How can you seal such a treasure as the Elder Wand in a tomb? That thing should belong to the strong, it should belong to me. Kano was silent for a moment, then revealed a brilliant smile. Both Ko-Hoag and the frenzied Jones felt a cold gust of wind blow through them. Do you know that the person in that tomb is my teacher? Ko-Hoag's mood collapsed when he saw Kano directly crush the anti-magic bracelet. You old man, were you playing at being imprisoned with me all this time? Kano flexed his wrists, pried open the cell's iron bars with his bare hands, casually swatted away Jones's death curse, grabbed his neck, and flung him aside. All of Jones's joints were dislocated, and he collapsed to the ground like a frozen chicken whose bones had been smashed by the back of a knife, still cursing incessantly. "Mr. Ko-Hoag, I'm seriously considering how to discuss things with you all." Kano kicked open the lock on Ko-Hoag's cell and walked in. "I don't like massacres, but only punishing the ringleaders doesn't quite satisfy me." Ko-Hoag huddled in the corner. He finally understood how terribly wrong Jones had been. The British magical world was not a declining group at all, it was a den of monsters. What do you intend to do?" "This guy," Kano pointed at Jones, who was still spewing curses, "even if I kill him, another similar person will be pushed forward. Your upper and lower echelons are too severely fractured. The environment is like this, only you yourselves can initiate change." Kano spread his hands, "Though I don't have much hope for you. Then my only request is to find everyone who participated in planning this operation." Kano, holding the dislocated Jones in one hand and controlling the trembling Ko-Hoag with the other, began to move through the Woolworths building. Each time Ko-Hoag pointed to someone, Kano would meet his gaze and crudely use legilimency to see if he was lying. Then flexible vines would grow from the ceiling, tightly constricting and suspending these identified individuals in midair. Their wands fell to the ground, crushed by Kano's decisive stomp. "Stop, what are you doing?" Before the Aurors, who had arrived upon hearing the commotion, could discuss a countermeasure, Kano threw the limp Jones and the somewhat dazed Ko-Hoag, who had been subjected to legilimency, to the side. Then, wah! Half a month passed, and Kano sat in Hermione's office, reading a report with a cheerful grin. After he left, American wizards organized everyone they could find to break the sealing magic Kano had left behind. The outcome was obvious, whether it was renowned masters or greenhorns, no one could break through the gate. The prisoner in the darkness looked hopefully at the crack Kano had deliberately left for 2 days, then Ko-Hoag regretfully informed him, "We can do nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, the last crack was also blocked by the moving vines, and everything was buried in darkness. Those outside the door could hear constant screams, curses, shoves, and sounds of fighting from within, until finally, only the mechanical friction and cutting sounds, and Jones's long, slow screams remained. Kano had lied, the vines he left directly entwined Jones's bones, replacing the blood vessels in his body. Shattered hope is more terrifying than despair itself. Within 7 days, Jones couldn't even die if he wanted to, let alone be dismembered by those temporarily made tools. The period of imprisonment finally ended, but there was no sound left inside. American Aurors broke down the door, and Jones's shattered body fell to the floor. Only a third of the people remained in the room, and their minds had all collapsed, an effect even more potent than Crucio. Did the Americans say anything? They said nothing. Hermione showed a complex expression. They rebuilt the interior of the Woolworth building. The operation plan was completely destroyed, the survivors disappeared in a social sense, and all records of your visit were deleted. Kano smiled and shook his head. They were good at playing dumb. If no one knew he was humiliated, then he wasn't humiliated. The older I get, the more I feel I'm not a good person. It's nothing. Without doing this, these Americans would never understand our anger. Hermione tightened her grip on the quill. Assassinating me is one thing, but they dared to target the old principal's tomb. Moreover, if the British magical world really fractured and fell into civil war, how many people would die? Hermione looked at Kano seriously. You just repay grievances with vengeance. Kano smiled and stood up. Don't worry, the old principal warned me many years ago not to indulge in hatred and slaughter. I'm going back first. But Hermione shook her head. She still had something to say. Before this attack, Jones did contact those pure-blood families. She hesitated. They did provide my return route and Hogwarts's defensive capabilities. But they did not send anyone to participate in the operation. They wanted to use someone else to kill me. Exactly, but now things have changed. Hermione took out a letter and handed it to Kano. This is an anonymous letter they sent. I will no longer suffer assassination attempts from them in the future. Kano took the letter and examined it carefully. Although it was an anonymous letter, a row of pure-blood families' crests were stamped below. The pure-blood families had indeed leaked Hermione's travel route to the American wizards. If they could kill Hermione, that would be good, and if not, there would be no loss. But when Kano revealed the full plan of the United States Magic Congress, the pureblood families could no longer sit still. Once the British magical world disintegrated, the interests of the pureblood families would be greatly harmed. In comparison, Hermione's trade agreement was merely a minor ailment. The turmoil and division caused by her death at this time were the real serious concern. So they ultimately decided to temporarily cease their overt and covert targeting of Hermione, and during this period, try their best to cooperate with her to maintain the stability of the British magical world. Of course, if Hermione aggressively cut their interests, this truce agreement would be void. That's a huge concession, Kano remarked. So what are your thoughts? Hermione sighed. I'm actually a bit hesitant now. The political turmoil in Britain might last for 10 years. During this time, I could subtly carry out a lot of work, even using various means to remove most of the pure-blood wizards who were merely occupying positions in the Wizengamot. But do I really want to do that? This time, Brexit, the impact on the magical world, was still limited to a portion of wizard merchants who had investments in the British business world. But if Britain itself split, all Muggle wizards, and even half-blood wizards, would naturally divide into several factions. If they simultaneously held many seats in the Wizengamot, they could completely cause the British Ministry of Magic to also split through legal means. The British Ministry of Magic and the Muggle government have always appeared independent, but in fact, their connection is inseparable, and it has become increasingly close with my reforms. I feel like I'm standing at a delicate crossroads, and neither direction seems quite right. Hermione seemed very troubled. As a Muggle wizard, she was committed to changing the unfair environment dominated by pure blood in the magical world, but as Minister for Magic, her duty required her not to lead wizards to become subordinates of Muggles. Kano stroked his chin and nodded. The relationship between British wizards and ordinary people was completely different from that in China. Witch trials occurred repeatedly throughout history, and the methods were quite cruel. Neither side had a good impression of the other. Even if they now began to seek equal integration, this was likely a long-term project spanning several generations. Then take a balanced path, Kano could only say, neither favoring nor opposing, neither bowing to the pure-blood families nor overly favoring Muggle wizards, mediating their relationship. Hermione was no longer the simple girl she once was. She also knew she should strive to find that balance point between pure blood and Muggle power. But this path was too difficult, and even the Muggle wizards who had always supported her might not understand. She had hoped Kano could offer more ingenious advice, but it seemed he had no better solution, so Hermione could only accept reality. Like you often say, finding balance in dynamism. Don't I often say, too tight, it breaks, too loose, it's chaotic. The two exchanged wry smiles, and Kano stood up to leave. Oh, by the way, that child Rose is also very clever. Have you considered letting her participate in political activities in the future? Kano suddenly remembered something. Let's not, I don't want that child to get involved in this muddy water. Hermione shook her head. In a few days, I plan to have Luna take her on a trip. Perhaps she could also become an explorer. Kano laughed heartily and left the minister's office. Hermione was a clever person, always had been. I'm home, my dear. Kano finally returned home. Fleur was sitting in the living room knitting. Merlin and Morgan have already left for China for their exams, and you didn't even see them off. Fleur put down her needlework with some dissatisfaction. I'll go in a few days, anyway, it's not their first time going to the country. Kano sat beside Fleur, putting his arm around her waist. Where's Gawain? He's with the Queen. She seems to want to introduce a girlfriend to Gawain. Fleur was somewhat exasperated. Excluding her calculations, old people do indeed enjoy playing matchmaker. What will I be like when I'm old? Fleur looked at her husband, who had only grown more mature over the years, feeling a faint unease in her heart. You'll definitely be the kindest old lady in the world, Kano said, smiling as he hugged his beloved. My strength probably won't be enough to enter Gensokyo, Fleur whispered. I'm afraid you'll be very lonely after I'm gone. My dear, I am a god, Kano said softly. I won't let you leave my side. If it's impossible, don't force it. Fleur took out her wand and controlled the gramophone to start playing. At least for now, let's dance. Melodious music swirled through the villa, and the two swayed to the gentle rhythm, until eternal night descended. From the latter half of the 21st century to the early 22nd century, members of the British magical world, known as the Generation of War, passed away one after another. Their participation in the Second Wizarding War marked the beginning of their brilliant lives, and thereafter they made countless outstanding contributions in their respective fields. In May 2100, Canopus Black, who had assisted several ministers for magic, repeatedly salvaged relations between wizards and muggles, and made outstanding contributions to the integration of the British magical world and the Muggle world, also closed his eyes 3 days after his wife, Fleur Black, passed away. The couple held a small funeral, but people who spontaneously came to mourn filled the area around the cemetery. At the same time, an unremarkable young man appeared at London Airport. He held a complete passport and successfully boarded a flight to China. "My dear, how do you feel?" Fleur ultimately could not enter Gensikyo, but Kano used divine power to preserve her soul in a 3-swirl amulet. "Very sleepy, I can probably only be awake for an hour a day." Fleur's voice was a bit tired. "I'll rest for a bit first." "Sleep, my dear." "Okay, I'm always here," Fleur replied softly. Kano's actions indeed violated natural laws, and it was inevitable that there would be some imperfections. As for his children, his 3 children had long since grown up, started families, and established careers. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, and Kano was no longer going to worry about them. Now he just wanted to take a long journey. Opening his personal terminal, Kano saw the news projected in front of him. An Indian-launched spacecraft disintegrated in space, and he frowned. At this moment, in an office in Haidian District, Beijing, an intense discussion was underway. "With our current technology, we are already fully capable of large-scale, all-age cross-planetary population migration," a bespectacled researcher said, "but the biggest problem before us is the construction speed of the survival settlements. 20 years ago, based on the successful operation of several experimental settlements, the Lunar Crater 1 settlement, designed to accommodate 20,000 people, officially began construction. But the increase in the scale of the settlement brought more unexpected problems. People even had to develop new special equipment according to demand, and then transport it to the moon by rocket for work. How much longer until Lunar Crater 1 is completed? Someone couldn't help but ask. At least 10 years. The researcher shook his head helplessly. Even if we accumulate experience, what good would it do to build several more settlements of the same size in another 20 years? The number of people increasing on Earth every day is more than a single settlement can accommodate. What he didn't say was that the gravity field generator still had no clue, and the water and air assurance systems were also unstable. If there wasn't another comprehensive scientific and technological revolution, humanity might very well be trapped on Earth like this. Everyone knew this in their hearts. This is the purpose of our meeting today. On the other side of the table, an academician from the Central Court, wearing a badge on his chest, took the microphone. "Currently, all magic that can be applied to space-based construction has been developed. But as soon as we leave the atmosphere, all magic will fail. Our wizard astronauts can no longer use magic in Earth orbit, and materials treated with magic also lose their extraordinary properties." The former United States and former Soviet Union also conducted the same experiments, with the same results. Although the academician didn't mention it, the Indian spaceship that crashed a few days ago also used magic treatment on key components, and the outcome was the same. India has never changed in its refusal to listen. So now we have 2 paths before us, magic and technology, one of which must first achieve a breakthrough, the moderator concluded. Today, everyone was called together at the request of Old Who. A special person whose identity is confidential will participate in the next manned spaceflight. We must send 1 wizard and 1 ordinary astronaut to accompany him. He might be able to solve the problems we face today. 2 hours later, Kano, upon landing, was escorted by a special person to the aerospace base for physical indicator testing. Amidst the exclamations of amazement from a group of researchers, Kano walked out of the base gate. The rear window of the car parked in front of him lowered, revealing a face full of wrinkles but full of spirit. "Comrade Cheng, get in the car quickly." Kano smiled and opened the car door. Inside was the person he had contacted upon his return to China, this time, the former Little Who, now Old Who. "Comrade Who, it's been more than 10 years. Kano shook hands with his old acquaintance. "If it weren't for the letter you sent, I wouldn't have known that you quietly took over old Chang's position." "Haha, can such a thing still be celebrated with a banquet?" Speaking of which, your funeral was really grand, Old Who chuckled playfully. Kano shrugged helplessly. Living a long time, it really is like this. You are too modest. Just your invention of the 3-defense magical shield saved the whole world from the last madness before the United States disintegrated, otherwise, we would probably have to rebuild our homes on a wasteland. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they ate and chatted at the restaurant. The table was filled with the same homestyle dishes they had eaten together in the border city of Manzuli back then, which was also a way to reminisce about the past. My sending you a letter for help was also out of helplessness. I didn't expect you to actually have an idea. Old Who became serious. How confident are you in solving the problem of using magic outside of Earth? Kano smiled. Since I became a god so many years ago, I feel that an energy field has gradually formed around me. At the same time, I also felt a powerful energy field formed unintentionally by the collective consciousness of all humanity on Earth. I've always wanted to figure out the function of this energy field. It wasn't until your letter arrived that I had a bit of a guess. Old Who nodded thoughtfully, full of confidence for the next experiment. If it succeeds, will you come back later? He felt a strange sadness. Kano deliberately stroked his chin seriously. Old Chang and the principal don't have any descendants, so I always have to come back to sweep their graves. Old Who was stunned, then laughed. I'm not sure about Hogwarts, but you don't need to worry about Babayashin. A few days later, accompanied by a violent roar, the spaceplane, boosted by rockets, forcefully resisted Earth's gravity and flew toward space. This was a routine rotation of personnel for lunar surface construction, and generally, no media would pay attention. But in the command center, everyone's eyes were focused on the screen, which displayed a metal cube held in Kano's hand. Program turn. Wenchang optical radar tracking normal, telemetry signal normal. Booster shutdown, booster separation. As the boosters detached, the rocket began to rapidly approach the atmosphere. Second countdown begins. Commander 01 calmly began to report the time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the rocket had completely exited the atmosphere. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Kano transformed the metal cube in his hand into a Chang'e statue. Fairing jettison. The command center was silent until the spacecraft's attitude adjustment was completed, and the wizard astronaut next to Kano also used magic to sculpt another piece of metal into a rabbit statue. The command center erupted in cheers. Intense joy overwhelmed everyone, making them raise their hands and cheer. Your guess was correct. Old Who said excitedly in a private communication, we can finally leave Earth and fly into the universe. I always wondered why those powerful gods eventually left this world and wandered in the void. Kano also looked at the deep starry sky, somewhat emotional. Now I understand. This power is indeed meant to feed back into humanity itself. While accepting it, one must become a pioneer. One day in the future, I will also embark on this path. Enlighten the ignorant, explore the unknown. Then let humanity go and open up the future. Next stop, the Sea of Stars. Warning, hull breach. Warning. Sean climbed up from the control panel, impatiently wiping the drool that had dripped onto the screen. He was an interstellar stowaway, piloting a spaceship cobbled together from a junkyard, loaded with contraband, attempting to cross the blockade of the Planetary Border Patrol. Though called contraband, it was actually just fruit from other planets. It simply hadn't obtained an import permit for his destination planet. Even if caught, it would only mean his ship being impounded, a fine, and another blot on his already less than stellar record. Warning, hull breach. Warning my ass. What part of this junk heap isn't breached? Even if you warn me, I don't have money to fix it. Sean roared, but the alarm continued to blare in the cramped cockpit, a red light flashing across the central display. Right, the voice control system broke last month and still wasn't fixed. Now, no matter how much Sean cursed, the ship's central control wouldn't stop alarming. Sean helplessly clipped the automatic tool onto his wrist, controlling it to extend its operating head towards the central display. Little magic wand, I'll fix wherever you point. Casually selecting one of the highest level alarm displays, Sean put on his dirty spacesuit and walked towards the aft compartment. He hadn't taken 2 steps down the narrow corridor when Sean heard a crisp snap, and then his feet left the ground, several packets of instant food floating out of a box. The gravity field generator was broken again. Sean's fluent galaxy-level curses came in handy, but the cold, hard machine wouldn't talk back. He could only turn and slowly float back towards the control room, at least to fix the generator first. Unfortunately, his luck seemed to have run out. A wave of heat swept over him, accompanied by violent flames and an explosion, tearing the entire spaceship into two halves. Sean was violently flung out by the blast, drifting into space like a meteorite, several overripe smuggled fruit splattering against his spacesuit, leaving vivid red marks. Thankfully, he was completely unconscious by then, showing no reaction whatsoever. User unconscious detected, survival module self-activating, countdown, 3, 2, 1. Survival module, activated. A large amount of gas spewed from Sean's wristband, adjusting his flight direction. At the same time, an invisible force field spread out, blocking the ship fragments that shot towards him like bullets. Finally, an unstable electric current suddenly surged from the wristband. Sean screamed as he jolted awake, scanning his surroundings, still shaken. "This is a total loss, my ship. Warning, user, you are currently in an electromagnetic shield, undergoing unprotected space drift," the wristband said unhurriedly. "Based on your magic level, the survival module can operate for 3 more hours. What about the spatial jump module? How far is the nearest anchor point from me?" Sean quickly asked. The nearest relay anchor point is still beyond the maximum single jump range for a human, and the user's magic reserves are insufficient. Sean frustratingly slapped his thigh, then finally made a firm decision: contact the nearest planetary border patrol, let them pick me up. Maybe he could even pretend to be an innocent space accident victim and scrounge a couple of meals at the relief center. "Communication module damaged," the wristband said lifelessly. Sean froze. When did it break? 2 hours ago, the user disabled such notifications. Sean then remembered that he had indeed pressed something while in a daze earlier, but he had thought it was an alarm clock. He was doomed. The tech products were gone with the ship, and the communication module in his wristband was also damaged. He should have known not to pick up cheap goods. Now, who was to blame for becoming a space mummy? Sean could only use the most primitive method, continuously emitting his magic, hoping that someone or some device would sense his presence. But he knew in his heart that he had chosen a rarely traveled interstellar route, and no one would feel such a faint magic fluctuation. As his magic dissipated rapidly, Sean's consciousness gradually blurred. Now the survival module could last at most an hour and a half, so Sean began writing his last will during his final moments of lucidity. "Dear Dean, I'm dying. I estimate you won't see this message while you're alive, but I still have to say, your cooking is truly awful. All my belongings are in locker 231 by the orphanage entrance. Besides some credit chips, there are 2 old cookbooks I dug out of the junkyard. My last request in this life is that you never make octopus stargazer pie again. That stuff truly gives you nightmares after eating it. Unlucky Sean, farewell." Sean completely lost consciousness, slowly drifting into the void. At this moment, a figure radiating a warm glow appeared beside him. What an unlucky person. How many years has it been since someone died like this? This person wore no spacesuit, was handsome, and had a smile on his face. Undoubtedly, this was Kano. He watched humanity emerge from Earth, then disappeared into the bustling world. Within a few hundred years, humans united and separated, technology advanced by leaps and bounds, and magic also gradually evolved and developed. It wasn't until 10 years ago that he decided to return to Earth to bid farewell to Merlin, Morgan, and others, then tour the areas of human activity, and finally pick a secluded spot to travel to a new world. Now, the core components of all wristbands contain miniature engravings of Kano, and it is this part that allows everyone to cast magic normally in space. Kano could also use these small portraits as a reference point to travel through space at will. This was the secluded place he randomly chose. Before arriving here, he thought he had located a discarded wristband floating in space, but he didn't expect to find an unconscious unlucky person here. Kano pulled Sean's arm and tapped on the wristband. Triple protection charm, power reflection, air creation, water synthesis, stupefy, shattering charm, apparition. Kano finished reading the magic stored inside, feeling a bit helpless. It was the most basic of basic versions, containing nothing but the magic included in the survival module, spatial jump module, and barrier breaking module. That made sense. These magic program sets, compiled into modules to greatly lower the usage threshold, also cost money to buy. However, this kid hadn't installed any enhancement components, so it seemed his inherent magic power was quite good. In this era, everyone could use magic. Even with only extremely weak magic within them, 3 magic enhancement components clipped to a wristband could enable them to use most modules. Kano had planned to help him fix the communication module, drop him off on a nearby planet, and then leave. However, a casual scan revealed that the other party seemed to have some blood relation to his old friend, Sean. Thinking of his impending departure from this world, Kano's lips curved into a mischievous smile. When Sean woke up, he found himself lying on the surface of a small, barren planet. Strongest druid system online, the wristband suddenly announced. This system includes powerful magic like the transformation module and elemental manipulation module. Please follow the prompts to complete tasks and unlock them. Sean sprang up with a carp-like move. Could it be that his 800-hand junk item was actually quite significant, still containing residual advanced module data? Task 1, within 1 month, plant 500 plants. Task reward, optimized spatial jump module. During task execution, no contact with the outside world is allowed. Basic survival is guaranteed. A bag of seeds, a book, and 2 bags of liquid nutrient solution materialized out of thin air and landed on Sean's head. Plant trees. Read books. Sean was first surprised by the sudden creation, but upon hearing the requirements, he immediately put on a pained expression. Fleur's soul manifested from the wooden plaque, smiling as she watched Sean roll around in distress below. You're leaving, and you're still playing tricks on people. This system of mine will only urge him to study hard, act righteously, and get rid of all his bad habits. He should thank me, Kano said, putting his arm around his wife's waist. What will this world become? Fleur leaned against Kano's chest. I stopped interfering with human development long ago. The future is up to them. A shimmering, colorful rift opened in space, and Kano and Fleur looked back one last time, gazing with emotion at the vast universe. They exchanged smiles, stepped forward, and embarked on an unknown journey.